everybody. Welcome. Good morning. File in. Sit nicely. Shut up. Just kidding. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
Say it like you mean it.
Good morning.
There you go. Welcome to another great show. It is Thursday morning, and I have, I wake up in the morning. I already know what I'm going to do after the show based on how I wake up in the morning.
All right.
And you know what I'm going to do after today's show?
I bet you're taking a nice nap.
I am taking a goddamn nap. I am a sleepy boy.
We stayed up late, I think.
Oh boy. I think we did. I never checked the time.
Me either.
When we went to bed, but I woke up. I usually wake up once or twice in the middle of the night. 2:30 around there.
Sure.
And I like a groundhog. I take a look around and then I go, fuck this, and I go back to bed. I did not do that last night. It was all the way through to my alarm. I hate that.
Oh, why?
I hate sleeping all the way through.
I bet you like waking up like too early because then I've got more time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can go back and I can go back to bed and I can sleep for a little while. In a weird way, it makes me feel like I've gained sleep. If I wake up early.
Feeling.
Yeah, if I wake up right at my alarm, I'm like, shit. Now I did wake up at my alarm today and extend it by about 10 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, which did lead to me having to rush things to start the show today. But I do know that after today, I'm going to take a nice little nap.
I hear you.
35 years old. I'm getting old. I get excited about naps when the day is done.
Well, society did it backwards. They give us naps in kindergarten where everyone's screwed around.
Wow.
We need naps now.
We're shitting on society now. What is this, social commentary, April?
Sure.
Yeah, you know what's wrong with society? They give the naps to the kids, and they haven't earned them yet.
Right.
I fought in a war, and I need a nap.
I fought the good fight.
We're fighting every day with, I don't know.
Buy my mugs.
Could you imagine? I was just going to say, could you imagine? I could never keep that up.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, begging for money to keep your show afloat, that's one thing. Being an honest, filthy e-beggar, that's admirable. But lying to people and pretending you're fighting some kind of invisible war so people will give you money for a mug, I could never do that. At least if I go, hey, the evening show audience did great yesterday, and our goal, even after we missed by 180 yesterday on the morning show, we're still ahead of our goal for today. We're at 395 away from our goal. So if you want to chip in, there's the PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships count as well. We really appreciate it. If you're a big fan of the show, throwing in $5-10 a month puts us on the right track. I can do that all day long. That's honest. Okay, that's what we need to do. And that doesn't get you anything like saving the world or ousting the Dems or ending the Republicans. Or it doesn't do that. It just keeps us doing a show. That's it. I can't do the lie. Crowder can do the lie. I can't.
Maybe that's why we miss the goal sometimes, though. We don't have a good fight behind it.
Oh, okay. So maybe if I was fighting to save the spotted owl or end the suffering of the Trump guy thing, then I would, okay.
Stop chopping down rainforests.
Oh, I'm fighting for free speech. I'm really not. I'm just, if fighting for free speech is going, gay, then yeah, I guess I'm fighting for free speech.
How about a pit bull rescue behind the scenes?
Never in a million years.
They're abused animals.
If by rescue you mean cleaning their ears with a certain boom stick, then yes. Then I'm saving them. I'm rescuing them.
That's not quite
from a life of tasting toddler blood. That's what I'm doing.
That's a horrific life.
All right, guys, we got to talk. We got to get in here. We got to mix it up with the audience, and then we've got a lot of stuff to talk about today. We got through a lot of stuff last night. The Alex Stein, Dan Crenshaw stuff.
Oh yeah.
The internet is not happy with Dan Crenshaw.
Really?
No, they're not. They're not happy that he. And look, I understand Dan Crenshaw's a piece of shit. I just kind of thought Alex Stein was really, really annoying.
Yeah, I thought Alex Stein was a bit
thing.
more shitty.
Yeah, like I said last night, like you said, a little bit of Alex goes a long way.
A very long way.
He can do some fun stuff. Like I thought the Eric Swalwell thing was really funny.
He's very much like fentanyl. Like you just need a tiny pin head of him.
Alex is comedy fentanyl. If you get more than a fingertip dosage of it, you'll want to die.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people mad at Dan Crenshaw because he kind of, and they're right, he kind of used veterans as human shields.
He totally did, but at the same time, Alex Stein was kind of shitting on veterans, which we should also be upset about, right? I don't know. Morally. No.
I do respect the fact that when the veterans were right in his face and they did the human shields thing, they were like, you saying our service is wasted? And he's like, yeah, I am. I respected that.
Like I said last night, you can't say, no, I'm sorry, because then your whole shtick falls apart.
Exactly. So he just kind of leaned in and he went, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. If you're going to get lippy with me, sir. Yeah, your service was wasted. It was all bullshit.
I wish they would have asked him, like, what should we have done then? Yeah, what do we do?
Veldrain says adults need naps, kids need chloroform. That's how society should be. All right. I have reported that man to the FBI. They're going to take your phone at a Hardee's very soon. April remembers elementary school like it was just yesterday because it almost was, says Coltrane.
Of course. I'm too tired to fight you.
And of course, I've upset MN Vikings already today. Which is, I'll admit, it's not a difficult thing to do. MN Vikings can be touchy. But he says, must be nice after a 4-hour shift to take a nap when the rest of us have real jobs working 8 to 14 hours a day. Wish I had the choice to take a nap at 11 a.m. Well, why don't you get a job where you can do that? And number two, it's not really the 4-hour show today. It's the 3 days of 7-hour shows. The 3 days before that are probably doing this. But thank you, MN Vikings. I appreciate it.
I mean, it's not just the 4.5 hours. There's show prep too.
But thank you, MN Vikings. That was I'm sorry that I upset you, and you're right.
He's complimenting you on your job.
That's what he's doing. Yes, you should get a job like this one. Just start a show and see if a few thousand people will come with you. Maybe you'll strike it lucky. Six String Man says he said he lost his eye looking for weapons of mass destruction that never existed. He did say that.
Yeah, that's shitty. That's what I'm saying. Like, Crenshaw definitely looked way better in those clips than he did.
Spiffia says can't watch much Stein nowadays. Like I said, I can watch the Swalwell thing, and I think that's funny. And then the Crenshaw thing's interesting for about 30 seconds. But then I'm like, okay, now it's just two grown men acting like 12-year-olds.
I laughed at Swalwell. I got exhausted by the end of Crenshaw.
Yeah. MN Vikings clarifying, I'm not upset. I'm jealous. Oh, okay. Well, then in that case, I'll you know what? I'm going to hit the help wanteds, and I'm going to find MN Vikings a job where he can take a nap after a few hours. And you know what else?
What?
I'm going to find out if I can take a nap with him. Maybe we spoon. Find a nice sectional. Maybe take our own piece of it. I want the end piece.
You can be
of the sectional. I don't want the long couch piece. I want the extender piece.
You could be furniture testers together.
Maybe we could work at Robinson Furniture in Detroit. That'd be nice. Citizen Vulgar says other people have different jobs and times they can rest. What? Yeah, mine just happens to be in the morning. Thank you very much to Lemmy for becoming a member for her 5th month. Wow, thank you, Lemmy.
Thank you.
$3.90 away from today's goal. Six String Man says at least Alex is confronting these people. Hey, look, I'm not saying the guy should be drawn and quartered or anything. I'm just saying after about a minute of Alex, I'm good on Alex for a while.
But God bless.
I don't really think that's a controversial take either. You know what? I don't think it's a controversial take.
Okay.
Yeah, that, hey, after a minute of Alex Stein, I feel like, you know what? I could wait a couple weeks for more Alex Stein.
No, I think everyone feels that way but him.
Yeah, I don't think I'm shitting on the guy and saying like, oh, he's terrible and he's awful. I'm just saying,
I actually believe that if he were a little more self-aware and just did like harassment for a minute, and put that up, that would be acceptable.
You want to put a limit on Alex Stein's harassment, like a harassment meter?
I actually think that he would be more successful if he would limit the amount of time he's doing it per person.
Only harass people for short bursts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a little vine or something.
Yeah. Thank you. He needs to be the vine of harassment. All right.
He's the fentanyl of comedy and the vine of harassment.
Toxic Wasteboarding, thank you for renewing your membership as well. Let's continue on and catch up with the audience. Then we'll get into some stuff. MN Viking says, let me know whenever you want to cuddle, big boy. Love to grab those man tits laying next to you. That's It's not only extremely gay and uncomfortable, it's also remarkably hurtful. Thank you, sir. You've taken all the fun out of this bit for me. I feel like a giant piece of shit.
You look small today.
Thanks, I'm not.
Oh, really?
No, still 220.
It's all that working out you're doing.
Yeah.
You're getting swole.
It's those 2 days I've worked out this week. It's just, it's not the ample amounts of food I eat immediately after I get done with the gym.
Nope.
It has nothing to do with it.
You got to quit with the snacks. That's the worst part. Or at least replace the snacks with like a healthy food. Not your...
Are you saying that bag of Gardettos I got yesterday was bad after the gym?
You eat the whole bag, too.
Well, they're Italian cheddar. You try not eating the whole bag.
I'm not in on it. I don't know.
All right. Fine. All right, let's continue on here. We got lots of stuff to do today. Coltrane says, I'm only teasing you, April.
I know. Stop ruining things.
I think what happened was you got really hurt there, and you really showed it.
Did I?
Yeah, that you were incredibly offended. All right, guys, before we jump into stuff, make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. And also, make sure you share this with a bunch of people, and our show can get really, really popular really, really quick. You know what? I got to do a check here.
Uh-oh.
I got to see how close we are. I know we were about 250 away yesterday morning from our 5,000 subs, and now we are 230
Oh, nice.
away from our 1,000 subs. I'm also happy to report that our Mike Lindell clip that we put up yesterday bombed like fucking crazy.
Oh, so it never...
Nobody gave a shit about the Mike Lindell thing.
That's too bad. It was funny.
It was a very funny segment, but like we said, you got to talk about the people want to search for, not just throw funny bits up there.
I have a thought.
What?
If Mike Lindell's name is in the title, is there any chance that's being throttled?
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, because this is the worst one we've released in like 30 days.
Yeah.
Because, that's interesting.
He's a not so popular person in social circles.
That's a good point. I think he's banned, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
So that could be a little bit of a limit, perhaps. Okay. Stuttering John tried going to D.C., and it went as well as everything Stuttering John does. Oh, that's fantastic. Somebody says 2 days until sweating our ass off in the deer stand.
Yes.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Damn, one of the guards next to the Queen's coffin collapsed. I saw that.
Really?
Yeah, he gotten vaccinated 2 days early. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I have no idea. I bet you if you guard the Queen, you had to get that vaccine like the day it became available. More than likely.
I think, yeah, anyone around the Queen probably did.
The Mood says, I like to think you got the 20 subs from me sharing it in Cog's show yesterday.
Ooh.
If not, let me live in this illusion.
Thank you, buddy.
Deal. Citizen Vulgar says the royal family is falling apart, and it's hilarious. Well, we got some Prince Charles stuff today.
I'm interested.
Prince Charles yelling at people about his pen not working. He is not. If Prince Charles doesn't have that pen working, he's going old school. He might be cutting somebody's head off if he doesn't get his pen taken care of.
Very interesting.
Let's check in with everybody's favorite governor, Ron DeSantis. Let's see what he's up to. You know, the last few weeks, Texas and Florida have been sending, Texas has been sending illegals to blue cities. Mm-hmm. They've been saying, hey, you guys don't think there's a crisis on the border? Well, here's a tiny fraction, one time, of what Texas deals with on a goddamn monthly basis.
They're just giving them a little hit.
Right. Here's like 200 illegals. Meanwhile, we get hundreds of thousands a month at this point that we have to house and shelter and take care of and everything else.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those blue cities have now turned around and started busing those illegals to Florida to fuck with DeSantis. You know, it's so interesting to watch Democrats talk about how diversity is our strength and how these illegal immigrants are just dreamers and they're wonderful people. And then the minute it's in their backyard, they go, ew, gross, send this brown thing to Florida. I mean, that's kind of their attitude.
That does seem to be the thing.
It's like, wow, we talk really nice, we talk a great game, and we're for everybody. And then the minute people go, all right, here, live what you say. Take care of these illegals. Here in Texas, we've got too many. Why don't you take a few? You like them so much. And they're like, ew, gross. No, send it to Florida.
It's like, I'm your friend until it's nut cutting time and you really need me.
Well, Ron DeSantis has responded.
Oh, yeah.
to having illegals sent to Florida from blue states that had them sent from Texas. And it is classic Ron DeSantis.
But DeSantis has sent migrants on a plane to Martha's Vineyard. Now, this...
Oh, no.
You can't stop the guy. Like, it's like an episode of Breaking Bad where you're like, oh, shit, I think they finally got Walt this time. And then out of nowhere, this master plan comes together.
Oh, that's incredible.
They're like, yeah, we'll bury this DeSantis in illegals. He's like, cool, I'll send him to like the richest places in America on a private plane. How's that?
Well, think about it. Of all places that should be able to care for them, it's the richest
Martha's
of the rich
Vineyard,
in
yeah.
Martha's Vineyard.
You know, Ron DeSantis is being nicer to the illegals than Democrats ever have. Look at that nice plane he gave them.
Oh, hell yeah.
Flew him to Martha's Vineyard. Here you go. Enjoy. I like that. Go knock door to door on all the wealthy liberals that live there and go, we're here, and you said that we were dreamers and you admired us. We were wondering if you could help us out during these rough first few days in a new country.
Right. Can you get us a job, maybe some clothes?
Yeah, we heard you were the tolerant ones. You even embrace people who cut their dicks off at 12 years old. So we just thought maybe you would totally be fine with us.
They can stay in all their guest houses.
Oh, sure. So you know how many guest rooms they have?
They've all got guest houses.
Could house all the illegals in the country in those guest houses.
Right? All that space just for one or two people?
Sure, let those rooms out.
Fill them up.
Yeah, none of your kids talk to you. You're evil
they can
oligarchs.
bunk together.
Yeah, sure. We can make a buddy comedy out of it. You guys will like it.
This is where the Obamas have a home, Oprah, Beyonce, even James Taylor, who's going to be seeing fire, rain, and migrants. Not to mention Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, everybody basically that you know on the left has a home there.
Look at this guy's shit-eating grin. Holy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
big.
man, he likes this DeSantis bit. He's enjoying this one. You know what, though? Good. Fuck you. That's what I say. I love this. I think it's great. Texas is fucking with the blue states. And the reason I'm not shitting on Texas and Florida for bussing around is because Florida and Texas are not out there going, oh, we need more migrants and they're wonderful and the border is fine and we should find a place for them in this country. Florida and Texas has always said, hey, cut the shit and come here legally. So them bussing these people around is par for the course.
Well, yeah, they didn't ask for it.
Right. The Democrats who are like bussing them back to Florida, it's like, hey, wait a minute. I thought you were our pals.
I do like that. Like you'd typically think you should listen to the people that have to deal with it firsthand, like Texas right at the border.
Right.
But we don't care to. Nobody
I
does.
think it actually makes Texas look really good and make them look incredibly efficient, that they can take this millions of people over the years and they've been able to handle it. And you send them to Illinois or Washington, D.C. or New York, and they get a bus full and they start freaking out.
In fairness, sending them to Illinois is a really mean thing to do.
That I think we can criticize Greg Abbott for. That's mean.
That is very mean.
To send them to Chicago. I mean, they come here from like Latin America and the drug trade and all that.
A hellhole.
And then you basically send them back home by sending them to Chicago. Although the cartel shoots a lot straighter than the gangbangers in Chicago, in fairness.
Okay.
The cartel don't miss.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be embracing their new neighbors?
You know, these are all sanctuary cities until they're in their sanctuary.
Right.
I doubt they'll embrace them. Don't know that I've ever been to Martha's Vineyard. I've been to places where we've seen these migrants come across. This is not good for America. Every town's a border town, and we need to make sure we get our southern border secured exactly like we did for 4 years, Jesse.
So, yeah, that's the other thing is we had this border thing knocked out for a long time. And then a new president came in and just said, fuck everything that guy did. Open the goddamn borders up.
Wide open.
So, I don't know. I just... Jake Hudson with his other Twitter account sent me a picture of him blocking all four of us. Well, here's what I'll do. Ready? Click this. Click the three little dots.
This is so stupid.
Block. There we go. I'm we've wasted people's time enough with this fucking
I like
guy.
that. Ooh, checkmate, guys.
Yeah, checkmate. We don't...
Shut up.
You don't have to look at my face or listen to my shit anymore. You know what?
Keep listening, though.
You got us. You got us. Thank you to Curly Adam for resubscribing for your 5th month. And Rupert 999's super chat says, "Dance monkey, dance." Well,
Thank you.
You don't have to be so harsh about it. Thank you very much for keeping our show on the air. We appreciate it. 375 away from our goal this morning. Thank you, boys. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. Veldrain says, I can see that one liberal yell, this plane used tax dollars to ship them there, and everyone else responded with, yep, worth it.
Totally worth it.
Take my tax dollars.
Maybe DeSantis has like a membership to that personal jet company.
Oh, he's a Badget member.
Badget, that's
we can
the
get
one.
John Elway to fly people all over the country.
Including immigrants.
Why not? Balls and Wiener says, I love how we are now treating these Mexicans like livestock, shipping unwanted animals to people we don't like to fuck with them. I know. There is a part of that makes you forget they're human for a second because they are being treated like cows.
And they don't complain. You know why? Because they're here.
Yeah, they're like, dude, a fucking airplane?
I'll
yeah,
go anywhere.
fuck yeah.
Do you know how scared some of them probably are to get in an airplane?
Jesus, April. I mean,
they've never been in one.
that's probably true. Okay, they might be afraid of
Excuse me?
flying. I mean, it just seemed like you're treating them like Encino Man rather than just Mexicans.
Yes, I'm the one treating them poorly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, everyone
Fuck.
else. Oh, God, Texas gave me a Greyhound. Chicago gave me a Greyhound. Ooh, DeSantis gave me a plane and sent me to Martha's Vineyard. Nice.
I was scared to get in my first plane.
Were you?
Yeah.
Not me.
That was I think I got on my first plane in 2006.
I offered to fly. I was so excited. They said no. Oh, boy. No Jake ever again. Yeah, don't worry. We are not going to Jake ever again. Balls and Wiener says, touchdown, Jake Hudson. No, seriously. Touch of downs.
Oh, that's not nice.
Oh, boy. All right. We got, so Ron DeSantis sending people off to Martha's Vineyard. I think that's great. Here's an update on how they're doing things in New York. Now, remember, New York City, one of those cities that, they won't even let you sit in jail for committing a crime. They'll let you out until your trial's on. They don't even want bail there anymore. So if you beat somebody up in the subway, they'll let you back out on the streets. Let's see how they're treating these migrants that they claim are the salt of the earth and the backbone of America. Let's see how New York City treats our spine.
That city is falling apart.
Well, let's accusations. Let's check up on them.
Many of them did not want to come to New York City. Unfortunately, they were put on these buses. They arrive here and they're like, well, what can we do? Let's stay until we figure out other options. Many want to go to places like Florida, where the largest community.
You fucking dick. I love how he's like, oh, no, it's not that we don't want the migrants here and that they're a drain on our economy. They didn't want to be here.
Exactly. They don't want to come to our city.
No, they don't want to be in New York. They want to be in Texas and Florida and other red states. They don't want to be here.
Now they're talking about them like they're children, like a leading statement. Like, oh, no, you don't want to be here. You want to be there.
Look, we're just busing them to the state that's our immediate political rival because that's where they want to go. This is why, as shitty as Democrats and Republicans are, at this particular moment in time, I at least respect the honesty of Republicans when they're treating these people like animals.
Yes.
At least Republicans are going, no, we don't fucking want them here anymore. You take them.
And I've never said I wanted them.
Right. I never said I wanted more of them here. In fact, the last 4 years before this were fucking awesome. We didn't have to deal with this shit. And then, but New York, like the liberals there, they lie. They go, oh, no, it's not because we don't want an influx of illegal immigrants here because it costs us a fortune and they're a drain on our system. They don't want to be here. You see, we talked to all of them. And they all said that, oh, I want to be in DeSantis. I want to be in Florida. Now, either you're lying and you're hiding the real reason why you're doing this, or you're accidentally kind of endorsing Ron DeSantis.
Which either way makes you look bad to your supporters, correct?
So, okay, let's assume you're telling the truth. What you're telling us is, ooh, I want to go to Florida because that DeSantis guy is doing such a great job. Seems like a wonderful place to live. Or you can admit, we're lying. We just don't want him here. We talk a big game, but when it comes time to pay the piper, we run.
Yeah, you don't want people saying they don't want to be in your city.
Yeah.
That doesn't look good. You're right.
Are you kidding? They don't want to be here. It's a fucking shithole.
Yeah, all these people don't want to be in St. Cloud anymore. There's too many homicides and thefts going on.
It sucks shit here. Why would they want to stay here? This place is a pit. They want to go to Florida where it's nice and DeSantis is in charge.
It's warm.
It's a weird way to play this chess game.
Live. So we're helping them get to their actual final destination. It's unfortunate what Governor Abbott is doing, but look, we're doing our best. It's been incredible to work with other city agencies to build an operation within weeks.
Wow. I got to tell you, that guy is there are some people who do these spin jobs because, they got to make a living. And then there are other people that really just enjoy it. And I feel like he's a guy who just really, really likes.
He's a spin doctor.
He really likes shoveling this shit into people's mouths.
I love that. I love when everyone else watching you can, they know, obviously you're not happy about this whole thing, but it's just been incredible working with these other cities and stuff, Yeah. It's gross. Stop it.
Citizen Vulgar says a few Republicans are finally starting to learn how to play the optics game, and it's glorious. Might be too little too late, but it's still great to watch. Yeah, that's DeSantis has learned how to play the optics game. I don't know if a lot of them have. I mean, you got Dan Crenshaw basically using veterans as human shields between him and Alex Stein. I don't really know if all of them have mastered the optics game. But then again, you got to give Dan Crenshaw a break. I mean, of course he can't play the optics game. He can only see it through one eye.
He literally has 50% optics.
Yeah, he's only got 50% view of the optics. So.
No. That's true. He's at a discount.
Citizen Vulgar says Final Destination doesn't exactly sound how he thought that was going to sound. Right. I thought of the movie where they're dropping vending machines on people.
I didn't think that sounded good either.
We're going to take them to their final destination. Oh my God, New York is going to start killing migrants.
It sounds ominous.
Jesus.
Can you imagine though? So New York City already has a shortage of grocery stores and shit like that.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to house immigrants?
Honestly, when you said they have a shortage of grocery stores, I thought you were going to say, where are these illegals going to get a job? That was my own head going, well, where the hell is she going with the grocery store?
Believe it or not, I don't think they can only work in a grocery store.
Dub says, I wish I knew how many hundreds of tunnels are bored under the border. Yet that is an inconvenience and takes longer since they waved in 24/7, 365 above ground anyhow. Yeah, I mean, at least they made those tunnels obsolete by just, hey, you guys do the Watuxi across the border. Go ahead. It's totally fine. So that's what's going on with the border stuff. I saw this morning. People are saying that Andrew Tate predicted the death of PB&J Rock.
That seems very specific. How would you do that?
Well, I don't know. I have a clip here. I haven't watched it yet. They're saying Andrew Tate. Well, I was thinking about him yesterday. I was like, it's amazing how pop culture just shifts in a short amount of time. 2 weeks ago, everybody's talking about this Andrew Tate. Oh my God, Andrew Tate is the scariest thing to ever exist in America, and I can't believe people are listening to him, and he's going to turn the whole country into a big gang of misogynists and all that. And now, 2 weeks later, nobody talks about Andrew Tate anymore.
Right, he's pretty forgettable.
They banned him from everything. He's gone from that, and then people went, oh, okay, that's over. On to the next thing.
Owen Benjamin actually had me thinking about him yesterday. I found his alternate account on Instagram and I checked it out, and that guy is fucking crazy.
I know, I love Owen. Did you reach out to his Instagram?
I didn't yet.
I need you to send Owen. I need you to send Owen Benjamin a message that we want him on the Tuesday show.
Okay.
And then I got an email this morning from none other than Eric Nagel, E-Rock of Compound Media.
How'd that happen?
I hope it's the real him. It's, I don't know, fuck it. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know why anyone would pretend to be E-Rock. I don't know why. I don't know why anybody would create an email pretending to be Eric Nagel. But he was the former producer of the Opie and Anthony show. Mm-hmm. And now he works with Ant over at Compound Media. And he emailed me to say that he really enjoyed my appearance on Who Are These Podcasts.
Well, that sounds legit.
That's a really fucking nice thing to do. Mm-hmm. To just reach out to a stranger and go, hey, I saw you on this podcast. I thought you did a great job. So I said, oh, wow, great. Well, I'm a big fan of yours for many, many years. If you want to come on the little interview show we do, I'd love that. And if you want to talk to Anthony about doing it also, I know Anthony's a big Who Are These Podcast fan, and he saw the episode that Danny and I did with Carl, so it would be great to have those two on. But it was just that was just a really nice guy move.
Yeah, of course it is. That's really nice.
Yeah, to just send a stranger an email and go, hey, really enjoyed you on this show.
I can definitely get in touch with Owen. But the whole point about the Andrew Tate stuff is he's not even alleging things about him anymore. He's just straight up saying really nasty things that Andrew Tate has supposedly done. And
really?
I don't feel comfortable even announcing them on this show.
Is it like the sex trafficking
females,
accusations?
Really nasty.
You can bring that up on the show. It's pretty well known that Andrew Tate, admittedly, I mean, he moved from the UK to Romania because of their looser laws on sexual stuff. He said that himself. What did Owen have to say about Andrew Tate? I'm excited.
Give me a second.
Just take it easy. It's early yet. Nobody's here. You'll be fine.
This is bad. I read for a while, so I don't know. I don't remember where
Does Owen post a lot on Instagram?
Oh my God, yes.
I love Owen.
Okay, yeah, 16 hours ago, this was his first post. 16 hours ago. He's posted like 10 times since then.
Okay.
So
all right.
it's a lot.
All right. I'm excited to hear the Owen Benjamin Andrew Tate stuff.
I wish I had a little bit more heads up that I was going to have to say it.
Do it now. Do it now.
It was basically that he was aggressive with women.
That's not a new accusation though.
He gave specifics. He just posts too much. I don't know where it is. I can maybe have this for you tomorrow.
All right, have it for me tomorrow.
It's really ugly though.
Andrew Tate predicted rapper P&B Rock's death, or as we call him on this show affectionately, PB&J. Shot at a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, which is the most ghetto rap guy murder I've ever heard of in my life. What Waffle House was closed for repairs?
At least he got a good meal before he died.
Yeah, I got to have some chicken and waffles before he died.
I'd go for that.
A rapper gets shot in a neighborhood dispute at a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. I don't think there's been a more offensive assassination stereotype-wise in the history of hip-hop.
Somebody literally planned that because they wanted to prove stereotypes.
Yeah, I know. It was a murder that was like, hey, we got to enforce really insensitive racial stereotypes. So why don't we pop this rapper due to a neighborhood beef we've got with him at the Roscoe's Chicken and Waffle restaurant?
That they could have offed him anywhere else if they were already planning on it, but they chose that specifically.
Wait until he's literally taking a bite of fried chicken with syrup on it. That
is evil, though. You know how good that shit is?
I've always wanted chicken and waffles.
Oh,
I've never had it.
so good.
I've never had it. And now I think I'm going to take a break. I don't think I'm going to.
Let's just not go sit there publicly.
I'll break out in bullets eating chicken and waffles. But let's see if Andrew Tate really did predict P&B Rock's death. Sometimes. Or maybe he was just saying that PB&J Otter was going to be canceled. I don't know. All right, let's watch the kickboxer guy.
Sometimes. I give a million different examples, but if I go on a date with a girl in a restaurant, the first thing she wants to do is put on Instagram instantly. Oh, like, no, whoa. You can't, we're here now. Like, you can't be putting that we're on in this restaurant with the napkin and that's how they kill Pop Smoke. Like, calm down.
Well, all right. I mean, he's not wrong. The whole accusation is that P&B Rock's girl got him killed.
Because she posted?
She was posting that they were at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and now all of a sudden all these people are like, oh, I really wanted to kill this motherfucker for a long time. Apparently he's having some chicken. Why don't we shoot him in the face like he's Tony Soprano?
That is smart, though. Like, if his enemies know that she's just a whore for the Instagram posts and stuff,
just follow her on Instagram.
Just follow her, and then, you know exactly where he's at.
But it doesn't consider their mind there's a threat, or that many women don't accept that there are groups of men right now sitting in rooms, scrolling social media, looking for someone to get. Looking for someone to get. They're just sitting there, 10 brothers from fuck knows where, sitting there just going, that was 10 minutes ago, this tag. Oh, Mr. Bugatti.
Yeah, Tate's in Miami at the club right now.
It's real. This doesn't
10 brothers.
Now, does he mean biologically or?
Yeah, he just means 10 guys. Like, it's a big Irish family. 10 people who are related to each other.
Catholics.
Yeah, Irish Catholics. So they're just sitting around. They're going, hi, mate. Oh, it looks like he's sitting there in the Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. He is. That's what he's talking about.
Gotta round up all my brothers and get there.
Yeah, he's just, I have to round up all my siblings and I have to talk to them about killing this P&B rock fella at a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles where I'm clearly welcome. That's what they mean.
Okay, this is where I hate headlines like that. Like, oh, he predicted that one. Like, he didn't really predict that specific death.
No,
but
of course
he did
not.
have the right idea.
But he had the right idea. Yeah, put your fucking phone away and don't tell people that I'm here. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Or like people that have to put their entire life on Snapchat.
Yeah. Hey, look where we are.
Oh, look, we're not home right now. Then the house gets,
Look where I am with the guy who gets death threats every day on social media. Cool, right?
Yeah, it's probably not smart.
Dennis Gerard becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you very much, Dennis. 370 away from today's goal. Thanks a million. We knock out today's goal. We can, I guess we can get to work on tomorrow's, which because of Wednesday is going to be a bit egregious.
Pretty cool.
Citizen Vulgar says, Owen is fucking crazy, but I love him. That's how I feel about Owen, too.
Oh, yeah. I got like balls deep into that Instagram page of his yesterday, and that guy says the most wild shit, and I'm just sitting there reading it like, I don't know how he gets away with it, but it's cool that he does.
There is something remarkably endearing about Owen Benjamin. I've said this before.
He says it with like such confidence too, and like no like sense of like caution at all.
I know. He's like, guys, they're all pedophiles. Like,
He
whoa.
totally says that.
They all fuck children. You're like, Jesus, Owen. And nobody sues him because they're like, I got to prove to That's just it. When a crazy guy like that says shit like that about you, if you sue him, that means you're going, I'm really concerned with what Owen Benjamin thinks, and I have to prove him wrong.
Right, and that doesn't seem like a good move in case he's right.
Because even if you sue Owen Benjamin, you now have to let Owen Benjamin have his day in court and talk about you.
And he'll say all the things and then some.
I think there's probably dead kids in his basement. It's like, Jesus, Owen.
I think part of what I read yesterday was like he had locked a couple women. Okay.
This is what he's saying about Andrew Tate.
Yes, this is what Owen Benjamin was saying about Andrew Tate on his Instagram page, okay? He was saying there was, at one point there was a rescue mission for an American woman and a foreign woman. I forget which country, but they were like locked in some like room in a basement or something of his that he just kind of kept there to do with what he wanted, but he like locked them there.
Owen's not the first person I've heard say that.
I was just reading this shit though, and I was like, wow, like he wasn't even saying allegedly or any of that stuff. He's just straight up, no, he's
Owen ripped allegedly out of the dictionary years ago.
Right. Here though, I feel like we have to say that because I have no proof that these things have occurred.
I'm going the Owen Benjamin route. I'm kidding. You want to buy a plot of land and do some scalping?
I'd love a plot of land.
Dub says, get Owen before Mersh. I'd take either of them as a Tuesday guest. Are you kidding me?
Are Owen and Mersh, like, comparable?
Well, no, but he's just saying that's the order he wants.
Okay.
Tree falls in the forest and no one was there. Does it make a sound, says Michael. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Thank you, Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, for becoming a member. And Elias with $5 super chat. He says, now that I'm up at 4 a.m., this is the show I look forward to. Wow, nice. Thanks, buddy. And you guys are trucking on that goal, man. Thanks 360 away from the goal. I'm just continuing on with the chat. We fell behind during that... Invisible J says, good morning, April, and low T Jim Cornette. I don't want to be low T Jim Cornette. I want to be high T Jim Cornette. Aww. It's not the Jim Cornette part that bothers me. Motherfucker, you're exposing the goddamn business.
Why don't you tell him about it?
Yeah, you piece of shit. Dub says, I mean, before Mersh gets him. Oh, you're saying, well, I don't care if I interview Owen before or after Mersh, you know.
It's going to be different here either way.
Yeah, not all my girls need to be virgins, you know. They can have taken a few dicks. In fact, sometimes if they've taken a few dicks, they're ready to take yours. They're not so nervous because they've been a filthy whore their entire life, haven't they, April? A dirty slut. That all she does is fuck dudes all the time. I'm just kidding.
I'm feeling a bit exposed.
April was not that way. She was a virgin, at least in her ass. Joking about that too. 360 away from today's goal. 360 away. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Of course, super chats and memberships count as well. Thank you. All right, let's. People are wondering what Owen's Instagram is.
They put it in the chat before, so it's probably okay to say it, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Bard King 777, like BARD King _777.
There you go. Nancy Pelosi had herself an embarrassing Jeb Bush, please clap moment yesterday. I love this. We've talked about this yesterday and today now, that Joe Biden decided he was going to do a victory lap on the Inflation Prevention Act or whatever it's called that has done absolutely nothing to prevent inflation. The Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you. Yep. He decided to have a celebration in the Rose Garden of the White House. He invited James Taylor out to sing, which, by the way, seems like more of a punishment than a celebration.
That is weird, isn't it?
Hey, I got the most powerful man in the world. I got the guy who sings Fire and Rain. Really? Like Cat Stevens was busy? Like how... You got the third best folk singer of his era to sing shitty songs while you sell. But boy, how do we get price inflation for everything we have to buy, but we get entertainment deflation for your live events?
Well, they can't afford it. They can't afford anything better.
I guess not. Maybe the inflation has hit band booking as well.
I think so.
So you have James Taylor out at the Rose Garden. Joe Biden and company are celebrating the Inflation Reduction Act. And what happens? The inflation numbers get announced, and it's 8.3% year over year. So inflation still climbing at a crazy high rate. They were actually thinking that inflation was going to fall this time around because the gas prices have been going down.
Oh, really? That's the end all?
Well, the problem with that is the inflation to the stores for the gas prices going up are just starting to hit now because those goods are now being transferred on those gas prices. Yes. They were still living on the old product for the last few months. Now it's starting to hit. So yeah, you may be paying less for gas, but you're paying, I think they said groceries went up like 13 to 16% year over year.
Oh yeah. I've said it multiple times now. Groceries or just goods that you might need in general. I've stopped buying some things.
Yeah.
I just have because I refuse to pay that much for it.
And, sorry, but, saying gas prices are down, going from $4.50 to $3.50 when it used to be $2 is not exactly, the godsend that people think it is.
No, it's...
For regular people. Yeah, I don't...
Not good.
I don't think that's it. So while they're doing that, and Jeep ZJ is right, gas is creeping back up. It absolutely is on the way back up.
In a weird way, I've kind of stopped looking because it always sucks no matter what.
It's never good.
I just kind of figure, you know what? I know that I need this tank of gas right now. I'm just not going to look.
I mean, I guess the only thing we can say, and we'll talk about this later today, is that Ukraine's starting to kick the shit out of Russia now and pushing them back. Like they've kicked them out of Kharkiv and other places.
Yeah.
So maybe things will stabilize. But then again, if Russia totally collapses due to the Ukraine war and Putin's kicked out of office and there's this power struggle, that might not be good for oil either.
That's going to be wild.
I mean, they're talking about getting rid of him. I mean, we're going to talk about it later today, but Putin's limousine was hit by a loud bang in a possible attack yesterday. He escaped just fine, but it's getting...
That's getting dicey. That's super close.
It's getting really hairy over in Russia. They want Putin out of there. Well, because he invaded Ukraine, and they're like, all right, good. At least we'll take care of this fucking problem. And now it got bogged down, and now Ukraine's starting to push him back, and it's bad, man. It's not looking good for them.
I'm sure that a lot of Russians didn't care to have that war.
Right. Like, what do we gain from, fighting Ukraine?
Oh, cool. Let's get in a long-ass war with Ukraine. The problem is that everyone, including us here in the United States, kind of thought it would be over immediately.
Right. They were telling us, if Russia invades Ukraine, it's going to take 6 weeks, and they're going to kick the shit out of them. And then we just flooded Ukraine with a shitload of weapons and kind of used them as allegedly a money laundering racket.
And ironically, we're, prolonging the whole thing.
Yeah. Balls Deep says the Donbass has mainland support. Yeah, the Donbass has Russian support. So they might, I don't know, they might be able to, Russia might be able to keep the Donbass, but I don't know. I mean, it's not looking good. They've given up 1,000 square miles of land, the Russians have, in the last couple of weeks. Balls Deep, Ryobi says Putin was greeted as liberators. Yeah, I always heard that it was 50-50 in Donbass. I could be wrong. Curly Adams says, too bad our leaders don't get taken out for invading other countries for natural resources.
Oh, jeez.
Paul Palmer says there's thousands of U.S. troops in Ukraine. Don't fool yourself. The CIA might have some people in there, perhaps.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah. Well, they had this event in the Rose Garden talking about inflation, and then as they're celebrating and sucking their own dicks about inflation, about their Inflation Prevention Act, the inflation numbers come out and they're record highs. They're still way, way the fuck up there. So even the news organizations were pulling away from the coverage and going, yeah, this seems kind of fucked up that we're showing this to you, that these people are celebrating while you just found out, the economy's going to take another shit.
Because in breaking news, look at these new numbers coming out. You know how they just cut away from whatever thing they're broadcasting at the moment to do a breaking news segment? That's not gonna, that's not gonna look good.
Well, and then, they still will not call it a recession. They still refuse to call. Yeah, they still refuse to call what we're going through a recession. And I think it's living proof that you don't really have to call something a recession. A recession is basically how people are feeling. And people right now are feeling like they're in the middle of a recession.
I think largely a lot of labels don't matter. It's kind of just what is reality.
I don't know how many more studies need to come out that show that people are using their credit cards to buy fucking groceries at this point.
It's gross.
That people are going into Hawk and paying interest just so they can feed themselves. I don't think we need too many more of those stories to go, all right, you guys may not want to call this a recession, but it feels rather recession-y.
I've really, between, gas prices and groceries and shit, I've never utilized, rewards programs.
Right.
More than I have in the last half a year. The shit at Coburn's. And ironically, guys, you can get, a shitload off of gas when you do that, too.
April's sitting there, punching in her rewards number at the gas pump and like an addict going, I wonder what they're going to give me.
I make Aaron do my phone number, too, so that we always just have rewards. And I'll get, 21 cents off a gallon now.
It's pretty rough.
So,
Roachbait says they had an inflation party. That fixed everything, guys. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Rupert, for the $4.99 super chat. He says, yeah, because flooding a country with weapons to stop the Russians has worked so well in the past. Actually, no, it worked great in Afghanistan. And then we got 9/11. So
think about this, though. The fact that you're even at a point where you feel like you have to have an inflation party.
Yeah, that's not good.
When you're at a point where you're celebrating something you're trying to pass about inflation, that's probably not okay.
Yeah. Hey, look, the country didn't burn to the ground. Aren't we doing a great job? Yeah, I remember what it was like before COVID. The country was in dog shit shape. I could afford everything. Dude, everyone else was doing great.
Things were great.
Those were the days. H says, well, then what's the purpose of an Inflation Reduction Act they just passed? A lot of people are asking that. They asked the press secretary that yesterday.
Oh, and how'd she answer?
She stuttered and stammered and then talked about climate change.
Somehow weaseled her way into clean energy topics.
Yes. Invisible J says, no, a recession is 2 fiscal quarters of no new or negative growth. Yes, we know what the definition is. They went and changed it once they hit that definition. Mm-hmm. Once what they were doing became that, they just said, nah, you know what? Fuck it. It doesn't mean that anymore.
Kind of like how the definition of vaccines were changed when they didn't operate the same as they always have.
Vaccine changed. What was the other one? The one where you send funding. Gain of function research. They changed the definition of gain of function.
There was one more.
Vaccine, recession, gain of function. They've changed a lot of them.
It is really just kind of a time we're in where it's like, oh, the thing's not really fitting what we want it to be, so let us change the definition of it, then it'll feel better.
Yeah. So while they were there, Nancy Pelosi gave a speech, and apparently the people who gathered at the Rose Garden for this party weren't in a celebratory mood either, because Nancy Pelosi had herself a Jeb Bush moment.
Mr. President,
tear down this wall. Sorry.
Thank you for unifying and inspiring a vision of a stronger, fairer, safer future for all.
Did she say I'm more united? Isn't this the guy who just said about 40% of the country are enemies of the state?
Right. Never heard more division being caused.
Right.
Ever.
I mean, thank you, Mr. President, for uniting this country. I think the people who voted for the other guy are terrorists. Wow, that's
They're an enemy of the state.
That's interesting because I voted for that guy with my nose held this last. Oh wait, no, I voted for the Libertarian candidate.
I voted for him twice.
I voted for him the first time, and I voted with my nose held.
I will say the second time I voted for him, it is because he was running against Biden.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Fair, safer future for all, for our children. Your extraordinary leadership has made this glorious day possible.
Okay, that I agree with.
This glorious day, though.
Joe Biden's leadership has absolutely made this day possible.
That's true.
Her and look, I agree with Nancy Pelosi 100%. What happened this day is 100% because of Joe Biden. That's the fucked up part, too, is they sit there, though, this glorious day is all because of you. And then on the same glorious day, they go, 8.3% inflation. And they're like, well, that's not Joe Biden's fault. Wait, I thought you said it was all him.
I bet Biden will be touted in the history books as a fucking hero. I bet he will.
The history books, yes, written by N. Pelosi.
I don't know. She better be getting on that, like, on the daily basis.
She gave him a favorable review.
I don't know how much time she's got.
Has made this glorious day possible. That's an applause line.
Dude, it is always fucking embarrassing when you have to do that. That's the Jeb Bush, please clap. Oh, and by the way, fuck everybody who clapped also. You brainless zombies.
Right.
You listened to her say it the first time and you went, okay, cool. That's great. The gas was a bitch getting here. And then she goes, oh no, you guys, this is where you clap. And like, okay, all right. Stick to your guns.
They're going to pay 3 times as much as they used to for their shitty cafeteria lunch after this.
Yeah, right?
It's gross.
Their little boxed lunch, their paper box that they're going to eat a little shitty ham sandwich in.
Have you been to the U.S. Capitol before?
No.
I've eaten at their food court before. It's basically
Delicious.
like going to school lunch.
Oh, God.
It's pretty bad.
By the way, I just want to point out the party that says diversity is our strength.
Oh.
Just saying.
That's true.
I'm just saying, if diversity is our strength, why does this gathering look so weak? Does not look very diverse, if you ask me.
They must be sitting just off camera.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They just kept all the blacks out of the scene because
in their own section.
I guess so. Yeah. They just wanted to make them feel safe. Let's play the. This is the Jeb Bush one from the 2016 election when he was
Bush
had an even worse one.
He's having a really bad campaign. Look at this campaign moment. This is in Hanover on Tuesday. Look at this.
I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
So cringy. It's
never good.
It feels like a really shitty open micer standing up there like, guys, laugh. That was funny. You're not getting the joke.
The people who control me will kill me if you don't clap. How did I end up becoming the shitty Bush brother?
All right.
Oh, man. You know what? I'll take Billy over Jeb. I mean, if we're being completely honest with one another, I'll take Billy Bush.
I don't want any of them at this point.
Elias says, with $2, says, how is the tooth today?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for asking, first of all. I'm starting to feel sensitivity with I can't feel, like if I put water on it right now, I can't feel a fucking thing.
Okay.
No. That's fine. But like pushing on it, touching the side of the tooth and everything else, that hurts. Because it was just drilled on for an hour.
You have 4 canaled roots at this point.
Yeah, I've definitely probably got some inflammation going on.
That tooth really got some action.
That tooth got drilled and pounded. Tooth gets drilled and pounded while assistant watches. That's the Pornhub title.
Oh my God.
Of my root canal, yeah.
That is crazy. That does work.
So it's it's a little sore today, but they said for the next 5 days or so.
You just chew on the other side of your mouth.
That's all I've been doing. But the problem is that I've got a tooth over on that side that's very sensitive to sweetness.
Christ.
Yeah, it's very sensitive to the sweet. Always has been.
Stop eating sugar.
Well, I have. I'm not eating any sugar, but you brought home those peanut butter and chocolate things, and when I chew those on the left side, I go, ow, fuck.
When I go to Von Hansen's, they make the best, what are they called? Like Special K-Bar bites I've ever had. I have to get them. No.
Oh, special. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, not that.
I didn't know.
I'm not a ketamine fiend.
Oh, really? Well, this relationship's over. What the fuck are you here for then?
I'll see you later.
Roachbait says lemon oil helps. Yeah, so does taking a shitload of drugs. So,
Aaron, you must be new. Aaron is so anti-holistic anything.
Well, because, no offense, it's a bunch of horse shit. Like, there's a reason.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Look, there's a reason that we have this really cool over-the-counter shit.
Western medicine.
It fucking works,
yes.
All right? I take an Advil, an hour later, the shit that hurt doesn't hurt for a while.
Advil's fantastic.
All right? I rub peppermint oil on it. I just have a spicy mouth and it hurts again. So no.
A spicy mouth?
Yeah.
From lemon oil?
No, I said peppermint oil.
Oh.
I was doing a different thing.
Peppermint, I will say, does feel good on sore muscles.
Look, man, oxys get abused and used all the time because they're really fucking effective. Yep. Hey, does this thing hurt really bad? Here, take some of this. It goes away.
I will say the only thing that holistic people have right is that it's a lot healthier for your body, for sure. But I won't say that it does the job.
Great. It's healthier for me, but I still hurt like hell. Great. Awesome. Cool. Why don't you go tap that tree for some sap and then rub it on my nutsack, you fucking goof.
Every time we get to this conversation, I think of the, it's Rob Schneider in Grown Ups where he wants to put like a corn maze poultice on everything and he thinks it's going to help you.
Yeah,
right?
no, fuck you. Give me some drugs.
Oh, I just got an arrow through my body. Let's put some maze on.
Yeah, no, you know what? Let's take the most heavy duty opioids we can. And if you can't stay alive taking your opioids, then you need to start reading the bottle better.
I've got something good for you upstairs that should help later.
Mob Tech says, yeah, drink a gallon of stinging nettle tea and enjoy your liver and kidney failure. Exactly.
Yeah, there's kava root too that people drink in the tea for like stress relief. That shit's bad on your liver too.
Give me some kava root.
Watch out.
To help my tooth. You know what else they have? These little gels that you rub them on and it numbs your entire fucking head and it's great.
Oragel right there. Do you want some?
It doesn't hurt. No, It only hurts like if I brush it. You're only like if I touch the inflamed areas of where I was just drilled on 2 days ago, then that hurts. But if I put water on it, or I even think chewing isn't so bad, but it's still going to be a little sensitive.
So what does your tooth look like after like a root canal? Is it just, do you have like four, like where the four roots just filled in like a huge cavity now, or is the whole tooth capped?
They give you a filling, and I got to bring something in because you're going to have to handle this because I'm terrible at it. I have to call the other dentist that sent me there, the one I like so much. And they have to put a permanent filling in. They have to take out the temp.
No.
And they go, I have to. It's part of you can't. The place I went to is referral only. You got to go back to the place that referred you and get that done.
Why did they put in a temporary one? Why wouldn't it just
Because the tooth in the area is all swollen and inflamed. They have to fit, when the swelling goes down, they have to fit me for a permanent one. They actually said they might have to crown it. But we're boring the shit out of people now because this is not fucking interesting. So I don't give a shit. Let's continue on. We're an hour into the show already. 3:55 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. PayPal link right there in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. It's also pinned to the top of the page if you want to check it out there. If you haven't thrown in $10 this month, we do recommend it highly if you're a big fan of the show. $5 to $10 a month keeps us in business.
Yes.
BetUS.com. If you guys are looking to bet on some football, if you're looking to have a little fun with the Canelo Triple G fight this weekend, or any UFC fight or football game or college football or baseball's in the pennant race now, go to BetUS.com. Click that link right there. BetUS.com, promo code SteelToe, and you'll get yourself a 125% bonus on your first deposit, and it helps this show as well. So say you put $200 in, you're going to get $250 in free play money. You get to use that money to make free bets, and the winnings go right into your cash account so you can start ahead. They also have blackjack, poker. When I'm on BetUS, that's usually what I'm doing. I'm usually playing blackjack.
Blackjack's pretty fun.
I'll throw in a bunch of fights, a bunch of bets on fights, but usually I'm playing blackjack over there. Ron Finger says, go Cardinals. I think Albert just might hit 700. I'll be very honest. Baseball, I'm really starting to get turned off of.
Why?
It's just they're doing that stupid analytics shit, that stupid sabermetric shit that's ruined the game. It doesn't help. It doesn't make for better baseball. Our manager is a fucking sabermetrics nut for Minnesota. You know, we had a pitcher in the 7th inning who had a no-hitter going, and our manager pulled him.
Are you serious?
I want to keep him fresh for later games. Motherfucker, there's 2 or 3 weeks left in the season. There are no saving him for future games.
I must be out of touch with baseball.
Major League Baseball is trying so hard to save that fucking sport from the nerds and dorks that have taken it over with their, technically when it's light out and he's batting from the left side against the right-hander, he gets on base 320 when there's another person on third. So don't let him swing away. Let him take pitches. Right, because who wants to drive the go-ahead run in, right? Fuck it, draw a walk. It's so goddamn stupid. So they did this thing where teams started shifting all of their infielders to one side if a guy came to the plate who was a pull hitter. If he pulled 90% of the time, instead of letting him get a hit to the right side of the infield, they'd move the shortstop over to where the second baseman is, the third baseman over second base. It's so fucking stupid. It's no fun. So Major League Baseball starting next year banned that.
Okay.
It's like it would be the equivalent of if football was like, we're going to let everybody just line up on the left as a wide receiver. You'd get a penalty for that. That's an illegal formation.
Yes.
So now baseball is going to have basically an illegal formation penalty. And I like that. I like getting rid of the shift. That shift is so goddamn dumb.
I think our team's been winning at least.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
I think the Twins have been getting the shit kicked out of them. Yeah.
I feel like I get more...
No, the White Sox just pulled ahead of us in the standings.
I feel like I get more notifications that we've won than anything.
No, we're only 1 game above 500. We're 5 games out of first. We're 4-6 in our last 10. We're not making the playoffs this year.
Never mind.
How many games we got left? We got to make up 5 games. Yeah, we just got swept by the Guardians, which is the team that we have to beat in order to win the division. So here's what you got. We won our last 2 against the Royals. If we sweep the Royals today, then you got 3 games in... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5-game series with the Guardians.
Who just swept us.
So here's what you can do. If you beat the Royals and the Guardians lose, you're 4 games back. Then you can sweep the Guardians this weekend, and then you can be in first place again.
Got it.
There. How's that? Yeah, we get the White Sox, the Tigers, the White Sox. We get to play against our own division, and our own division is dog shit, so at least there's that. How are the Angels doing this year? They suck. We get to play them soon. I mean, we could go on a run, but we just play in such a shitty division that's the only reason we're still even halfway in this thing. All right. Ron Finger says you can always be Card fans. How many home runs I forgot Albert Pujols is still playing. Albert Pujols home run total. What's he at now? Oh, he's got 18 this year. I mean, all time, you fuck. He's 42 years old. He was one of my favorite players. The 42-year-old Pujols rejoined the Cardinals this season, and it's more than a farewell tour. He has been very productive platoon batting. And in August, he went deep 7 times in a 10-game span to make 700 homers a real possibility.
Wow.
On August 30th, Pujols took lefty Ross Detweiler deep for his 694th career home run.
That's impressive.
All time. He's at 697 right now.
So he'll get
Oh,
there.
that's super exciting. Not many people have 700. What is it? Doesn't Bonds hold the record with 762? So it would be Barry Bonds, who did it with roids. Barry Bonds, Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth, and Albert Pujols would be the only people to have 700 home runs. A-Rod got 697, but again, that's with roids and shit.
Yep.
I don't know if Pujols ever did steroids. I don't think he ever got accused, did he? Or did he serve a suspension for that? Either way, 700, if he hits that this year, God, it's hard not to come back and try to pass Babe Ruth, huh? When you're 14 away.
I guess, but also quit while you had a really great year, right?
I suppose. Yeah, maybe.
Get out on top.
Well, now Ron Finger has me excited. I really hope he does hit his 700th home run. Andrew with $10 on PayPal says, always a great show. Oh, thanks, buddy. We appreciate that level of support. Now I gotta get my PayPal thing back up there. What are we at? 345, 340 after Elias with $5 says, everyone take their shot of turpentine today. Yeah, that's another thing. Owen has mentioned drinking turpentine.
Why? What was his point?
He'll try anything once. Yeah. I mean, why not? What are you?
What a weirdo.
Fucking turpentine hater. Anyway, betus.com. Use the promo code SteelToe when you sign up. Revan says, they had me on benzos to control my panic attacks caused by the accident. A mood stabilizer, too. Here's the thing about mood stabilizers. You cannot come ever.
Yeah, anything that affects your mental state really does, it wreaks havoc on your libido and your ability to, finish sexually.
Really? So you take antidepressants. Mm-hmm. You're not depressed anymore, but you can't fuck. So now you're depressed because you can't fuck.
Right. It's not good.
Doesn't sound good. Let's go to North Dakota. People might say, why? That sounds terrible.
What's in North Dakota?
I want to go to North Dakota for our next story because this just seems like this is the story that people who have never been to North Dakota, this is a story that makes them this is what they think North Dakota is. This is a stereotype affirming story.
Got it.
A woman walked into a North Dakota bar. Sounds like the beginning of a joke.
Yeah,
it is funny, but it's really happened.
It sounds about right, though.
A woman walked into a North Dakota bar carrying a raccoon, leading health officials to warn those who had contact with the animal about possible rabies exposure. So now they have a rabies alert in Maddox, North Dakota, in case you came in contact with the woman who brought the raccoon into the bar. Again, this is a story that people from New York City read and they go, oh, that's what everybody does in North Dakota.
Right. This is small town USA shit. And they're like, this is why I'm in here.
Bartender Cindy Smith said she was serving drinks at the Maddox bar last week when a local resident brought in the animal during happy hour. There were about 10 people in the saloon at the time. See, this says a lot about me. I hear about this, and minus the woman bringing in the raccoon, I really want to go to this bar. Middle of the day, 10 people in a saloon. That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, but why go to that bar, specifically?
Because it sounds like a shithole.
We got shitholes.
I like shitholes. I don't like hip, nice bars that got the lights and the everything.
Nope.
Oh, fuck you with your... I want to go to a place that's got a lot of wood.
We've got
that's not gay. Not gay. I want to go to a place where not necessarily a woman's bringing a raccoon into the bar, but I feel like a woman could bring a raccoon into a bar at any time.
I could give you a couple.
That's where I want to be. That's the kind of bar I like. I like a bar where I can get a table, I can get a seat at the bar.
And get rabies, too.
I can get some rabies. I can see a guy use a spittoon. And, yeah.
You go, girl.
That's where I want to be. Smith said, I wanted to go back to Hogs and Heifers when we were in Las Vegas. I was like, oh, it was fun being shit-faced, hammered, and pulling my tits out at noon. I like that kind of joint.
I think that's only fun for a while.
Yeah, there's no judgment with something like that.
I think you very much leave that place while things are still good.
Thank you very much to D-Luke for the $10 on PayPal. Appreciate that. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to throw a welcome out there for a very lucky person. Mandy just became a VIP member to the Steel Toe Show. Thank you to Mandy. Wow. Very cool. Mandy with $250. $100 of that will go towards ordering all of her new clothes that she's going to be getting. The hoodie, the 3 T-shirts, the stickers. She's now entered in a $100 drawing at the end of every month. Mandy has become a Steel Toe VIP. When we get new merch, which I'm hoping to do, we've turned the corner here on YouTube, and in not too long here, we'll maybe be able to come out with a new merch item. Probably hats. People have wanted hats for a long time.
Yep.
Hats might be the next one.
That'll be a spendy one, but so cool.
Mandy, there you go. There's the email in the chat if you'd like to send in your information. Everybody, congratulations to Mandy for becoming a VIP, and that's going to knock our goal all the way down to $180 today. Thank you very much, Mandy. That is remarkably generous of you. All right, let's continue on here. We've got so the rabies thing. I hope you didn't have too much to do with the rabies thing. I hope you didn't have too much commentary. I was moving on.
Oh, you just wanted a quick blip?
I just wanted to tell people, like, look, sometimes you think something about a place, and that place does not disappoint.
That fits the stereotype. I mean, even where I came from, I know some people that really are big on like, oh, they find an abandoned baby animal, or you think they are. First of all, the parents have to leave for a little bit to get food. They're not always abandoned, so then you're actually robbing them of their kids.
Okay.
But they'll take in like a baby raccoon or a baby deer and just, oh, this is mine now.
You know too much about raccoons, baby.
They hiss at you when you take the garbage out.
They are fucking assholes. People who aren't from like rural areas, they think that like, oh, raccoons, they're so cute. They're like little puppies. They're assholes. Deer are assholes. Raccoons are assholes. You should never feel bad if you kill one of those. They're such pricks.
I like deer and I shoot them at the same time. Like, I think they're an awesome, versatile animal.
You've got a weird relationship with the deer.
I just think all deer should have to stay off the roads.
I have some information for you. Your hunt is in our hunt is in a little bit of danger tomorrow.
I do know that it's going to be hot, so it's not likely to produce any animals wandering about.
Now that's during the day it's going to be hot, and then at night it's going to be rainy. Although it did go from 60% to 43%.
Are you checking for the town?
No, I'm checking here.
Yeah.
It's meth, April, you dummy, they're saying.
That is true. My hometown is riddled with meth.
You do have a meth problem over there.
Yes.
And then April will tell me sometime, oh, man, I miss that place. I'm like, well, let's just, you know what fixes you?
I wasn't in the meth circles.
You know what fixes you missing Litchfield? Spending a good amount of time in Litchfield.
That's true.
You know, Litchfield is the Alex Stein of towns. A little bit goes a long way. And then you drive down their main street and you go, these fucking people are stupid.
When I moved out of Litchfield in 2014, I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
Right. And then every once in a while, April's like, oh, I really want to go back there.
I miss the simplicity of things.
And then you go there for a day and you're like, oh, shit, that's right. There, I lived in Litchfield for 7 years. I can attest. I don't care how much she ever misses it. One thing I always remember about that place, there is nothing to fucking do in that entire town.
It does help if you have like an outdoor space to be in and you have things to do there.
That runs thin after a little bit. I'm not ready to be a 70-year-old person who sits on a fucking porch all the time. No, thank you. I need to go do shit. And Litchfield has nothing to do. Although Mob Tech says, hence the meth.
That's true. It does make everything more exciting.
Everything's more exciting when you throw a little Drano on top of it, right?
Little rat poison.
Little rat poison and some battery acid and some acetone. Oh, boy.
A little Sudafed.
Small town Saturday night. You know what? They should have him do an update of that song.
Got to do a bump in the middle.
You got to have some meth and some... I watched that like on Breaking Bad when they snort the meth. I'm like, don't those shards cut the shit out of your septum and your
it's not good.
Nasal tract and everything else? Don't snort that shit.
It is not good, my friend.
I mean, don't do it at all, but...
Yeah, which one's worse for your body, technically? Snorting it, shooting it, or smoking it?
You know what the worst part about doing meth is?
What?
Having to admit you can't afford cocaine.
Maybe you don't want it.
Look, man, if you want meth over cocaine, your life's fucked, okay? Bumbaclo says, going to get Artie Langnos. Exactly. That's what I keep thinking. You're going to get Artie Langnos. And I'm like, oh, God. You ever watch them snort the meth on Breaking Bad and you can feel it?
Yes.
You're like, oh, those little rattly shards hitting your nose. Fuck me to death.
Do you know what I imagine that feels like? Have you ever been putting fiberglass stakes down in your garden
in my dick hole? Yes, all the time.
And you get one of the fiberglass shards in your hand. You can't fucking see it, but it hurts so bad.
You know what I've done before? Ugh. I grabbed the plow, hit one of those fiberglass sticks, and cracked it, and I picked it up with my bare hands and moved it, and I just had that fiberglass burn right around here.
It doesn't go away.
Finally, you know what I did? I bit the bullet. Hand off. No, I bit the bullet. I got a hot water rag, and I just went like that really fast. It hurt.
So you shove them back in?
No. It hurt like a motherfucker, but I was able to scrape them off basically, and it went away.
For me, I will sit and tediously pick at them with a tweezers, or I think there's maybe some things where you could bubble it out of your skin with certain things. It's just a bad thing all around. I will never handle fiberglass with bare hands again.
Fiberglass can suck my dick. And remember, I said that's my official statement on fiberglass.
That might not feel good, bud.
No, you're probably right. It was a euphemism. I have a new favorite person, April. My new favorite person, if I could get it to come up on my screen here.
No buts.
I believe her name is it Foxy Cokehead or Nosy Cokehead? Either one. She's, Bad Baby's in the news. That's fun. I'm sure she's not talking like a fucking idiot. There is a woman being sued by Nicki Minaj, and I've never heard of her before.
Okay.
Her name is, I believe, Foxy Cokehead or Nosy Cokehead or something like that. I can't find the story anymore. I clicked the link and it didn't open.
Way to be prepared.
And now
Aaron.
I can't find the thing on
just search for it.
TMZ anymore. I'm going to in just
I've watched you scroll through some wild TMZ stories.
I know. We're going to do the Britney Spears thing in a little bit too.
I watched that video on Instagram.
Yeah, she's a fucking problem.
Do you want to know what I did after I watched that video?
What's that?
I finally unfollowed her.
Oh, did you?
I can't do it anymore. She's so fucking obnoxious. I can't do it with Britney Spears. She's awful.
Here we go. Where's the... Yeah, see, that's the link. That's the story I had. Nosy Ho, not Nosy Cokehead. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with my...
Nosy Ho.
Fuck is my problem. All right, her name is Nosy Ho, but she spells it Nosy, Nosey, Heaux. She's Nosy Ho. She's a blogger that Nicki Minaj is suing right now.
Why?
Because Nosy Ho called Nicki Minaj a cokehead. Now, you know how we say on this show all the time that if you're going to talk shit about a famous person or a celebrity, the word allegedly is really important?
Yes, it is.
You can't say it as a definitive statement. You have to cover your ass with, I think, or this is just my opinion, or something like that. You can't sit there and go, so-and-so does a shitload of blow. You can't Owen Benjamin it, you know?
No.
Owen lives his life on a razor's edge. Like, he could be sued at any moment, but people don't want to deal with crazy Owen.
So, yeah, right, they don't.
So they just let a sleeping dog lie. Well, Nicki Minaj saw this blogger called Nosy Ho and accused Nicki Minaj of being a cokehead. Minaj alleges that the blogger and podcaster is acting as a proxy for an unnamed rival performer. Lil' Kim, right? Cardi B?
Lil' Kim's not important to Nicki anymore.
Cardi B?
I would think Cardi B.
Well, she's suing. Nicki Minaj is now suing her. Do we have the clip? Oh, TMZ had the clip.
I want to know who that is now. I would guess
and
Cardi
they wouldn't
B.
play it.
They hate each other.
Let's go ahead and watch this Nosy Ho clip. I got to tell you, I watched this clip down here getting the show ready. I laughed my fucking ass off, man. Nosy Ho.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can't be saying that stuff without saying allegedly because it really, like, even if you're right.
My favorite thing about the Nosy Ho thing is she did try to cover it up. She did try to do the whole allegedly thing.
Oh, okay.
But she couldn't help herself. I wonder if because of the lawsuit this is getting taken down everywhere. Because the clip was on TMZ yesterday and I can't find it anymore. Nosy Ho Nicki. I want to play this for you guys so bad. Yep, that link is gone. TMZ even took it down. So here we go. I think this might be it. Oh no, she backtracking now. So she might have deleted it.
That's not Cardi B. I have no idea.
They said she's acting as a cover for the performer. They didn't say it was Cardi B. So I don't. Yeah, the clip of her saying she does coke. Oh no, here it is. Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank God that we were able to find it via Twitter because everywhere else is deleting it. This is Nosy Ho, and this is why this is the clip that got her sued by Nicki Minaj.
Shoveling all this cocaine up her nose. Allegedly.
Okay, good, right?
She threw allegedly in there. That should be fine.
She's saying Nicki Minaj throws all this coke in her nose. Allegedly.
Yep. Good so far.
It's also not the end of the clip.
Shoveling all this cocaine up her nose. Allegedly. Thank you. Allegedly. But we all know it's true.
No!
Woman.
Nosy! Oh, you were so close.
You were so close. You had it right the first time.
You're saying we all know it's true is the exact opposite of saying allegedly.
Even your chat is trying to remind you, like, no, allegedly, we want you around.
That's like P&B Rock's girlfriend going, we're totally not at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, but we are.
But I'm eating
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. You can't say that Nicki Minaj does a shitload of blow allegedly and then go, but we all know it's true. That totally negates the...
And she has how much money? Like, she's suing you for fun now.
Right.
There's cocaine up her nose. Allegedly. Thank you. Allegedly. But we all know it's true. Listen, I can't even say allegedly with that because we know it's true. I'm not saying allegedly on that.
Oh, no.
Nicki Minaj is a cokehead. We all...
Oh,
okay.
no.
Do you know what I'm realizing right now? This nosy hoe channel here is totally just a Nicki Minaj hate channel because on the bottom, they have a hashtag scrolling surviving the petties. That is her husband's last name who...
Oh, the rapist? It's alleged rapist?
No,
or?
he was convicted because she was underage.
So I don't have to do the nosy hoe thing where I say allegedly.
I mean, look,
we all know
you're
it's
making
true.
me nervous now, but he did do time for it. So
well,
yeah,
then April,
it says,
that's not allegedly anymore.
It says hashtag surviving the petties. We stand with Jen. I'm guessing that was the girl. And the story is that they always stand by is that it was consensual sex. However, she was underage.
Oh, see, you're saying that surviving the petties. I thought you meant the race car driving family. I thought Nicki Minaj was married to Richard Petty. She's into older dudes.
No, but this is just basically a Nicki Minaj hate channel then.
Well, I don't think it's going to be up there for very long.
She got some pretty big smoke, if you will, when she married that guy.
This is called stepping in your own shit. In tennis, April, what do we call this?
An unforced error?
This is an unforced error. This is taking that ball and you throw it up and you're going to whack the shit out of it and you hit it right into the net and it bounces back and hits you right in the clit.
Y'all know it's true. Listen, I can't even say allegedly with that because we know it's true. I'm not saying allegedly on that. Nicki Minaj is a cokehead. We all see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I finally found the woman that Owen Benjamin should leave his wife for. They're made for each other. Nosy Ho and Nosy Ho and Benjamin. There you go.
That works.
Nosy Ho and Benjamin.
God, can you imagine the show they do
Guys,
together?
Nicki Minaj shoves coke in her pussy. It's like all of a sudden Owen Benjamin teams up with her and Nicki Minaj goes, I ain't suing this motherfucker. He crazy.
Is that how she talks?
That's my Nicki Minaj impression.
Pretty good.
She actually does a talk through the nose thing. She's hard to get an impression of because she talks through her nose. Like
I can't talk like her. There's no way.
Lunatic.
Her husband is a rapist. We all saw that. I covered that for weeks. Weeks of covering the surviving the petty story.
All right, so the rapist thing, that's going to stick. That's fine. There's a jail record there. You can't say Nicki Minaj is a cokehead and then go allegedly and then go
fuck that,
not allegedly. It's like if you're a lawyer and you're watching this with her, you're not even watching the screen. You're just hitting play and staring at her.
It's not good.
And you're going, so fucking close, weren't you?
Yeah, almost had it.
So goddamn close you could taste it, huh? You just couldn't help yourself. Well, I recommend a settlement. I hope you're making some Twitch money or something.
I feel bad for their kid, though. These two, Nicki and her husband, have been like not so great in the news and stuff, and I feel bad for that kid growing up.
Well, we now have Nosy Ho walking things back a little bit. It's amazing what having a knock at your door and court papers served to you will do. This is Nosy Ho backtracking a bit on the Nicki Minaj cokehead thing.
Like legend. And like, even though people think that I hate Nicki for some reason, how many times have I said on my channel, y'all in the comments who fuck with me, how many times have I said none of these girls can fuck with Nicki's pen? I don't think Safari wrote for Nicki because he can't write for herself. I think Nicki is mega fucking talented and like a whole...
Wow, that's a whole lot different than her husband's a rapist and she's a cokehead.
I like that.
Woo! Somebody not only got the court summons, but read the motherfucker.
Yep, she's scared.
Yes. Oh, she is scared
I like that too.
shitless.
Like, I don't know why anyone would say I'm a Nicki hate person, you know, like Really? That whole clip we just watched, your whole appearance was Nicki hate.
Man, why would y'all say that I'm a Nicki hater? I don't know. Maybe the fact that you called her a cokehead and then, just trotted out her husband's victims like he's Bill Clinton.
Yep.
That might be a hint.
Oh, legend. She murdered everybody on Monster. She murdered Jay-Z.
Oh my God. Somebody check on get to Jay-Z's house right away.
Make sure he's okay. Please.
Not only is she saying that Nicki Minaj is a cokehead, now she's accusing her of murdering Jay-Z.
Funny if she got another summons.
That would be great if she got sued again. Like, listen, I never killed Jay-Z. My Nicki Minaj sounds like a transgender iced tea.
I don't think anyone can do a Nicki Minaj because she does talk through the nose.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Exactly. Breaking news. Oh, fuck. This is too good. I got breaking news, guys, that just came in, and I'm going to have to share this with the entire world. Oh, my goodness. Joff becoming a VIP today. It's a 2 VIP show, everybody.
Oh my God.
Joff just heard about Mandy becoming a VIP, so he decided to become a VIP. Not only that, Joff, that's very touching to me, actually, and we're only $30 away from our goal now.
Do you know how much this helps for tomorrow?
Yeah, if we go over today, it all goes towards tomorrow, which is where our Wednesday shortfall is being stored at the moment. So thank you guys very much for chipping in. But Joff is still with this show. He has been with this show since day one in Litchfield, Minnesota.
I recognize the Ripley.
I worked with Joff at KLFD when he was a salesperson there for a little while. So that is fucking cool, man. Thank you, Joff. Not get his name wrong. He's been with me for almost 15 years. What a fucking guy. Hey, Josh.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you, Joff. That's very huge, sir. $30 away from our goal today, and we're not even halfway through the show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys very much. All right, people want to know the breaking news. All right, the breaking news. I can't hide this from you guys. I can't just cock off about it and then not tell you about it. Let's play the video.
Venezuela, sí, y la frontera de los Estados Unidos y México es abierto o cerrado? Abierto.
So these are a bunch of migrants, right?
Yep.
These migrants were shipped or sent somewhere. You see those wrought iron gates that they're standing outside of?
I do.
That would be the Naval Observatory. In other words, the place Kamala Harris lives.
Uh-oh.
They bust them. I love this. They bust the migrants to Kamala Harris's house.
This is what you get, isn't it?
Do you know why they did this? Specifically because of something that happened in the news yesterday or 2 days ago.
Oh, see, I figured that she had touted that we should just have an open border.
You're pretty much right.
Yeah.
She said that there is no crisis on the border.
Oh, that's good.
And there is no open border.
This is rich.
And that it's fine. So then somebody took it upon themselves to send a whole bunch of migrants to Kamala Harris's house. Well, hey, Kamala, if there's no crisis, let them in. Let them have some food.
Can have a party.
You know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not known as a bleeding heart liberal by any stretch of the imagination.
What?
But if you and I saw that like somebody shipped like a bus full of migrants to our neighborhood or our house.
They're just wandering about.
While they're standing out there with nothing to do, I'd at least say, April, can we order some pizzas or something? Get these guys some
fuck that. I'll cook for them.
Oh, you'll cook for them?
I'll cook for them.
Oh, shit, you're going to cook for a bunch of Mexicans. They probably make better food than you do.
I'll make them something like spaghetti, so it's like no competition.
Welcome out to my country.
I make a mean spaghetti.
I don't know. I just, order him some food, make him some food, whatever. That's what I love about this. All these Democrats who are like, oh, we love the migrants. Oh, illegals are so great. They show up at their house. They lock themselves in their house, pretend they're not home. Get them the fuck out of here. What are they doing here?
I'm having second thoughts.
Meanwhile, someone like me who's against illegal immigration, I don't like it, but I don't hate the illegal immigrant themselves. I mean, if they're committing crimes and shit,
we got them
that's
here,
bad.
Though.
Right. I mean, if they're committing crimes and shit, that's bad. But like, just the average person who's like, I'm just very happy to be an American. That's just like, get the guy a fucking slice of pizza while they're standing out there. Jesus Christ.
Here's my only reason, though, I'm kind of backtracking on the food for them thing.
Why?
It's kind of like feeding homeless cats. They're going to keep coming back
Jesus Christ. Omaha. Sorry, we got a bigot sitting here in the room.
Well,
Jesus.
if somebody doesn't have food and you give them food.
April, they're human beings. They're not raccoons.
Look, I'm kidding.
Jesus.
I feed everyone.
Somebody's going back to Litchfield too often lately. We're going to have to ban you
I'm going
from that
back
place.
today even.
You come back, you start comparing migrants to zoo animals.
I did not say
that's
that.
what I heard. I heard
used
April
a
thinks
metaphor.
I heard April thinks migrants are homeless cats. They're members of the Fighter and the Kid subreddit?
Yes, actually.
Oh.
That is what I
Oh, that's what you meant.
That is what I meant. The homeless kitty cats on Reddit.
Okay. So they just talking to this guy in Spanish.
Look at him, he's cute.
¿Por qué piensas que la...
Boy, you can tell that this reporter is he's extending he is using every ounce of Spanish that he knows.
He's trying
to get through this thing.
I don't like, however, that those people were not let into the property yet. Why were they outside the gates?
Yeah, why? I mean, if there's no problem at the border and these people are wonderful, why aren't we letting them in?
Open your house border.
This isn't supposed to happen in my backyard. We're supposed to be doing this to red states. So it's funny because the Democrats' whole strategy about immigration is collapsing in front of them. They're going, all right, we want to let these poor people in because they'll probably vote for us in red states. They'll flip the whole city. Well, now the Latinos who have been here for a generation are like, these Democrats are fucking insane. I'm voting Republican. So they're starting to turn and starting to become more 50-50. And now they're like, well, God, we got to get more of them in here. We got to replace. They never think to themselves, oh, wait, you know what? Maybe we should change the way we do business because we're just going to lose these people in 20 years because of how psychotic we are. So maybe we should change how we do things. Instead, they go, no, just bring in more of them.
Well, one would think that if these Democrats actually let them into their homes and helped them, that they might vote for them, right?
Well, and it's also like their whole theory on like public spending and debt and all that shit. It's like, oh, we've spent way too much money and we've caused inflation. We need to spend another $1 trillion to fight all this inflation. It's like, oh, God, it's just more. That's why San Francisco and all these cities are in a dog shit shape. Because every time they fail at something and their policies suck, they're just like, oh, we just didn't do this hard enough. Do it more.
I will say, just kind of like you said, it's not the illegal immigrants' fault.
Right.
That they're here right now. Somebody brought them here.
Yeah.
Okay? They're
or just allowed them to.
Allowed them.
Yeah.
You know, they're just trying to make a better life for themselves.
Here we go. We got $5 coming from
Schlong COVID.
Oh, wait. No, sorry. Wrong guy.
Sage Retard PhD KF.
That was an unfortunate slip of the finger.
COVID.
Sage says $5. April, I'm bringing my Home Depot truck over for lunch so you can feed my crew. Thanks.
And the thing is that if the Home Depot truck did show up, I'd probably feel obligated to cook for them. Yes.
Yeah, Travis says the return of General April. Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Oh my God, you've talked about like ousting like homeless people and shit before. Like,
homeless people, not they're
people
illegals.
Too.
Allegedly.
You fucking guy.
Easy with that people
You've talked
shit.
about flamethrowers up and down the sidewalk.
I'm talking, yeah, but this is like human beings who are coming here for a better life. You're talking about people nodding off on a sidewalk, pitching a dirty Coleman tent and taking a shit in the street.
Still
I'm
human.
sorry. You lost your human card the minute you shit in the street.
They're still a human.
Not to me. Take the homeless and fucking roust them. No, now I'm fired up. Take the homeless and fucking clear it out.
I'm not feeling any heat over here.
We're coming with flamethrowers in 24 hours. Get your shit and leave. Anyone that doesn't or falls asleep, torching time.
Okay, what would you say about feeding the homeless people? Because I'm sure there are a few in there that are just down on their luck.
If you feed a homeless person, you're an enemy of the state.
Oh, but if I feed an illegal immigrant, I'm a hero.
They haven't done anything
but come
wrong
here
yet.
illegally.
Right, there's that part. But that, I mean...
I'm finding the lines that you've drawn very interesting.
But that's smart to come here, is it not?
Smart to live as a homeless, too, where you get free food and shit all the time.
You're right. And see,
have you looked up the rich homeless
And you see
before?
zombies and when you're on meth.
There are rich homeless people that sit and pedal on the street
but they live
and
in
have
houses.
sports cars.
But they live in houses. Like they
What
have
is your
a
point?
place to go.
They still come off
Don't
as
camp on the
homeless.
fucking sidewalk and piss and shit in the street, you animal, or we're rousting you. Don't try to shame me on this position. I just wanted to know where your lines were. You compared innocent migrants to homeless animals, which technically all animals are homeless. Which not. I'm comparing homeless dredges who fuck up entire cities to being rousted. I feel
Some would argue that truckloads of illegal immigrants do that too.
Some people say cucumbers taste better pickled. And I believe
we're at a stalemate.
I believe this is a stalemate now. There we go.
Yeah.
Cheap ZJ says, burn the homeless.
That is Aaron's whole take.
Metaphorically.
Metaphysically,
burn the homeless. Curly Adams says illegals are looking for work. Junkies are looking for their next fix. There's a difference. That's what I was trying to say, but I was rushing to threaten them too quickly.
I totally agree with that statement. I like how my statement's being blown out of proportion in regards to like if I feed them, they'll probably go like, oh, I can get food here. That's not a hot take.
Dude, Mexicans come here, they work harder than most people under the age of 30. So, that's...
Again, my thing was never about their work ethic, nothing like that. It was if I give them food and no one else gives them food, they're coming to me for food.
Hulkamasha Baby says Mexicans are fine people. The homeless are subhuman garbage.
Also something I never said.
Bo TV says more homeless, please. He just likes rants like this. He means for show material. He wants there to be more homeless.
Of course.
Revan says plenty of junkies that are decent people. They are just caught up. You know what? Let's dispel the myth of plenty. All right. There's like 5 of them. There's 5 of them where when you get them straight, you're like, oh, what a terrible story, man. That's too bad that your life turned out that way. Now quit doing smack, you fucking idiot. So let's stop with the plenty. Okay. There's Mob Tech says, nah, 3 tops. See, I'm really starting to attract the audience I want.
You really are.
I like this.
I got piece of work.
I got Mob Tech coming in going.
All I said was if I feed the illegal immigrants dumped in the street outside my home, they're going to come to my house for food, and then I'll run out of groceries.
Revan said earlier, plenty of junkies that are decent people. They're just caught up. Revan says 7 or 8 at least. All right, see? We're bargaining now. We're compromising.
Should we feed them as well?
The homeless?
Those ones. Those 3 people. 7 or 8, whatever.
7 or 8 people. Spread over 50 states. Use your discretion.
Wait, so now I have to mail food?
But now you got to decide if you're picking the right homeless person. So you know what I say? No. Odds are you're going to be giving it to a bum.
Okay, what if I'm feeding an illegal immigrant that might happen to be one of the ones that, like, is not a good person, that does crime things?
I hope you get a fucking cabinet position in the next administration.
Hey. How are they doing right now?
They're doing lots of crime things. Oh. Dub says 8 is enough. Trucker 18-wheeler junkies aren't decent. I like this. It's going to get mean in here now.
This is going to get mean.
Bumbaclo says just good, decent, hard-working crackheads. Scudmiss says crack and meth got me catched. Mob Tech says make me imperator. I think he means either moderator or emperor. I'll sort this shit out and bring back crucifixions. All right.
Whoa.
Nicholas Jasso says, give the homeless vegan food. They'll never come back to you. Yeah, and they'll shit even more than they do now.
I don't know how to make vegan food.
Curly Adams says, there's like 5 alcoholics with liver disease. Ironically, they all listen to this program. Marquise Harris wants my shirt. I always like it when I get comments on this shirt. This is a fantastic shirt.
And you know what? I always go back to that day at that store and regret not getting my own.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
I got this, Marquise. I'm sure you can find this online, but this is, I got this at the Prince store in the Mall of America.
Which, ironically, I'll never go back to now, so.
Why?
Have you not heard of all the shit going on down there?
We'll be fine.
No, like even at the Mall of America, you and I were at some event recently this summer, and there's a shooting.
After we left.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
No thank you.
Even the people in the mall were safe from that shooting. Like 99.99% of people are fine even when there is a shooting.
Eventually, though, you're putting yourself in harm's way, and if I don't need to, I won't.
You're not willing to play the odds on that one?
No.
All right.
The shirt isn't that important for me, I've got to say.
You won't get shot over this Prince shirt?
No.
Oh, and the things he did.
I don't think even Prince.
And the things he sacrificed for you. Wow. Did fentanyl on a plane so that you could live. Somebody says, I give migrants credit. They are working towards something, not playing Bannerlord all day. Yeah, fucked up. Wait, what? I'm playing I'm playing Medieval 2 Total War, the Jerusalem expansion campaign. So let's not. And by the way, I think I've won. It's
Guess what?
myself and my allies in the Principality of Antioch. I think I'm going to wipe out like 3 Turkish settlements and then I'm done.
I don't think this is upping your tea at all.
No, this is low T shit.
This is pretty low T shit.
Sorry. Have we pretty much settled it on the homeless versus the migrants?
I don't think anyone ever needed to start that.
Well, you didn't need to compare them to zoo animals.
I didn't. Play the tapes.
Elias with another $5 as a Hispanic. I'm giving out year passes.
What?
I am not falling for that banana in that tailpipe. Last time I fell for that one, I got beaten by 8 Latin kings, and I'm pretty sure I was molested anally. So, well, I had spicy food that day, so it's hard to tell which one hurt. I'm not sure.
Oh, was that another candle wielding offense?
Yeah, that was a different thing.
Aaron was an animal last night.
Marquise Harris says, I don't want to say it, but Michael B said, what did Michael say? He says, I like to have human shields. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Bird Collector says, just go in the morning. Gangbangers don't get up till at least 1. That's good advice, actually. You can live by that.
I know. See, and I don't feel like a mall is worth my time.
Citizen Vulgar says, destroy the Turks for the ancient Irish lad. Actually, I'm the kingdom of Jerusalem, so I have expanded God's kingdom quite a bit.
God bless.
The next one is the Teutonic campaign that I'm going to try. I've done the Britannia campaign, and I'm the Irish, and I'm kicking ass in that one. Kingdom of Jerusalem in the Jerusalem campaign. And now I'm going to do the Teutonic one. And then there's the Americans one where you settle America.
So wait, you've just got all these different things going on at once and you just pick which one you're playing at the time?
No. I do one at a time. Just telling you which one's next.
It's riveting.
I'm the king of Jerusalem, motherfucker. Show some respect. All right, let's continue on. Do we need to know any details on the migrants showing up at Kamala Harris's place?
Yeah, did she let them in?
Between 75 and 100 people who were picked up in Eagle Pass, Texas, were sent by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Boy, he wants to be DeSantis, really. He wants that DeSantis heat.
I think he's doing it more quietly, though. Like, he doesn't talk, he just does things.
He also doesn't walk. You know what's shameful about Greg Abbott? He can talk all that talk, but he can't walk the walk.
I was just going to make that joke.
The group includes migrants from Venezuela, Uruguay, Colombia, and Mexico. Multiple migrants, asked by Fox News Digital, said they think the border is open, contrary to what Harris said Sunday during an interview. This latest convoy of buses arrived just hours after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis followed through on a similar promise to drop off illegal immigrants in progressive states, sending 2 planes full of migrants to Martha's Vineyard on Wednesday. See?
I have an
Poor
idea.
Greg Abbott, always a step behind old Ron DeSantis.
That's fine. DeSantis Abbott, 2024.
Ooh, I don't hate it. The only problem with that is
maybe they're working together.
You don't need Texas. You know?
I mean,
you don't need the Republicans already have Texas. So it's not like, and you have DeSantis, you're going to win Florida.
I see what you're doing there is just, if people like what he's doing, you know.
You know who might be angling?
I'm being too hopeful.
You know who might be angling himself because they really need Pennsylvania and then they can win the election? DeSantis, Dr. Oz. He wins his Senate seat and they're like, we need somebody with inroads in Pennsylvania.
Oz.
I don't know. You got to find like a Republican.
What is he doing now?
He's running for Senate. He's going to be a senator.
See, I didn't know that was a real thing.
The guy he's running against is total stroke mouth. He's going to kick the shit out of him.
That's interesting, man. I actually used to watch his show sometimes.
Yeah. So Dr. Oz is going to be a United States senator in Pennsylvania. You got to find a Republican for DeSantis' running mate. We got to find a Republican in Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Arizona, New Mexico, something like that. Somewhere where you can flip one from the last election.
Truckers, 18-wheelers got me. Like, he's trying to be the VP under DeSantis.
Maybe.
Like, who cares if you're a step behind if you get in the position?
Carlos says they canceled his show because he's running for Senate. I don't think you're allowed to have like a national platform like that.
It's been gone.
Yeah, I don't think it's allowed. Thank you, Mindy, for the $10 on PayPal. Appreciate that. And we are only $10 away from our goal today. Very sweet that you guys have knocked that out. 2 new VIPs to add to our total. So thank you guys very much. We got a 490 goal for tomorrow. So anything you guys go over today starts knocking away at tomorrow's.
It'll help.
Goal. So thank you all very much, especially those 2 new VIPs.
So did they ever say what they did with the immigrants outside her house?
They're just hanging out. This is a brand new story. Like, this just happened.
So like they just showed up bright and early.
This is an ongoing situation. Yeah.
It will be interesting to see how she treats them.
Oh, I'm sure like shit. I'm sure just doesn't even acknowledge them. They won't even talk about it.
I'd give her credit if she let them in and gave them some food.
Yeah. M.A. Mahalik says, we really dislike Oz here. He's not even a native Pennsylvanian. Oh my God, I just broke my control button. Look at this. The lining of the intestinal lining of my control button. I was hitting the button and it just fell the fuck off my clicky keyboard. Let me see. Ready? There we go. Now it's better. Thank you very much to M.A. Mahalik. He says, we really dislike Oz here. He's not even a Pennsylvanian. He uses his mom's mailing address here to run, even though his home's in New Jersey. Oh, that's kind of a shitbag deal.
That's not cool.
All right. Well, $5 away from our goal. So you guys are getting overtime today. We'll see if anybody wants to knock out part of tomorrow's goal today. If not, fuck it. We already hit the goal. We're happy.
We're not even halfway through today's show yet.
Thank you guys very much for being remarkably supportive on a show that only lives on listener contributions. All right. Chick-fil-A worker. Oh, I saw this story last night before I went to bed. These Chick-fil-A employees, I'm telling you, man, these are like superheroes.
They're God-loving Christians.
Well, I mean, everybody's gay once in a while.
They're also kind.
They really are. Like, Chick-fil-A is one of those Christian organizations. Like, if Joel Osteen were as much of a Christian as Chick-fil-A was, he wouldn't be such an unlikable douchebag.
There's something maddening and endearing that they close on Sundays to give their employees like a day off. But I'm pissed because I wanted my sandwich.
You want Chick-fil-A today? We could just roll it over into this weekend if you want.
Do you know how many like somersaults my brain just went through thinking like, can we do that?
Yeah, we'll just roll it in next weekend or this weekend.
No. I did incredible work keeping that budget intact.
You did.
Fuck that.
We did this thing where we overspent our budget last week and this weekend. And we kept rolling it over and rolling it over. We rolled it over to this week and we made it. And our budget ends on Thursdays. Our week budget. And then our weekend budget starts on Fridays. We made it this week on what was it? Like $72.
$72.
$72. And I think we have what, 20 left?
20.
We got $20 left. Now, a lot of that was because we made a giant pot of chili this weekend.
Yeah, that shit'll go for days.
We've been eating ourselves some
Literally.
chili. Yeah, but we went to the butcher shop, and that's nice, cheap eating nowadays.
The meat store.
Yeah, we got some pork chops and some
chicken. I want to go back. There's so many good-looking things there.
You got $20 in your pocket. Do as you wish.
And then it turns out I'm getting Tokyo Grill sushi for supper from my parents.
Oh, your parents are buying you Tokyo Grill sushi?
Yeah, because remember the whole supper thing tonight?
Yes.
She's like, oh shit, I really would love you to come home for supper. That sounds great. I'm getting sushi. What would you like?
So when are you leaving for there?
I don't know. We have a gift to give them.
Could I put a round of golf on the weekend?
I work so hard for you.
I really want to go.
What?
Do you want to go golfing before noon and put it on the weekend? I'm itching. I'm sorry. I'm itching. I know that we got a cheap
I'm not going to tell you no.
We're going hunting and we got a really cheap weekend coming up.
What happened to Weir? Like, when did you decide you were going?
Just now.
Yeah, I never knew Aaron was coming with me. I knew he wants to go on a date.
I always go hunting with you.
No, you don't.
The only time I don't go hunting with you is when it's after like October 15th and it's fucking cold. I don't like that shit. So I have a solution. Let's shoot one before the 15th of October and call it a fucking day, fill our freezer, and be done with this shit. By the way, hunting your own food is so much cheaper. You buy a quarter of a cow, them shit's like $400 or $500 now. You shoot a deer, it costs like what, $150 to process and cut and butcher the whole thing?
Yes, to process your deer.
Is that what the butchering means too?
Von Hansen's is running $145 right now to process a deer.
Nice. Anything for giving them your hide? Because they always want your hides.
God, the last person that I hunted with on their property, they used to take the hides and send them into a company and get moccasins made with their own deer hide.
Ooh.
I like that idea.
Can we have a blankie made?
I mean, it's going to be a small
Is it going to be a small blankie? A baby blanket.
We can.
For our new baby.
Yeah.
April's knocked
We're
up.
both like infertile. So.
Jesus. That got fucking dark.
No, I thought it was very funny.
Jesus. I mean, I'm not infertile.
I think it's funny.
I had a vasectomy. I can have it reversed.
I
I'm
got
not
half my plumbing down there.
You got one ovary. You know? Planes have landed with one engine before.
Planes have landed.
It's not that big of a deal.
You're very funny.
I highly recommend everyone do some hardcore budgeting. It's it can be a pain in the ass, but it's nice.
Because you want to know something? This week, $72 is not easy right now with like the prices of everything.
Yeah.
But I feel so happy to see that we made that work. And then I start thinking though, like, okay, what if we did this every week? How much money would we have to spend on other shit?
Right.
I don't know.
We have a
It's
goal.
hard.
We have a plan we're doing right now where we're totally going to try and pay for Christmas within our like we're going to skimp on weekends and weeks.
I want to start now.
We're going to buy a Christmas present every week or weekend starting this week.
Mhm.
And we're bound and determined to not spend a fucking dime on Christmas.
I'm really excited. I want to start Christmas shopping now. I've said it my entire adult life. I want to start at least October, so I'm not. It's so hard when all of it lands in your lap the first 2 weeks of December. Do you know how much money that is in such a short amount of time?
It is, yeah. Like that's just a fucking fortune, man. Thank you to a lot of people. Marquise with $5. That hit the goal. Jeep ZJ with $10. So everything you guys throw in from here on out goes towards tomorrow's goal, which is it's now at $480. Well, there's $5 from the mood. And then King of Clubs becoming a Yeehaw Club member. So we are, we're $475 away from the goal tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Some of these comments are very funny.
Let's go into the chat.
Let's hang out.
I love Chick-fil-A. Don't give a fuck about their views. Yeah, me neither. But everyone there seems to be really nice.
We just kind of like have deduced that they're so kind because they're Christian. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I love their food.
Hulkamasha Baby says, Aaron, the reason you're still 220 might be you keep eating garbage. I 1000% agree with you.
I'm scared to weigh myself after vacation. I just feel thick. I feel thick.
I've been back in the gym this week a lot more than I usually have, which is more than nothing. And I'm going back to tonight's my big weight last day. Tonight's the day I die during boxing class. So hopefully we'll get her closer to 217.
I'm supposed to go to the gym earlier today.
Meat market's cheaper than actual grocery stores.
Yes.
Absolutely, man.
Yes,
absolutely.
Better food, too.
Buddy says, so you're saying Sunday is chicken blood sacrifice day for Chick-fil-A. I don't know if that's very Christian.
Sounds kind of satanic.
I'm not sure. King Kong Dong says, hey, listeners, donate to let the boss go golfing. The money you give to this program goes to a corporation. I take a paycheck. How dare you?
Why are you smiling?
Ryobi says, this is the new begging method, budget talk. No. We set our own budgets. We're very proud of it. Like, we try to set it as cheap as we can, and we try to beat it. Like, we're the opposite of DSP. We're sitting there going, like, we're getting very Hava, Nagila. How little can we spend on all these things?
Is it bad that I heard your first, like, sound, and I'm like, oh, he's going that way?
Yeah. They're saying just let April hunt. MobTech says process your own. Ooh.
I got to go for, I want to try rifle season this year, too. That means I can get 2 of them, because one for archery and one for shotgun season.
Hulkamash says, you don't get a ton of meat off a deer. Oh.
It's plenty, and it's delicious.
Oh, that felt defensive. That felt defensive. All you need is 1 bottle of vodka. Oh, you know what, Nicholas? You're right. I forget about that.
For what now?
MobTech says, just aim for the remaining ovary, Aaron. Yes.
Aim for the ovary?
That
one's in trouble, too. We're going to find out in what kind of trouble in October, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Marquise Harris says, legit asking, can you send some tips to budget? What does that mean? Trying to save for an apartment. Can you send some tips for a budget?
Tips.
Well, look, I'll put it this way. We've got 3 kids that we take care of the majority of the week. 4 days a week, we're taking care of kids. And we set our weekly budget at $250.
Yep.
That's groceries. That's everything. Every dime spent gets accounted for. $250 with a family of 5 half the week. Family of 5. So a family of 3, I guess, full-time. And then
Wait, what?
Weekends with the kids and everything else and all the activities and all the stuff we do, we set it at 300, and we usually knock that one out. We're usually good with that one.
Did I miss something? You said family of 3 full-time. What does that mean?
I cut the 5 in half, and I couldn't cut a child in half.
I thought he meant Gordy.
Well, I guess you got that, too.
He needs to eat.
So my tips for a budget would be this. Figure out how much you usually spend on groceries. Cut out all the Here's the best thing. Cut out all the horse shit. Just buy a couple of meat items from the deli.
I love
and
a
a
good
couple
vegetable.
of sides and utilize leftovers.
I prefer getting fresh vegetables. You can get whatever's on sale that day, but they're so much cheaper and they taste better when you make them correctly.
Yeah, and
a fresh veggie and a meat and you're good.
Utilize those fucking leftovers.
I like
man.
how Aaron says, though, cut out all the bullshit, and he's the first one to run to Holiday for Diet Mountain Dews and Gardetto.
Why do you think I'm telling him to cut out the bullshit? Learn from me. Bird Collector says, don't your week budget, does it count food you have in the house? I can go 4 days without buying anything. Well, we've made it on 72 this week.
No.
So there is that.
If you mean, do we count it as money? No, if I've already got it in the house, then we don't need to spend
right.
that.
It's what we spend every week.
It's spending money.
M.A. Mahalik calling me Jewish Imholt. Well, wouldn't you rather have the guy who's doing a show on listener donations be what do you call that, a miser? Like a guy who just goes, I don't spend more than this. That's better. It shows that they're not taking advantage, I think.
Oh, Max yelled at me. Well,
Max
fine.
says that's not how it works, April. You have the same amount of tags no matter what seasons you hunt. So you can't take more in the firearm season?
So are you saying, because I've never done both seasons, I've only bow hunted ever. Are you saying that if I bow hunt, I cannot do slug season then? Right? Is that what you're saying? I can't do both?
April,
I need to know.
I party hunt. I know it's delicious. I also know you get maybe 40 pounds of meat off a good-sized deer.
I'm not arguing
That's
that.
a bitch. That sucks.
I know. Why do people yell at me for shit I never said?
Because it's
I
fun.
didn't say you get a ton of meat.
Yeah, you
I just
did.
said it's
I remember
delicious.
you saying it.
What?
H says, you mean tight ass. Yeah, I like being a... Dude, I have been so terrible at being a tight ass forever and ever. I'm enjoying trying to be a tight ass. Are you kidding? Max wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Hobby farm.
What's going on, buddy?
I'm saying you have, in my zone, you have 3 tags. You can use them in any season: bow, gun, or muzzleloader. So it don't matter, what season it is. You have 3 tags no matter what.
Okay, so my zone is a 1 deer limit. So that means I have 1 deer the entire season no matter which one you're hunting.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. That helps a lot.
You're
So I'm still at 1.
You're welcome. You're welcome for the interesting call.
Oh,
So
thanks,
yeah,
buddy.
so wait a minute before you hang up. You're saying that you can, if you shoot one with a bow, you can't then shoot one with a gun.
No, you can't.
All right. Thank you for the riveting call.
It's fucked up. My zone now, I think he's reminding me it changed last year too. It has gone from 2 deer limit, sometimes 3 a few years back, to 1. I don't know. Did our population of deer just go down that much?
Rusty Grammer says you get a set number of tags depending on zone. You can bow, slug, rifle, or muzzleload.
Well, then I've got 1. If we want 2, that means you've got to shoot 1.
Veldrain says best financial advice: dump all your income into a mobile game. Yes, that's what I've heard. Just looking around. Needs walking around money says if you're only getting 40 pounds of meat off a deer, try shooting bigger deer. Dude, that's it. That's exactly what you should be doing.
Maybe the bigger deer don't taste as good.
That's what you've got. He's right, though. If you're only getting 40 pounds, you should shoot a bigger one. Fuck.
It is hunter's choice in my zone, so whichever one I take first is the only one coming to our freezer.
Yags with a great point. He says, tip for saving money, feed your kids so little, almost to the point of starvation. Saves money and they don't get bullied for being a big fatty. 2 birds, 1 stone.
That's true. You don't want fat kids.
You know what I've noticed, though? Could you imagine if they had one of those machines that somehow sensed and had a sensor that could tell how much food you're throwing in the garbage because you have kids and you overfeed them, and that kicked back a dollar amount on a light? Could you imagine how much money we waste on food and water and drinks and shit like that for that don't get consumed.
It makes me upset sometimes. Like, I want to start filling their glasses half full of milk or juice or water now because they don't ever finish them no matter what. And it pisses me off because then I got to dump it down the drain.
At what point is that on us?
That is our fault. That's why I said I want to fill them half full. The bigger two usually eat their food.
I need to say something. I'm very proud of you. You know, you're getting to be a more positive person. Notice you said you wanted to fill their glasses half full rather than half empty. That's an optimist. That's an optimist. Michael B says Aaron will just clean the plates. That's why he got so fat. Dude, that is not a fucking joke. That was triggering. Very much so. That is 100% a thing. If you're a male parent, this is not a female thing. They're not fucking pigs. But if you're a guy, I know the food tasted very good. I know you enjoyed it a lot. And I know when those kids don't finish, you're sitting there going, ooh, there's a little extra. Leave it the fuck alone. Leave it alone.
You've got to feed kids like birds. Like, you have to give them minimal amounts of food because then they'll finish that, hopefully, and then you can always give them more. I am so sick of the 3-year-old wasting all of my good food I cook her.
Yeah, but
she'll pick it apart so it's not even appetizing for someone else to eat it.
Eating the leftovers is a sneaky way to pack on the pounds.
I call you a garbage dumpster for the kids' food.
Yeah.
And we've had this conversation so many times, and he can't stop doing it.
The best is when they leave French toast.
Everyone loves my French toast.
The neighbor girl who's coming over for a sleepover with the kids tomorrow, she likes our French toast. So are we having French toast tomorrow night?
No, I think we should have it for breakfast on Saturday.
Fair enough. Who am I to argue?
Now, was that the one I made with the thick cinnamon bread?
Yes.
Okay.
She enjoyed it. She was cocking off to her parents about how much she liked
Said
it.
it was the best one she'd ever had.
Quit Begging says absolutely incorrect. You can shoot deer in all seasons. The zone determines your deer limit. Change zones to get more deer. Buy a second tag for Aaron. Use his tag for the first buck. I get a tag every year, don't I?
Here's the thing. I was at Shields yesterday getting my archery license, and we were having this discussion, like me and the two people behind the counter were. I was a little upset because I looked at my zoning, and my zone has now been dropped down to a 1 deer bag limit. And they're like, well, you could just say that you're in the one above it and get 3.
I always like the idea of lying to the government. That's always attractive to me.
I looked at them. I'm like, is there some repercussions for me, though, if they like found out that wasn't where I shot it?
Only if they find out. Drag the fucker somewhere.
I was too guilty. I bought one for my zone.
God, they're the fucking government. They'll kill you if you don't give them their money on time.
So you're saying I could have been buying my main tag and 2 bonus tags, and I could have filled our freezer, but...
No, we didn't shoot anything last year.
I'm just saying. I could have had the option.
I'm saying if you can lie to the government and get away with it, fuck those people.
I'm such an overly honest person. I had a hard time with it yesterday, so I just bought the 1 deer bag limit.
King Kong Dong says, April, she's 3 fucking years old. Let her be a kid. It's a good point.
What is wrong with everyone today? I never said that. I hate her wasting my food she doesn't eat.
Next up is a retarded April take. Boy, they're coming at you heavy and hard right now.
Everyone hates me. It's fine.
Michael B says, I joke. He was kidding.
Yes, of course.
About your retarded takes. Mick Marshall says, for sure, do not fuck with the DNR.
That's how I feel.
Fucking fight me, bro. Fight me!
What if, God forbid, for some fucking reason, somebody stopped me from the DNR and looked at my shit and I was in the wrong zone?
I will take that's why I carry a dead walleye with me everywhere. I fucking smack the DNR with a dead fish. Fuck the DNR in the ass. I hope they're abolished.
I don't. Like, while there's some dirty things, like, they do need to be there.
No, they don't.
Okay.
The DNR, we don't need government preservation.
Okay.
You know what you need? Private property. That's it. Let's say you own private property and people pay you a fortune. Okay. And people pay you a fortune to hunt on that private property. Mm-hmm. Are you not going to make sure there's plenty of animals to hunt on that property?
How do you do that unless all the ones around my property are also doing the same shit?
Profit motive, of course.
But how do you regulate that?
There's nothing. You don't have to. This is what the government.
My God.
This is what the government has tricked people into thinking. You don't need it regulated by the government. And by the way, what a great fucking job the government's doing at regulation. Their deer limit keeps going down every year. Bravo, guys. Hey, how'd they do with the walleye in Lake Mille Lacs?
the limit so that the deer population can get back up. That's exactly what's happening.
Well, if they would have managed it better, they wouldn't need to let it get back up. Weren't they managing it already? How come these managers couldn't keep the population up? It's not like they just started regulating it 2 years ago. They've been regulating it for decades. So they fucked up and now they got to fix it.
I would argue that if there was no regulations on deer hunting, there would be no more deer to hunt right now.
I guarantee that would not be the case. In fact, there's plenty of...
if it was open season, they'd all be gone.
There's plenty of private fisheries where they are stocked to the gills with fish.
Who stocks them?
The fishery, the place. There's private fisheries all over the place.
Okay.
If you had private landowners who leased out hunting land, that's like saying, oh, we can't let McDonald's buy their own meat. What if they run out? Well, they're not going to run out. That's their fucking product. The government, however, I have plenty of examples of the government fucking up conservation.
I already said there is some bad stuff, but I also think they do some good stuff.
Oh, really? Like bullying people? Like busting people's balls? Fuck the DNR.
If you're busting people for poaching, I think that's a good idea.
Poach away. No, I'm just kidding. How about you sue the shit? How about this? Instead of, hey, here's a fine and maybe some jail time if you're caught poaching. How about I sue you out of fucking existence for poaching on my land and you can't afford to pick up a gun for the rest of your life?
What if it's your land you're poaching on?
It's your land.
What are you going to, how's that helping anything?
It's your fucking deer, Jack. Do what you need to do. Let's go to the phones here. I don't want a bunch of calls defending the fucking government. I don't need a bunch of simps for the government. What's going on, sir?
Hey, how's it going, man? Your Mille Lacs Lake argument is a little skewed because you also have the native tribe there that was netting the walleye with impunity. I mean, I would say they were just as much responsible as normal fishermen for the demise of the walleye.
But it's the DNR's job to manage that population. So we can say it was this person, that person.
I agree.
They fucked up. They had a job to do. They didn't do it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same argument with be sure you clean your boats off when you get out of the lake because you don't want any hitchhikers. Well, who the fuck regulates the birds?
Right. Well, and also,
it's just a money grab.
Look at what they're doing in these countries where they have these rich people that go out and hunt the land. Like they've been saving these species of animals. They've been making sure that these species that were going to go extinct have actually been able to thrive, and then they take the old ones and they send some rich fuck over there and go, hey, you want to shoot a rhino in the face? And here's one that's about to keel over. Why not? I mean, and that's all privately managed. I mean, look, man, the government has done shit. Go ahead.
And it's beneficial to the community, the local community too.
Right? Yeah, they feed people and all that stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call, Ryan. Appreciate it. Go have a fucking Buffalo Wild Wings burger, you sociopath.
Hey, by the way, I'm making a new batch of apple pie, so if you guys want a couple of pints, we'll set them aside.
Would you like some apple pie?
Delicious. I love it.
Sounds good, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. I hate the government.
I don't like them either. It's just, I don't know what better way to do something.
I feel like you're in a Stockholm Syndrome relationship with the DNR.
I'm in a spot where I don't think everything they do is good for us, but I also feel like there's a lot of creatures that wouldn't be around for us right now or in environments for those creatures if they didn't exist. I do feel that way because people just can't fucking handle it.
And I feel that if you just leased that land and you had private property, I think the profit motive would be more powerful to control and moderate those populations. Because like I've said, they've not done well with deer and fish. They have not done a good job. They've allowed overhunting. That's why the numbers are so low now. That's why the tags are so low now. Is because they've allowed overhunting and they are fucking up. And then they blame it on climate change, of course. Game wardens are known for using the term gray area, Brian M. says. Yeah, because you give these sacks of shit power and you give them the ability to force you to do shit, and then they do whatever they want. KF says they do nothing good. Get a new co-host. Fuck the DNR. Sage loves you. He says, all right, fine. All right, fire April, Aaron. Now he wants you fired.
I really don't care. Maybe I'll go work for them.
That's the Balls Deep says that. Oh, he is right. That's the king's deer. See, that's the DNR. To me, that's the DNR. It's old, outdated, medieval modalities. It's, you can't shoot the king's deer.
I'm not against your idea for things. It's just put it into place then. Get rid of the DNR. Let's see how it goes.
Abolish them.
Figure that out.
I also don't like the idea that there's a gun to my head to pay taxes and that's how they fund themselves. That's nice. If they had to live on hunting licenses alone, they'd never make it. They'd go out of business.
I don't even prefer talking to people about these topics. I don't.
Michael B says, funny show. I like the hate. I am full of hate when it comes to the government. Absolutely. King Kong Dong with $2 says, hang up on Ryan. Hey, that was actually a good Ryan the Garbage Man phone call.
Yeah, that was fine.
He actually did a good job on that one.
And I will say there used to be a burger at Buffalo Wild Wings called the Jack Daddy Burger that was actually delicious.
Do not defend his bullshit take
delicious.
on Buffalo Wild Wings. Somebody says, it's kind of like me saying there are a fuck ton of wolves where we hunt up north, but I also shoot a lot of coyotes up where I hunt too.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, except that like with coyotes, if they're causing a problem, you can shoot them as a nuisance.
Need Trump says it's always about the money because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be going after people that have money. When you have nothing, they leave you alone. Oh, no, the government will fuck you in the ass if you don't have money, too. Thank you to Ebe Mahalik for the $10 super chat. He says point limits on bucks are what saved deer populations. Large bucks breed with quality doe to continue breeding strong genes. Simple bag limits still give you poor quality deer. I mean, we saw that. We've seen that hunting. There's no high quality deer where we've been hunting. It's all
No, when I was up north hunting, lots of high quality deer, lots of them.
And by the way, did M.A. Mahalik just do a Jimmy the Greek for deer?
It comes off that way, but it's true.
See
we
what
can
they
talk
did.
about animals like that.
Well, what Jimmy the Greek said was not untrue either. It just sounds really fucked up. We did do what he said we did.
It's kind of like my homeless cats comment. I can make a homeless cats comment, but it doesn't qualify.
I can't go back to your homeless cats comment. It hits too close to home. I'm sorry. You can't hate the government and also like Republicans. I don't like Republicans. I have to because I have two choices and it's the people in charge now or them. Don't worry. We'll hate Republicans very soon. Tomato, 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 tomato. Duck, Aaron. These are for April. Oh, boy. Sage is just coming in hot. Oh, boy. Marquise writes, burn it down. Burn it down to the ground. H says, I didn't know April was a tree hugger.
I love trees.
April, are you a tree
I'm
hugger?
actually very much looking forward to the peace and quiet in my tree this weekend.
Oh, boy. Derek says we can shoot coyotes on site. They still exist. Attaboy.
We've done that at our farm before.
Is there a DNR like in every state? I'm asking.
I'm now the less dumb person.
No, does every state have a DNR?
Yes,
There might be.
They do. My parents live. Really
what I'm saying is, do they all call it the DNR?
Department of Natural Resources? Yes.
Does every state have a DNR? Every state allows DNR orders, but there are differences in state laws. For example, some states use different terms, such as a do not resuscitate order, a no code. Oh, that they're talking about like the DNR, like you're in the hospital and you go brain dead, I can unplug you.
I think we're talking about.
They're not even talking about the DNR that we're discussing. All right, let's catch up with the chat and keep going.
Do not resuscitate.
Yeah, they're talking about a do not resuscitate. Marquise writes, why is everyone hating on April? She's, hot. That's actually very nice. That was a nice compliment.
This is not why I want to be here, though.
Chris said, April is the reason I'm here. Michael B says, April, I do like you. Sorry.
I don't get off the show and think about you later and be like, God, that guy doesn't like me.
She always does.
No, I don't.
She's always.
I don't care. It's okay.
8 dartboards up in her room.
I'm actually
darts at your pictures.
I'm not here for everyone to just agree or disagree with me. It's okay.
Sage Retard PhD KF
with $10 says, I caught the DNR on my trail cams walking my land looking for bait because my neighbors were baiting deer.
Oh.
No warrant. They can do whatever they want. April can stay, but seriously, boo the DNR.
I'm not a DNR bootlicker. I just got done saying I don't agree with everything they do, but I think there's some good stuff. That's not being a bootlicker. It's being right down the middle of the road, but that comes right back to being down the middle of the road is not okay.
Nobody
today.
here used the term bootlicker.
Yes, I've been called a bootlicker several times in the chat.
Have you? Okay.
Yes.
Let me smell your breath.
Smells like coffee.
Breathe on me.
No.
Let me see if it smells like boot leather. Smells a little like boot leather. Like a Red Wing.
I like leather.
Like the steel toe boot on our neck by the government. Let's continue on here. April, where the fuck were you hunting up north that were better quality deer? The better quality deer are mid-state and southern state of Minnesota. April.
Little Falls area, so mid-state, yes. That is up north from me, though.
Benton J.A. says, I'm from Arkansas. Never heard of the DNR. Dave S. says they have an ODNR in Ohio.
So Ohio DNR.
Yeah. Curly Adams says Aaron likes Republicans because he has no better option. Call him Tim Pool. Don't you ever fucking call me Tim Pool.
I don't know much about Tim Pool.
He's a douche. There. Done. Marquis says it's NJDEP, New Jersey Department of Fish and Wildlife. See, that's what I meant. Like, do they call them different things? In different
Johnny
states?
Depp. NDEP.
NJDEP. Actually, that's like my favorite rapper, G-Depp, who did the song Let's Get It with P. Diddy and Black Rob. I enjoy that song. It's very good.
Yeah, I'm looking at that camera right now.
Dudapest, becoming a member for his 4th month, says, how can April shoot any deer when you can see that forehead a mile away?
I cover it up while I hunt, so it's not shining.
She does. She grease paints over it.
In the trees.
All right, guys. You guys have gotten tomorrow's goal all the way down to 460 at this point. Thank you guys very much for your generosity on this beautiful day. Did Rich from Review Tech send me a private message? Ooh, are we getting offers? I hope it's sex.
You hope that somebody else is offering you sex.
Oh, no, he just shared a tweet to me.
That sounds like you, doesn't it?
Ooh, he shared a DSP tweet.
The delicious, delectable, a 1-star cracker. And I mean the delicious, delectable baked good. I don't mean the racial insult.
Jesus, Phil. Wow. 1-star cracker. Yet nobody else would think the racial insult, Phil.
What a fucking moron.
Oh, boy. That is, that was out there. Oh, my
God.
If you want barbecue sauce and I offer you a choice between mustard and ketchup and you allow me to limit your choice, you are a moron, says Benton J.A. Well, I'm sorry. I will stop voting immediately. I promise. That whole last segment got kind of mean. All right.
For who?
Everybody. Everybody got a little out. I think we can all admit we're having a party today and we got a little out of hand.
I literally, again, I said a very middle of the road. I don't hate this group. I don't like this group. Yeah. And it turned into, wow, fuck April.
Sounds bootlicky to me.
I am just going to go sit in my tree that's sponsored by the DNR, apparently.
And lick their boots?
And fucking lick boot.
Yeah, there you go. You boot licking.
Hopefully it attracts a nice deer.
Yeah. You DNR Uncle Tom. Midland Armory in Foley.
I'm going to let the dog out.
Why don't you go let the dog out? That's code for call the DNR to rat on all of us. She keeps a list. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Midland Armory, though, available to you around the country as you can order online at midlandarmory.com. Check out their vast selection online. Throw that link up in the chat, Balls Deep or Lemmy or somebody else. That is midlandarmory.com. Lower receivers, handguns, rifles, shotguns, magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, you name it, they've got it. And check out some of these cool firearms they've got. Now, the nice thing about ordering from Midland Armory is they'll ship it to an FFL dealer near you where you can go, have all the checks run, and pick up your firearm. And if you use the promo code SteelToe, you're going to get a nice discount off that firearm or optics or whatever you buy from Midland Armory. You'll get a nice little discount. I believe it's between 10 and 20%, depending on the item, when you use the promo code SteelToe at midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory in Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order from Midland. And Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Our pals at Old Capitol Tavern is going to, they're going to hook you up with some of the best food in the area. If you're in our home base of central Minnesota, I can't recommend the Reuben, the Cuban, the Caribbean mahi-mahi tacos. I can't recommend those enough. I rarely ever grab the physical lunch menu here. But I got to recommend the pork belly mac and cheese. I have not had the mushroom ravioli, but people have told me it's incredible. Also, the meatloaf is always out. People are always ordering that meatloaf. They love it. What's that sandwich that's always gone too? Not the brisket cowboy. That one's very good. There's a bacon-wrapped meatloaf sandwich. That sounds fantastic. That's Old Capitol Tavern. 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Let's go. I want to catch up with the chat just a little bit. There was one comment specifically I wanted to get to, but I can't find it anymore. Shit. How did I lose that one that I wanted? Albania says April will get her own show soon. I think that could be interesting. Why not? Curly Adams says, it's rare Aaron loves anything Cuban, so don't take this lightly. You know what? That is slander. I have nothing but love and admiration for the people of the island of Cuba. Somebody says, damn, April be really fired up. Also, April, if you want more deer, just hit them with your vehicle. Free deer. That way, just put a nice brush guard on your truck. Hey, there you go. That sounds like a good way to do it. There's nothing, Rusty Grammer says there's nothing on the menu at Old Capitol that isn't incredible. I agree. It is very, very good. Oh, you brought down some chocolate treats to taunt me with and some tissues.
Yeah, I don't mean to alarm anyone. I sneezed and I got a bit of a bloody nose upstairs.
Uh-oh, she's got cancer.
Fuck.
That's a telltale.
That.
If you sneeze blood, that's a telltale sign of brain cancer.
Or my nose is dry.
Yeah, it could be either one, roll the dice. See what happens to you. Lemmy says, April, do a show with me.
I could do a show with Lemmy.
New show, Hunting with April.
We don't want that show. We just saw that. Everyone hated it.
I enjoyed it.
Why are we talking about me having a show?
So Albania asked in the chat if April was going to get her own show soon. They want you away from this big white bully that you have to deal with.
Well, that's fair.
Why am I so fucking white again? I was tan.
I noticed that about myself, too. I feel whiter after vacation for some reason.
I'm remarkably white. Chick-fil-A. So let's finally get to this Chick-fil-A worker that we were going to get to like an hour ago.
I forgot about this.
Chick-fil-A hero worker thwarts alleged carjacking with wild MMA takedown. So you wouldn't expect these fucking dweebs at Chick-fil-A, these Christian motherfuckers. Yeah, no, go ahead and eat up while my teeth hurt.
I'm starving.
That's nice. You wouldn't expect these Christian dudes that are slinging chicken sandwiches to be like taking people down. Usually their employees do go above and beyond, but it's like they help someone with a flat tire or, they help a woman deliver a kid or something like that in the parking. A good deed. Very rarely do the Chick-fil-A people get physical. But let's check it out. This is from TMZ Sports. This is a Chick-fil-A worker helping out physically. Holy shit.
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute. So is he he's the guy who stands in the drive-thru, right?
I think so.
I've always thought those
iPad?
Yeah, I've always thought those guys were remarkably useless.
Yeah, I don't like it.
But here they serve a purpose. Choking a motherfucker out. Here, let's big screen this for you guys. Now the other Chick-fil-A employees come out. Chick-fil-A. That was actually my name when I was a private detective.
Oh, I thought it was just French.
I'm Chick-fil-A. Private Eye. No, here comes the other Chick-fil-A employees after this guy's got him in a fucking Darce choke or whatever the fuck he's doing here.
A Darce choke?
Yeah. I like to use fancy terms. I'm probably not even using it right. Now they come out and just stare at the two of them. Looks like they're frozen. So all the other employees come out and they're like, looks like this is all taken care of. I'll fuck off. All right, we're good.
But okay, what happened though? Like, why did this start?
Because some guy came in there, he was being an asshole, so this guy just decided, you know what, I'll choke his lights out. No, we'll get to the details behind this in just a second.
She had a baby in her hands. Thank you. Somebody got the... You had a baby in her hands. How dare you?
What the fuck is going on?
Well, she's not getting her chicken sandwich, so she's moody.
She's angry.
Yeah, so apparently this guy was fucking with people at the Chick-fil-A. Looked more like during an incident at one of the popular fast food joints in Florida this week, thwarting an alleged carjacking by putting a wild MMA move on the suspect. Can we stop calling a headlock an MMA move? If anything...
I mean, is it not, though?
No, that's a pro wrestling move. He learned that from Rowdy Roddy Piper. Not Rowdy.
Even your face says that you're not confident in that statement.
That is a headlock that he learned from old Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Okay, but there's a large population out there that doesn't take wrestling seriously, but they will take MMA seriously.
Whoa.
So.
Accusations being slung about. According to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, the altercation went down after 43-year-old William Branch grabbed the car keys from a woman holding a baby and then attempted to steal her vehicle. Cops say the woman screamed for help, and that's when a young Chick-fil-A employee sprung into action.
Oh.
Video shot by a witness shows the man latched onto Branch and put the guy in a guillotine before taking him to the ground. Where did this motherfucker's chin go? I cannot find it. I see a beard. I see a face.
It looks like they painted his beard onto his neck.
Looks like they did one of those trans operations where they shave down your jawbone to make you a lady. Yeah, he's kind of got that vibe going.
He doesn't even have lady jaw, though. I've got more jaw than he does.
He's got a little bit of lady jaw. The restaurant staffer then wrestled with Branch for several moments before eventually subduing him. Cops later arrived on the scene and arrested Branch, booking him on charges of carjacking with a weapon and battery. They later commended the Chick-fil-A worker for his bravery.
Aww.
A major shout out to this young man for his courage, police said in a statement. Well, good for that kid. Those Chick-fil-A workers, man.
That's heartwarming. Now I want Chick-fil-A today.
Yeah, I almost feel like you're doing the right thing.
I want to go through the drive-thru and say, I got Chick-fil-A today in support of your kind workers.
That's great, ma'am. Shut the fuck up, or we got a long line here. All right.
Shut up.
Let's keep her moving, please. Thank you.
They would never talk to me like that.
No, they wouldn't. They're way too nice. I'm actually nervous of those people. $20 budget gets you 2 meals maybe, says Riz Digga. Yeah, then you got to kick off the weekend budget after that.
Yeah, and what if I want like a treat on my long drive today?
Oh, of course. You get a treat. I get a treat.
You got treats yesterday.
Fat, I get fat.
You got treats and I didn't.
Fucking them's the breaks, kiddo. What can I tell you? Alex Nerio says, getting your ass kicked by a Chick-fil-A drive-thru employee must be so embarrassing. I mean, no more embarrassing than trying to carjack a woman with a baby in her arms. So I think dignity and pride left this guy a long time ago.
Much like his chin.
Yeah, his chin and his dignity. He actually stored his dignity in his chin.
How do you give that kind of guy a headlock? There's no chin to
Right. What are you supposed to hook? I think you just got to get his neck and then push it towards the front of his face.
It's like trying to like choke a snake. There's no chin to hook your arm around.
Very, very difficult.
What do you do?
Thank you to Balls Deep for $20 on PayPal. He says for April's appearance tonight on Lemmy's show. There you go. You guys are $440 away from tomorrow's goal. Yeah, you guys have already hit today's goal. Tomorrow's goal is being worked on now after Wednesday's shortcomings. So thank you guys very much for your generosity and appreciation. Britney Spears, I think Triple N said it in the chat earlier today. He said, what was it? Re-lock up Britney or something? Or unfree Britney.
Unfree Britney.
She's what he said.
I will say before you even dive in, she's unbearable.
She is bad.
She's awful.
Let's take a special call first, and then we'll get into the Britney story. Hello, sir. What's going on?
I see your biggest Mississippi fan turned on you yesterday. What's your thoughts on that?
Let me say this. I thought you and I were pals, and here you are busting my balls yesterday. What's the deal, cowpoke?
I'm having some fun, just trolling you. Don't worry about it. Build a bridge, get over it. Having some fun.
It hurt my feelings, cowpoke. April can attest.
Really?
I cried yesterday.
He did. He cried.
April, did I cry? I cried.
He cried into your T-shirts.
Hi, April.
Hey.
Did you spend it $20 on something good?
I did not spend it yet.
You got $20 from Cowpo?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at the show.
At the anniversary
I think I kept
show.
it because I wanted to frame it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Uh-huh.
So, Cowpo, did you talk? I know you called me yesterday. I was going to answer because I'm sure you were on your show, but I was a little busy cutting up audio and stuff. Did you have Jake on your show yesterday?
No, I was doing an NFL show. I was going to have you come on and do some picks in week 2.
Oh, well, I'll throw you some picks right now. First of all,
go ahead, give it to me.
I love the Vikings' new coach. I love the direction we're going, but I don't feel good about winning in Philadelphia.
But I think you can win that game. I think you can win that game.
I hope so. That's right. You're a Cowboys fan. Your team is fucked, brother.
How did that happen?
We're awful. It is what it is. But I just got sick and tired of getting the shaft. But they have the new quarterback 21-12 because the piranha hurt his thumb. So 21-12 is in the building, and Jerry Jones got to stop breathing before we get our 6th ring. I need obituary first before we get our 6th ring. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, it's kind of like Al Davis with the Raiders. Maybe the team will have a chance once
Correct.
he goes. Yeah. Well, here's what I got.
That's the way go ahead.
Here's what I've got for you. I got the Chiefs over the Chargers. I've got the Steelers over the Patriots. I don't like the Patriots, and the Steelers with Mitchell Trubisky are finding ways to beat. They found a way to beat a good team.
I agree.
I'm gonna. You know what? This is my upset special for the week. I'm gonna take your Cowboys to win at home against the Bengals because I think the Bengals are suffering that Super Bowl loser curse.
Yeah, they should have never lost last week. That was embarrassing. If someone told me one time on my show is that your field goal kicker can win or lose you 3 games a year.
That's the Vikings have been living and dying on that for years.
Right. So the Cowboys, I was supposed to be a really good field goal kicker, but he cost them a win in overtime against Pencil Dick. There's no excuse you lose at home on opening week. No excuse.
All right. Cowpote, I'm going to run through these real fast because our audience tends to get really bitchy when we do too much sports. I'm going to say Panthers over the Giants, Browns over the Jets. I'm going to take the Colts over the Jags, the Ravens over the Dolphins, the Saints over the Bucs, the Commanders over the Lions, the 49ers over the Seahawks, the Rams over the Falcons, the Cardinals over the Raiders, the Broncos over the Texans. I said Cowboys over Bengals, Packers over Bears, Bills over Titans.
Raiders win. I think Raiders win.
Okay,
Raiders win.
And I think the Eagles beat the Vikings.
I do too. No, I'm taking Minnesota. That's my Kobe the Kitty miracle upset. The idiots, the City Barley Shove, get beat at home by the Minnesota Mosquitoes. I think that's my upset of the week, the Kobe the Kitty.
Well, and to bring this in for a landing, Cowpote, we have all officially blocked Jake Hudson, so I think his time with this show has come to an end.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. We've had our differences, but I'm sorry. I'm not. To do that video was pretty stupid. I mean, I've been nothing but good to the guy. I blocked him. I haven't talked about the guy. You're wasting your time. You're wasting good suffering with this guy.
Wait, did Jake Hudson do a fuck Cowpote video too?
Oh yeah, he's done it before, and then he's done that before. Blah blah blah. But he's a spent condom in my mind. He's a spent condom on the 4 floors of whores in Singapore. I've been to 4 floors of whores in Singapore, and that's what he is. He's just a spent condom. Who cares?
All right.
That guy's a waste of time. You're wasting your time. He needs to be in a group home and have a job because he's a Jake. He was Jake the drunk is done. He's a spent condom. He's over. All right.
Cowpo, would you like to do a group chat with Dave 25 or no?
No.
Okay,
no.
Good. You know what? That's the right
now
call.
Now a douche.
All right.
Now a douche.
And by the way, that Gabby is the worst fucking human being on earth.
I know. I call her whore 21. I mean, you have the best looking woman 8 out of 10 on your show. I wouldn't even talk about that hoe. I
like it. I yelled at her yesterday.
8 out of 10 can get any man. 8 out of 10, April get any man she wants in any place possible. So you have out punished your coverage, as they say.
Yes, and Dave is getting exactly what he deserves with that monster.
Right, got a hoe. He lives in the base of his grandma's house. He lives the base. Is on welfare. I'm not lying. He's on welfare and lives at the base of his grandma's house. And he knocked her up. She's gonna have his baby pretty soon. She's pregnant.
Oh, is she? She's pregnant?
No, she's not.
Oh yeah. Yes, she is. She's pregnant
with Dave's kid.
Yeah.
Be more funny if it wasn't his.
Boy, yeah, it'd be more funny if it came out black.
Well, it's just, it's curly hair. A friend of mine delivers babies one day, and a white chick bumped on a baby, had curly hair. The husband turned around and walked off. So,
Omaha.
All of a sudden, you look down. Whoa! Uh-oh! She likes the black meat. Look out! Beach, please.
All right. Cowpote, thank you very much for the call, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right. Love you, April.
Love
See
you
later.
too.
There you go.
What a wonderful man.
That is Cowpote. What were you doing over there while you didn't want to listen to Cowpote?
I was poking Jake on Twitter a little bit with some comments because last thing he tagged us in is
I thought he blocked you.
No, that Plow Dog account. He said, "Oh, fuck you two, checkmate. Dreams don't work unless you do." And I'm like, "Yes, Jake, that's right. Work that job." Oh wait.
Ghost of Paul Revere on Twitter says, because of my DNR rant, I'm expecting Aaron to lose his phone to the DNR at Hardee's today. Oh, man, if I want to weigh 250 pounds, I'll go to Hardee's. All right, the Britney Spears thing, shall we?
Yeah.
Britney Spears apparently was doing another one of those psychotic, was this Instagram?
Of course it was, yeah.
This is another one of those psychotic Instagram posts where she was just dancing like a lunatic in her kitchen or whatever, and she decided to post it on Instagram, and then in the middle of her dance, just break down crying.
Mm-hmm. And talk about it.
If you just if you're one of these guys who, if a girl's a total mess and still kind of cute, and the more she cries, the bigger boner you get, prepare to get maybe your biggest boner out of Britney Spears that you've gotten since "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time." This is Britney dancing on Instagram. Does she have the drugged out eyes still?
She always does. They're literally lifeless eyes. There's something void in there.
And when I say drugged out, I mean like medicated. Like prescription medicated.
I'm in my opinion, she's crazy.
All right, let's check out Britney Spears falling apart on Instagram.
Too bad the music's on.
Yeah, I know. We might get a claim on this.
You could probably turn the music off. She won't say anything.
All right, so there she is dancing.
She'll start crying though eventually.
And again, like just twirling her ass around and dancing on Instagram for what fucking reason?
She looks fucked up. Like her hair's a mess. By the way, I want you to pay attention. No matter what video she does, she's always got to yank her pants down just far enough for you to see her two like super low like pubic region hip tattoos.
Oh, very nice.
She has to do it in every video.
Absolutely. You know, her videos since she's been off the conservatorship, I hope it's made it very clear to Britney Spears fans, all these dipshits who rallied and protested that her conservatorship should be lifted as if it makes any difference in your life. I hope they're now seeing the evidence of what they wanted and going, oh shit, maybe all those people that we yelled at for wanting to continue that conservatorship had a point.
Nobody posts this. Like if you're ever doing this in your life, it is when nobody's watching. Am I wrong?
She dances like nobody's watching and then makes everybody watch. So there she goes. So she's got dancing. She's touching her tits.
Hand in her pants. See,
she's got to show your pussy tattoos. Is this where she starts losing her shit?
She's going to start crying pretty quick.
All right.
She's got to twirl a few more times though.
Of course. She's got to twirl around like she's 9 years old.
That's her thing. She likes the twirling and pulling her pants down.
42, 43?
I don't know.
Somewhere around there.
She acts like she's 7. She's obnoxious. This is everything on Instagram.
She seems like a girl who just discovered meth.
She seems like a kid to me.
Yeah. Oh, here. Are we getting the crying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to play too long of that. Oh my God.
Yeah. I watched this and I was like, I can't do one more second of you ever.
Did she like talk at all during this?
Nope.
Does she have like a breakdown?
Nope. She's just doing the song, whatever.
She's just dancing in front of a camera on her Instagram and she is openly weeping.
And people think this is she's so strong. Oh, she's just the greatest thing. Ugh, she is the biggest cry for attention I've ever seen.
You know what? It's interesting to me is that she's not bad enough where I'm like, oh, put her on death watch. So on and so forth. But she's crazy enough to be like, Would somebody step in and do something? Like, this is a lunatic.
She's constantly naked on Instagram, too, which I can't imagine her husband's super thrilled about.
Dude, her husband is so in that for the money.
Probably. He looks like her son.
Notice he didn't marry her until after she got access to her money again.
That's true.
So now that's $60 million. By the way, the $60 million wealth that her father built for her, because she was damn near out of money when she was bald and abducting her kids and shit and all that stuff she was doing. She almost
taking the kids from their dad.
Yeah, she almost ran out of money. And then her dad went to a judge and went, can you please let me just basically treat her like she's 2 years old? And the judge said, oh, I don't know if I should do that. And then he showed her the evidence. She's like, oh, fuck yeah, you got to take over. And then he rebuilt her empire to $60 million, only to hand it off to her to where she'll do God knows what. She doesn't look like she's a sound financial planner. I'm sorry.
Sound anything, really.
Yeah. Riz Digga says she looks great at 40 with multiple children. I'm not saying she's a dog. I'm not commenting at all on her physical looks.
None of us are saying she's ugly.
This woman is fucked up.
She's, in my opinion, she is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
She's lost it.
Gordy says her husband signed a prenuptial agreement.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that once.
Okay.
So that's true.
All right.
So it wasn't for the money.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
No, you can stop now.
That's true.
No.
That's true. You know, if you do that.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
So Britney Spears, we checked in on her now. She's still out of her mind. Yes? What the fuck? Did you just have a seizure?
No, I just didn't want you to move on yet.
Okay. So TMZ, doing that is good.
TMZ posting on that now, clarify for me, were they saying, oh, look at her, she's willing to cry on camera for us and show us her, soft side? Or were they saying like, oh, this is a bit concerning, is it not? What side were they taking? Why were they broadcasting that?
They're saying like her behavior is disconcerting?
I'm asking you, like, what did TMZ say about that? Why were they posting that?
Clicks.
So they didn't have an opinion like, oh, this is cause for concern? Or,
Harvey Levin doesn't give a fuck about anybody but Harvey Levin. He just wants his website to do well. If somebody having good things happen to him gets him more clicks and money, cool. If it shows somebody falling apart and he doesn't give a fuck about their mental health as long as he's getting clicked on. He doesn't give a shit, I don't think. How long until April acts like her? I don't know, but she won't be doing it around here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope not.
She will not be doing it here. Marquise says she's all damaged and sexy. I'm getting stiff. How long is that guy going to be able to hang around, honestly? And what the fuck is wrong with him?
That's what I'm wondering. She's literally putting straight up nudes on Instagram often. And I can't imagine at some point that as a husband you'd like that.
And someone says like, oh, if you were under that conservatorship, wouldn't you go crazy too? Dude, she was batshit way before that.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to put her under that conservatorship because she was shaving her head and abducting her kids.
People truly like to skate right over that just because it's over now. Like, people don't just get a conservatorship put on them.
Right.
Unless there's, like, reasons, okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
there was a reason.
The mental breakdown, shaving your head and stealing kids from their father thing's pretty out there.
Yeah, there was a reason that she went under that conservatorship. All right, let's continue. You know who the next celebrity to go under a conservatorship should be is fucking Bam Margera.
Yes, I would agree with that.
That guy's losing his family, too. And did you see Britney's kids want, like, nothing to do with her? They're done with her.
And, right, guys, like, if their own kids don't want something to do with you, like, that should be a red flag, too. Maybe don't stand up for the person whose kids don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and watch King Charles. How weird is that?
You like it, don't you?
It's not Prince. I like that there's a king now. It never felt real when there was a queen. Like, I know that everybody's crying in their cereal about Queen Elizabeth, but I never really took the monarchy seriously because there was a queen. Like, hey, there's a Queen of England. It's like, I don't fear a queen, you know?
Yeah, so hold on. When her husband was alive, did he get to be king? Or that's what I thought.
Prince Philip.
Doesn't that suck?
I think is Philip still kicking or did he die?
I thought he died.
Is Elizabeth's husband alive? No, he died last year. Prince Philip.
That always happens when there's like a like a really old couple, when one of them passes away, the other one is not far behind them.
So now I don't know why he didn't get to be king. It could be, but I was going to say he's not of royal blood.
Yeah,
but if he was the Duke of Edinburgh, like he should have been able to be the king. Like, does anyone know that
By
story?
marriage.
Yeah, does anyone know that story as to why he's not allowed to be the king? Why he wasn't allowed to be the king?
That is interesting, because in every other situation, whenever somebody like a woman marries a king or the guy marries the queen, you kind of become the other one, don't you?
Why Prince Philip was never called a king? Because that bitch be greedy for power.
Oh, he was handsome.
You get it. Prince Philip's life changed completely when Queen Elizabeth ascended to the British throne after her father's death in 1952. Overnight, the Duke of Edinburgh, who died on Friday, went from being a naval officer and young husband to a man expected to perform royal duties. Upon marrying the Queen, Prince Philip dropped his title as Prince of Greece and Denmark to become the Duke of Edinburgh. But when Queen Elizabeth took the throne, Philip did not become the King of England, thanks to a long-standing rule in the royal family which decrees that a man who marries a reigning queen would only be referred to as a prince consort. Okay, so he married her while she was queen.
So is that just to make sure that they don't get a big head on their shoulders and think that they're hot shit? Or
I think it's because it's all gay, incest, dumb shit from 1254. I think that's why. I'm not sure, but I think that would have more something to do with it.
I'm not sure, but I think it's just some gay shit.
Yeah, I think it's just some old gay, trans, fucking inbred shit is what it is. I think.
You look so cute and happy when you say that.
Yeah, I really like saying those words. They're kind of fun. So now you've got King Charles, and I don't think Camille, I don't think his second wife is the queen, because I don't think a second wife can be a queen.
That's shitty.
And I don't think Diana could have been a queen because she was a commoner.
So many fucking rules.
She didn't have a I told you, it's
Fuck
all
royalty. There's too many rules.
It's all gay incest. There's a reason we got the fuck out of there. Is Camilla queen? Okay, so she's the queen consort of the United Kingdom. Okay.
Queen consort.
Right. That's bullshit. You know what I would tell people? That's like when you're co-champion. I would just tell people, I'm champion. Hi.
Yeah.
Or interim champion.
Fuck the co.
Champion. Just fuck, yeah. Fuck consort. Just say, oh, I'm the queen. And then when they call you out on it, going, what? I'm doing it shorthand. What do you want from me?
What's the big deal?
So anyway.
It's not like anyone else is in that position anyways.
Yeah, so she's queen consort because he was already married to Diana. What You Drinking says they are all fucking cunts. You're right, Aaron. See, that's what I think. Benton J.A. nails it. The queen consort is a fancy British way of saying that's the king's bottom bitch. You know? Like, I don't think,
wow.
Like, when William becomes king, I'm looking forward to his reign, by the way. Fucking Charles is a nudge. I don't like him. I'm looking forward to King William and Queen. Now, she can't, Kate can't be queen either because she's a filthy commoner.
Yep.
And Meghan can't be queen.
Meghan certainly can't.
Because she's part black. So... That's not why.
Omaha.
It's actually Omaha. It's because she's a giant twat. That's why.
She is a bitch.
She's so fucking unlikable. God, I don't know how anybody defends her. She is fucking terrible.
The only thing she seems to have going for her is her appearance.
Yeah.
Like her looks.
Veldrain is right. You can only be king if you have a Habsburg chin. That's 100. You have to look
You're
like...
just a distinguished man if your chin sticks out.
You have to look like Charles V. Meghan is hot but unbearable. Yeah,
your profile from the side was hilarious.
Charles V. Gives me raisins.
I wish they could
I'll
see
make
what
a
I
frog.
Anyway, so you got King Charles, now the king.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to that first kid that William and Kate have, like pulling a Henry or a Harry and wanting like nothing to do with the royal family and doesn't want any titles.
The one that was a brat already.
No, I want the youngest kid. I want the douche fuck.
Yeah.
To be the king.
Oh, that's what you mean.
I want the little douchebag to be the king. He would be exciting to watch. Which one? Is that Louis? Because I think there's George. George is the oldest.
I think it's Louis.
And there's Prince Louis. It's, I want to see if they have Prince Louis. Yeah, he like was motherfucking his mom at the Platinum Jubilee. I like that kid. He's a total cunt. I like him.
Fuck this music, though.
Yeah, that is kind of gay. And trans. So there's Louis. He's talking to his mom. And his mom's like, hey, shut the fuck up. And now there's the dying queen.
She did not look good.
Look at how old you have to be before you're king. Look at how fucking old he made himself before she died.
Dude, she almost...
He's going to get to be king for like 8 years.
She almost looked as bad as Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, the queen looked better than Nancy Pelosi. So there's Lewis. You know that secretly Lewis was the queen's favorite.
He was just a little shit that she thought was funny.
Hello, William. Did you bring Lewis with you or just the gay one? It's like, Mum, don't call him gay. He seems fruity. I want to see Lewis. He's a ball buster. We sword fight in the kitchen. I take out my giant Cameroonian sword and he takes out a Scottish Highland blade and we duel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just sitting there going, fuck this noise. Oh, now what's he doing? He's peeking over. He just looks like a fucking doof. Oh, here we go. This is now his mom's trying to calm him down. I want to see the part where he tells his mom to shut the fuck up. Oh, he doesn't like the noise.
I can imagine most kids don't like this life.
No, I want to see the one where he tells his mom to shut the fuck up. That's the part I want to see. Oh, there you go. He's dancing.
Probably right here.
He sees his mom. I like that kid.
Well, that was the gayest video ever.
I know. That wasn't the one I wanted. I wanted the one. He puts his hand over her mouth when she tells him to be quiet. I like that kid. He's a petulant little asshole.
Seriously, though, think if you're like a small kid, you probably don't like that life you're living. There's just thousands of strangers around all the time.
You got to be nice.
You got to be proper.
Right.
Fuck that.
They're saying Prince George looks like Damien from The Omen. Yeah, let him like renounce his claim to the throne and then let Louis take it over. That kid's a pip. Anyway, so now it's not Prince Charles anymore. It's King Charles. And you know what? We were finding out the pet peeve of the new king is pens that don't work.
It's very specific.
You can tell that this 76-year-old motherfucker has been waiting a coon's age to be able to finally be king. That is a saying.
A what's age?
A coon's age.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'll look it up for you right now. What is...
You just wanted to type that. You know it.
An indefinitely long time. That's all it means. In a very long time. We haven't seen him in a coon's age.
Oh, yeah?
There is no exact answer to how long a coon's age is since it's a very long time. Coon is short for raccoon. There's a folk belief that these animals are not long-lived. Later on, coon became a term for a white person? What?
That's fucking weird.
You and I are reading different books, brother. Anyway, let's...
Omaha!
Omaha, indeed. So King Charles, at 76 years old, has become a complete, insufferable dick because he's been waiting so long for this throne. It was just a non-working pen that set him off and made him yell at his wife in public this week.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Charles is definitely... Well, he misses his mom.
Well, okay, yeah. His mom just died. He's got the stress of becoming king suddenly at 73 or whatever it is.
He's living a tough life right now.
He ran out of Metamucil.
He gets to, gets to act with impunity. His brother's a pedophile. I mean...
What if Charles dies? What happens then?
If Charles dies, then William takes over.
So his brother's totally out of the picture?
Oh, no, Andrew doesn't even have his titles anymore.
Oh, that's right. He was stripped.
Yeah, they said, hey, look, man, we're going to do you a favor. We're not going to say that you fucked kids, but you can't have any of our money because that girl sued him. And they didn't want to pay for it. So he settled out of court as soon as the royal money, as soon as they cut him off from the royal bank account, he settled with that chick and paid her off. So, yeah, he gets no claim.
So was he not allowed at his own mother's funeral?
He was allowed, yeah. They heckled the shit out of him. They called him, the crowd called him a pedophile and a monster and all kinds of shit.
What a day.
It's pretty fun. So here's King Charles adjusting to his new role.
I just had is it September 12th?
13th, sir.
Oh, God, I'm the wrong date there. 13?
Yes, sir.
You signed up 12:30. Where did I go to 12? I signed 10. Oh, God, I hate this.
Oh, look, it's going everywhere. Hang on. It's only particular
Look at that shit. I love that they still have that old school king shit going on.
Yeah.
They just leaked a little bit of ink on the king's hand and they're running in like it's a bomb under his car.
Yeah, she's holding it. Oh God, it's going everywhere.
Oh God, I've got it. Ah! And they like jump on the pen and they bury it in the ground under granite.
They actually drive it really, really, really far out
Yeah.
to like sea and like toss it in.
Send it out into the North Sea. Maybe it'll float to Iceland. This is a dangerous pen.
They actually like just trap shoot it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's going everywhere. Hang on. It's only particular Oh, look, it's everywhere.
Charles is a little high strung at the moment. That pen set him off. So let's go get you a cookie and a juice box.
So wait, now does she have to sit and sign all his signs?
Yeah, now she's going to sit there and sign all the signatures. And he's like, this bloody goddamn pen, this silly thing, I can't even. It's like, bro, this guy's going to try and take back America.
She looks the part, though. She looks tightly wound. She looks old, and
well,
she doesn't look well either.
I'm glad that you think she looks the part because Diana had to fucking die so that this lady could be there. Oh, wait, they were already divorced.
Do you know, I think I just saw a magazine in Target checkouts yesterday that says it's been like 25 years without Diana now.
Yeah, 97, she died.
It's a long time.
King Charles comes back and he's like, and another thing, if any of these fucking pens leak on me again, I swear to God, I'll have you all killed. Like, he goes back to like medieval king shit. He's like, my mom was a soft, silly, daft cunt. She didn't take advantage of her authority. I want everyone in here knowing that today could be the last day of their lives if they don't serve me properly.
I want him to also yell at her for forging his signature.
Right. I want him to be Henry VIII, basically.
Just
That's what I want out of King
cunt.
Charles. Yeah, I just want him to just, someone fucks up and you just hear, like, oh my God, Prince Charles had someone shot during a meeting.
Hey, but if you kill one of them, the rest of them get in line real quick.
Exactly. There won't be no leaky pens in that palace anymore.
They triple check like 30 pens beforehand.
Yeah. What is that stain on your pocket? What do you mean, sire? The stain on your pocket. This stain, this is from lunch. Did you eat an inkwell for lunch? Sir, please, I have a family. And I have fingers. So that was it. That was King Charles. His first day on the job. He's got a pen leaking all over him. He doesn't need this shit.
Bad omen.
Yeah, exactly. Robert says, I bet Prince Charles makes someone wipe his ass.
Oh,
yeah, he said that the groom of the stool is what they call him. There's a title for that, the groom of the stool.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's called the groom of the stool, and they wipe the king's ass. It would be funny if Charles was like, all right, which one of you wipes my ass? And they're like, sir, that's just an old myth from back in the day. Well, we're bringing it back. Now wipe me, boom.
That's fucked up.
Or your head will be on the same stick that William Wallace's head was on.
Even if it's a power move, isn't it kind of like just embarrassing to have somebody else wipe your ass, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Well, how would you feel? What if
let's try it and I'll let you know. I'm not gonna talk
your
out
ass
of school
all the time.
We'll see. You would know what kind of messes I'm leaving.
Probably be cleaner.
Yeah, probably maybe a little bit. Citizen M says, if Princess Di in a Crash had been my mom, that's not. Her name was Diana, not Die in a Crash. That's her last name was not Crash. I would have made Meghan my new mommy too. That's no.
That doesn't line up.
You're not working out the generations there on that one.
Oh, look at the sunshine.
Forgive me for being controversial, but is Meghan Markle hot?
I feel like you can't say no without looking like a total asshole.
Because I don't think she's really that.
I mean, here's what I'll say. Everyone has a type. Pull it up for them at least.
I mean, she's not. I'm not sitting here saying she's hideous, but I don't want to fuck her.
You've said way nicer things about way uglier people. I feel like that's hypocritical almost to say that she's not hot.
I mean, she's an attractive woman. Not for me.
Like, everyone has taste and stuff. She's not my type, but she's certainly an attractive
There's a
woman.
little too much Minnie Driver going on there for me to like her.
Well, people liked her too.
Yeah, they did. Here, you know what? If I had to pick between the princesses, I think I'm a Kate Middleton guy.
I do think Meghan is hotter than Kate, but they're both very attractive.
All right. I gotta go with. I'm a Kate Middleton guy. Kate versus Meghan. I gotta go Kate. Now Pippa, who knows? You got that Pippa. Remember her? You remember Pippa Middleton?
No.
When Kate Middleton got married to William, it was kind of that terrible thing that no woman wants. Like, she had a giant ass, and everyone was like, "Oh, fuck Kate Middleton. Who's fucking hook Harry up with Pippa?"
I remember now. Thanks for jogging my memory.
I think she married like a super famous like soccer player, hedge fund manager.
She looks like
or something.
if Kate Middleton and Meghan Markle had a baby.
Yeah, everyone.
Actually,
I gotta say, I think I'm more of a Kate guy than a Pippa guy. While on family vacation, I don't know if that's a soccer player or a hedge fund manager. One of the two. Yeah, he looks more like a hedge fund manager.
I don't know. She looks very soccer momish to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kate's hotter.
Yep, I'm a Kate guy. And then Meghan, I don't know what it is. I just...
you just don't like that she's a bitch.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think I'm too much of a personality
You got to separate the two.
Right. I can't separate the fact that she's remarkably unlikable.
The worst part is that Harry kept her around for the looks.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Stop going for crazy.
And boy, did she do a number on him, because now he believes all the crazy actress shit that she believes. Oh, he's the worst. You would have thought that out of all of them, Harry was the one with balls who wouldn't become half of whatever the woman he's with is.
Mm-hmm.
And it turned out that he totally was the one.
And everything.
And William's kind of the Chad of the whole family. It wasn't that way forever and ever. And then Meghan came along and William's like, "Excuse me, Kate, you're going to pop out 3 kids for me, all right?" She's like, "Okay, that's fine, William.
Okay.
Thank you for not talking back. You've learned." And then Harry's like, "Oh, yes, honey, are we fighting for climate change today? Are we going to turn around the climate? Are we going to make sure that I bow to the altar of George Floyd today, honey? Would that be okay?"
Are we abandoning our whole family today?
Yes, exactly. Am I abandoning my family for you, Kate? No, not Kate. Megan. Meanwhile,
It'd be more funny if you said Kate.
Meanwhile, William's like, called her Pippa, and she's like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
That's divorce worthy.
Meanwhile, William's like, "Excuse me, Kate. Believe I asked for my sandwich at 12:15. It's currently 12:17. I made up for a TV interview. I'd hate to lose my temper. I sweat when I lose my temper." Oh, there's my set. Thank you, Kate. That's wonderful of you. You see, a real man doesn't even have to raise his voice after a certain point.
He's going to give her another baby after that.
That's right. Thank you for the sandwich, Kate. You may get another girl and we can balance things out. I have incredible semen control. I know exactly which one's going to enter. Like, William's the Chad, Harry's the douche. That's 100%.
I thought Chads and douches were the same thing.
No, a Chad is a Chad. Everybody knows that. James J. Weed says it's because Meghan Markle is half black. Don't say that. People are going to think that's why I don't think she's hot.
We all forget that.
Oh, boy. And I think she's a quarter anyway.
What does that matter?
Affordable Sign Guy says the Royal Wiper wears rubber gloves, safety goggles, and a shower cap. As you should. What You Drinking says Harry is the one with the balls to say, "Fuck the royal family, I'm done. Respect Harry." No, he did that because he got permission from his bitch.
He didn't do that of his own, choosing.
Robert Miller says the rumor is William likes getting pegged. Don't let him catch you talking like that.
Didn't Harry only do that after they, said something about her being from Hollywood or something like that? Insulted her?
She kept accusing all of them of racism. She kept saying,
right.
"Oh, yeah, they say the N-word, and they asked me what color our baby would be, and they're a bunch of racists." They went to Oprah, and Meghan basically ratted out the entire family, the entire royal family to Oprah. This bitch would have been a terrible mafia wife. She'd be dead by now.
She'd be dead.
If she were a mafia wife, they'd be like, they'd be going to the boss and being like, "I know he's a made guy, but we got to kill his wife, boss." And be like, "Oh, thank God you asked me. I've been waiting to give this my blessing for years." Marquise says, "I believe it." Yes, of course the royal family says the N-word and they're incredibly racist. But why do we have to tell Oprah, Marquise? That's my question. If anything, you tell Howard Stern. That's who you tell that kind of news to. Yeah. How many times did the Queen say the N-word? Yeah, let Howard get some of his edge back. Fuzzy with $9.99 and a super sticker. Thank you very much, buddy. Guys, we are only 4:30 away from our goal tomorrow. You guys got that way down from yesterday. That is huge. Thank you guys very much. And if you feel like chipping in, we have already hit our goal today. We're on to tomorrow. There's the PayPal link in the chat if you care. Otherwise, look, we're way past the goal. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and do some catch up here, and then we got to get into Putin and the Ukraine shit. There's some juicy stuff going on there, boy.
Gordy's got to poop.
All Care Towing, make sure you wipe his ass. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing. Of course, if you're in central Minnesota, they're the only ones to call. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if your vehicle won't go, it's All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Our pals at Stoney's, hey, no place better than Stoney's Garage. That's the bar at the patio at Stoney's. That's the coolest little invention any local bar's had. It's so nice, so easy. They do acoustic shows in there. They've got live music in the main bar every weekend. Great place to go watch the Vikings, have a bloody. They got TVs all around the bar, so you can catch the Vikings game at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All right, continuing on. We've got Veldrain saying, how many times did they say the N-word and show me them tits? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Howard interviewing Meghan Markle. How many times did they say the N-word and show me your tits, honey? Sorry, I'm supposed to be woke now. Marquis says, because Oprah always gets the big interview, otherwise she would be irrelevant. Yeah, just rat to Oprah. Kate is way hotter, says Coltrane. Megan just looks like a bitch. Yeah, see, guys like Coltrane and I, we can't separate the person from the looks. It's difficult. And actually, seeming cooler can make you hotter. Like, I don't think Natalie Portman is as hot as I think she is, but I think she just comes off as kind of cool, like a decent human being. So you're like, she's fucking, we'll pretend she has tits. I think that's my synopsis of my own thoughts on Natalie Portman. Veldre, I'm sorry, I almost read the same comment twice. I liked it so much. All right, let's get into this Vladimir Putin, Russia, Ukraine stuff. It is not going well for the Russians in Ukraine, which is weird because like a month or so ago, they were just hammering the shit out of the Ukrainians. I don't know if our weapons are finally getting to the front line, but this is starting to look like Afghanistan for them all over again. And Ukraine, military expert Justin Bronk says, is pulled off one of the greatest counterattacks in modern history and says Vladimir Putin has no good options and Russia's entire invasion force could collapse in the worst defeat since World War II. This is a very interesting map. This shows the territory that Ukraine has gained back with their latest counteroffensive. They've taken back Kharkiv, which was taken by the Russians, and then all of this green shit here. So they've widened the border with Russia so they can, I mean, do you fuck around and do you maybe launch some incursions into Russia and see if that doesn't fuck them up a little bit? You've got the other occupied areas here north of Donbass, and then you've got Mariupol down here. So they're getting closer to the Donbass region, and I think a victory for Ukraine looks like this. They push the Russians back. The Russians take the Donbass region, which I think the Donbass wanted to be Russian already. And as you look in Ukraine, it's a very small portion of Ukraine. But, I don't know if they get, what you call it, Crimea back in this one. I think that might be a little too far gone. But they've definitely made up a shitload of territory, 1,000 square miles of territory, and captured dozens of vehicles. Russia's entire Donbass offensive is now at risk of falling apart. Well, I suppose if the whole invasion and the whole offensive there falls apart, Ukraine will just take back the Donbass. They don't have to give it to Russia.
Sure.
But they're pushing back in the south too. I mean, if they push the Russians back to Crimea here and the Donbass here, that's going to be a huge failure for the Russians. And I guess all of the Russian brass and everyone else, they're really turning on Putin.
Really?
Like they want him out of there.
Okay, well, he is causing some problems.
Yeah, his little intervention there in Ukraine, not good. It's.
I feel like it was just kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, it has not worked out very well for him.
Like he made a him problem an entire country problem.
Right.
Like he wanted it.
And then we pumped about $50 billion into Ukraine and gave them a shitload of weapons and all kinds of shit because we didn't want Russia taking the place and finding out what we've been up to there. So
I don't like getting too deep into that shit because I just kind of then I start to worry what we are doing everywhere.
You find out that there are no good guys.
There's nobody that's good out there.
I know. We're all just pieces of shit covering our nonsense. Russia's invading a sovereign country, and then we're trying to protect it, not because it's the right thing to do, but because we installed that leader and made him a multi-millionaire overnight, and we've been doing all kinds of shady dealings with him and shit. Yeah. That's why this whole war is being fought. Technocratic politics. Isn't it wonderful?
So fun.
And we all pay the price. It's great. That's the awesome thing is all these world leaders and these super rich oligarchs, it doesn't hurt them at all that we get involved in any of this shit. But everybody else in all three of these countries, well, and in Europe, they're having this massive energy crisis now in Europe.
Paying the price.
So all those people have to pay the price for this shit. But all the people who made the decisions, they're going to be fine.
Dude, people in Germany are afraid of like being able to heat their house or not this winter. That's really scary.
Benton J.A. says, I'm not doing any of that nonsense. Oh, you didn't know? I've been over there fighting. I'm actually single-handedly responsible for the advance.
He actually just flies a Ukrainian flag in our yard and says, remember Ukraine.
They're calling me Ikya Napoleana, which means the new Napoleon.
I stand with Ukraine.
They didn't know. You don't know that. You guys, I don't tell you guys what I do after the show. I live a very private life, but
I don't even know what he does.
Yeah, I've been secretly engineering the... I keep telling you guys that I've been playing Medieval 2 Total War. I've actually, via computer, been commanding forces in Ukraine and Russia. But you guys don't know.
You don't know.
Let's go to Coltrane. He says, Ukraine proved that outside of nukes, Russia isn't shit. I'm trying to think of the last time the Russians fought somebody and kicked the shit out of them with their military. It's like World War II.
Yeah, but everyone remembers that. That's why they thought this Ukraine thing would be over really fast.
Well, like Afghanistan, they sucked. Ukraine, they suck. They took Crimea, but that wasn't a military thing. They just kind of took it, and then we didn't do shit about it.
Isn't it because all of their equipment is really, really outdated?
Their equipment's really outdated, and like somebody just said in the chat, like without nukes, Russia's kind of a second-rate power.
Yeah, they don't have much going on.
And here we thought you were just napping, said McMarshall. No. I've been organizing the Ukrainian counterattack. That's been my whole business. How is our $100 billion being spent? Asking for a friend. Well, it's probably being spent on some weapons, but then the rest of it probably just lining the pockets of the people that we installed in Ukraine. Yag says, Aaron is Matthew Broderick from War Games playing a game, but it's really happening. Exactly. I'm commanding all my forces, and here the Ukrainians are just smashing through the lines.
What a weird world.
Yeah. Silverwolf says, Ukraine is basically just a reverse Vietnam. Yeah, we're on the winning side of Vietnam this time in the Ukraine thing. I don't know. It's just, it's going to end in a disaster for Russia. I guess they're trying to get rid of Putin now. Yesterday, his limousine was attacked. The Russian leader was unharmed, according to anti-Kremlin sources who revealed health scares and also claim he has ordered gymnast lover to have an abortion. All right, this is some National Enquirer shit. Here's this problem I have with the Daily Mail.
Yeah.
The Daily Mail sucks the dick of any story that says Ukraine's doing awesome. Mm-hmm. You know, like the counterattack story we know is true. There's maps, there's advances, everybody's reporting on it, whatever. But Daily Mail also gets into like anti-Putin porn. Like, oh yeah, Vladimir Putin was attacked in his limousine. All right, cool. His gymnast lover is having an abortion because he told her to. It's like, how the fuck do you know that?
Yeah, that title alone that you just read had 3 things in it. It had the limousine attack, his health scares, and the abortion thing.
Right.
That was a loaded one.
It's like you want to look at the people at Daily Mail and go, guys, relax. We all think he's an asshole already, okay? You don't need to convince us.
You don't need to sell me on it.
Yeah, you don't need to sell me on Putin's a dick, okay? I think they are going to get him out of there, though. I think he might be.
I think there's enough people that don't like him for sure.
I think he might be on his last days because the military can't be happy that they've been humiliated in this way. Because even if Russia does end up like pushing back against Ukraine, the fact that they're only that far into the country after 6 months now,
long time,
that's embarrassing. Like, it's really embarrassing that whole thing seems to have bogged down right there. But we'll see if they hang in there. Still only September, man. As far as like the winter goes, like winters in Ukraine aren't as bad as like you think Russian winters are.
Russian's bad.
They've still got like 2 or 3 months left before that really sets in. So the Russians got to hang in there for a little while longer.
See.
Fire Ginger says then they'll finish the war and commit more troops. I don't know. They've already been sending more in. And now you got this thing where Azerbaijan and Armenia are beefing now. And Russia's on the side of the people being invaded, but Russia can't help them because they're too busy in the Ukraine. So
I didn't hear about that one yet.
It's all going to shit. Yeah, it's let's see, Armenia, Azerbaijan war. Yeah, it just started a couple days ago. Armenia reports ceasefire with new border clashes. Oh, this was this morning. Armenia says 105 troops killed in Azerbaijan border clashes. Azerbaijan has used Russia's weakness in Ukraine, experts said. Yeah, so Armenia is on the Russian side. So Azerbaijan decided, you know what? We're going to go fuck up Armenia. And it's not like the Russians can do anything about it because they're busy in Ukraine. So now Russia's not only getting their dick kicked in a little bit now in Ukraine, but now also they look weak because they can't intervene in their own backyard on behalf of their allies because they're busy with Ukraine. Armenia and Azerbaijan have negotiated a ceasefire to end a sudden resurgence of fighting that has killed 155 soldiers from both sides. Armen Grigorian, the secretary of Armenia's Security Council, announced the truce in televised remarks at 8 p.m. local time Wednesday. Several hours before Grigorian's announcements, Armenia's defense ministry said that shelling had stopped, but did not mention any ceasefire agreement. Armenia and Azerbaijan traded blame for the hostilities, with Armenian authorities accusing Baku of unprovoked aggression and Azerbaijani officials saying their country was responding to Armenian shelling. Well, it sounds like these two are going to be getting along in no time flat.
I guess so. This shit is so exhausting.
It
honestly.
really is.
No, but this is so stupid, but nobody's nice to each other. Nobody cares.
Let's see. I want to see. Our allies are Russia and the CSTO, said Pashinyan. Which one's Pashinyan? Armenia. Okay. So, yeah, Azerbaijan said that, Russia's all fucked up in Ukraine. Let's take out Armenia. And the Russians can't do shit about it.
Well, why wouldn't you? That's the time to go.
After World War II, winter is not as bad, but still an issue, says John Jay. Well, it didn't help that the Germans didn't bring any winter clothing either. Hitler was so convinced that they would win that thing quickly that he goes, fucking coats. They just weigh you down.
Coats.
Yeah. Fuck a coat. Hats, gloves. What are we, gay? Get out of here.
What are we, bitches?
Yeah, what are we, a bunch of bitches? We'll be warming our hands in the fireplaces of the Kremlin before the winter kicks in. That always was weird to me when I read about that. Where like Hitler didn't send his troops winter gear. I'm like, even if you don't think you're going to need it, you can't just send it with?
That's the thing. I don't even go out hunting without an extra heavy jacket just in case. Okay?
Right. And this is invading Russia.
Yeah,
I mean, that's way beyond hunting.
Exactly. Bring the coats.
Great Nate says the meth gave him a lot of false confidence, right?
That is fucked up. I forget about the meth all the time.
It's amazing, man. He had some of the most, like, Nazi Germany had one of the greatest military brain trusts that's ever been organized in the history of mankind. You had Hans Guderian, you had Erwin Rommel, Hermann Goering, you had all these guys, Alfred Jodl, just straight up military geniuses. And Hitler insisted on commanding the military himself.
Well, he wanted the credit, right?
To the point where most of those guys I just mentioned at some point tried to kill him. Because they're like, he's fucking this up.
He's screwing it all up for us.
Yeah. Continuing on here with the chat, we should mind our own business, stay out of other countries' bullshit, says Buzzard Bob. Yeah, sorry, that ain't happening. That's not the way it works anymore. You got to jump in with both feet, especially if you're maybe laundering money and installed that government in a coup. You know? G4 TV hit with major layoffs less than a year after coming back. This should be no surprise to anybody. Remember that scary-looking blonde chick from G4 TV who went on that rant about the sexism in gaming and all that?
I do not remember her.
Oh, God, she was unfucking bearable. Well, G4, I don't know if you remember them from back in the day. G4 was a gaming network, and they'd have all the latest gaming news, but also they had this other secret weapon, which was Olivia Munn showing her tits and sucking on sausages.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, see, just bring her up.
Olivia Munn made G4 a thing because there was this super hot chick who would do slutty shit, and guys were like, I'm going to find out about the latest video games, and then I'm going to watch this chick suck on a kielbasa.
Because why not?
I'm going to see how many hot dogs she can fit in her mouth, and then we're going to learn about when Madden's coming or whatever.
Sure.
Well, they brought it back. And they brought it back remarkably woke. I mean, obnoxiously so. And they had this girl.
That girl.
Yeah.
I remember her now. Wasn't she like Frosty something or other?
Yeah, you're right. I can't remember her name. Frosk, I think, was her name.
Frosk?
Was it Frosk? What an unsexy name.
Yep, that's her.
So she went on this rant about like guys are pieces of shit. And, you know, Olivia Munn was not here to be eye candy for you. Meanwhile, Olivia Munn somewhere was watching it going, what? No.
It kind of was.
I totally was. You think I shove all those hot dogs in my mouth because I like doing it? No, I wanted guys to jerk off to me so I could make shitloads of money. I had a clause in my contract. Every time a guy jerked off to me, I made $200,000. It was fucking great.
It's a solid game plan.
Yeah, exactly. I love when these ugly women come to bat for hot women who are not ashamed of what they did. Olivia Munn was not just your eye candy. It's like, all right, easy, soft 4. All right, Olivia Munn is more than happy with what she did to become as famous as she is.
Wait, you weren't a Frosk guy?
Yeah, no, I'm not a Frosk guy. I'm sorry. They're saying Candace Bailey hosted Attack of the Show and was cute. Right. G4 built this. They built this whole empire on sexy chicks talking about video games. Mm-hmm. That was it. And now they bring this Frosk in there and she's like, yeah, sexism and you pieces of shit. And all the guys got to cuck to her and they're like, oh, yeah, you tell her, Frosk. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sick of this shit. And I've got snaggle teeth and I look gross and I'm angry all the time.
A butch haircut.
Right. And all the guys watching this are like, all right, guess I don't have to watch the rebooted G4.
I kind of always figure that women like that lash out is because they don't get attention. Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
I'm wrong?
No, that's absolutely what it is. If she had what Olivia Munn had and they offered her what they offered Olivia Munn, she would have done it in a heartbeat.
That's what I would think.
But she can't, so she acts like she didn't want to. You know? It's like, I just didn't want to be quarterback for the Vikings. I didn't want it.
Look, they offered it to me. I didn't want it.
Bullshit. Let's go ahead. Should we revisit the Frost rant?
Someone just said basically a wig on Will Wheaton. That's fucking funny.
That is pretty good. Let's watch this guy Vito. Anyone that we watch, we should probably tell other people to follow.
Yeah.
Let's watch the Frost thing. You want to get the update on G4 dying, or should we do the Frost thing first? Which one do we do first?
Do the Frost thing first so people know what we're working with.
First off, I want to put this link in the chat to this guy, Vito. Be sure to subscribe to his page. It's the right thing to do if we're going to play his shit. Here is...
Good start.
Frost. This was from January of this year. So they had just relaunched G4 on Twitch. And they had launched it in... I think November, October, around that. And now we're in early January, and she's already shouting at the people watching. So here we go. This is the old Frost rant.
Oh, my script didn't get put in. That's fine. Oh, wait, it's coming in.
It's coming in hot.
The prompter has gone
You
blank.
actually wrote it up ahead of time?
Frost wrote something
You
in
extra
advance.
credit person making us...
She almost called her a bitch. In the rant she's about to do about how men are bad and sexism and Olivia Munn was a victim, he almost said, you bitch. That's nice. That's a good start.
By
the way, Machine Gun Kelly needs to eat a sandwich.
I was going to say, she looks just like Machine Gun Kelly. Like, she doesn't look well.
all look bad.
It's true.
With the typing and the writing and the sentence structure and the grammar and the semantics.
Yeah, so I'll fill while our prompter figures out what it's doing. Producers, it's empty, by the way. Or I'll just speak off the cuff and from my heart.
G4 off to a great start. Can't get the teleprompters going.
Ugh.
Got Frosk about to go on an anti-guy rant. Everyone's sitting around awkwardly wondering what the fuck's going on.
The woman's bitching that her shit isn't in the prompter.
So when this originally happened...
They should have taken that as a sign. Like, they didn't load it in the prompter because it sucks shit.
I totally would have. She should have been like, well, I'm not welcome here.
The boss goes, why wasn't that in the prompter? And the employees are like, we're trying to save our jobs.
Because it was fucking trash.
Yeah.
And my gaming grievance was actually going to be about Red Dead Online. So the subreddit for Red Dead Online, I'm a huge Red Dead Online player. I love Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, you were the one. Red Dead, I love that game, but its online was historically bad.
Why? What was the bad part of it?
Just uninspired, boring, dog shit. Just not good. People didn't like it.
2, I think it's probably my favorite game of all time. And
Wow.
right now, the Red Dead Online community are trying to get this hashtag going called Save Red Dead Online. And they've got it covered by Kotaku, Polygon, Game Rants, like Forbes, I think, also did a coverage of it. And they think that this will get Rockstar's attention and Rockstar will come back to them and give them exactly what they want. And we can actually scroll this down. I'll tell you when to stop scrolling.
God, this is like, again, maybe it's the lack of professionalism and presentation that's causing you guys to lose all your money and fire everybody and everything else.
That sounds very much like the red bar.
Jules, cut to me. Jules, cut to me. Cut to me, Jules. Jules, cut to me.
It's unprofessional, guys.
Good. Stop right there. But I'm here to tell you, and you're going to have to cut this B-roll in a second, because it's done. And what I do think that there is a larger discussion about Red Dead Online and that we need to have eventually about game design versus immersive experience.
I'm bored, so I'll pause real quick so you guys don't get bored. I have one question. Why is it always septum piercings?
I don't know. It's true, though, because I think a certain personality, such as hers, just goes with the, oh, God, I would look so much hotter with this.
You don't. And
They
I think
always say that, too.
Is there mercury in every septum piercing? That's how they get through that tough, sinewy septum, is they have to have mercury-laden metal? Because I feel like it gets into their brain and it just turns them insane.
No, I don't think you understand how piercings work.
Oh, okay. See, I thought the mercury from the septum piercing got in the brain, and that's why they're all batshit.
No, there's literally like a piercing device first, and then they put the
so it's not mercury. See, I'm trying to figure out a reason why all these people with this piercing seem to be the same person. I thought maybe it was the mercury.
No, she ate a lot of paint chips as a kid.
And comparing the Red Dead Online multiplayer experience versus the solo player one. But I actually want to talk about something so much more important than Red Dead Online.
Great. I mean, on a video game network, fuck talking about the video game. Let's talk about sexism. You know what gamers love? Being lectured to. And no offense to gamers, but they especially hate being lectured to by a girl.
Yeah, this seems like it's worked out great for everyone.
Sexism in gaming.
Yay!
And joining G4...
Hey, look, 2 people clapped, and then the co-host clapped so that he could... Why is Kenan Thompson there, by the way?
And he looks depressed
This
as
is not
fuck.
where I thought we were going,
I know,
but I'm here.
I had no
here.
idea.
I'm listening. Yeah.
In joining G4, I was ecstatic to be part of something that I grew up watching as a child. But every time G4 is brought up in various channels, even in this YouTube channel, we have the chat in front of us. I can see you with...
That's probably a mistake, by the way. If you're trying to launch G4 and make it as big as it used to be, you can't have the hosts looking at the chat. You can't, especially one who clearly can't handle it.
Maybe have a producer watching it, and if there's something really relevant, then they can pop it up.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, there will be backlash because I'm not as bangable as the previous hosts.
Well, give her points for self-awareness.
Yeah, but she's taking that self-awareness as, oh, so I'm just not as good then?
Yeah, you know what? You're not, because a lot of the reason Olivia Munn and these other girls were taken seriously by the guys is because they wanted to fuck them. I'm sorry that that's the way the world works, but that's the way things are.
Oh, you mean sex, like the one of the basic like drives of human desire?
Wow,
like
imagine that. If someone's more... By the way, Frosk, oh, God, pick a less hateable
maybe
name.
have a sexier name. I don't know.
Frosk, here's a crazy news flash that apparently nobody went up there and told you. Apparently, when you're on a visual medium like, I don't know, television, they tend to gravitate towards the more attractive people. Weird how that happens.
It's strange.
It's somehow...
Talk to him, Frost!
It has somehow been expected that you can talk...
That'd be funny if she went, shut up. Like, whoa. She really doesn't want anybody sharing the spotlight with her on this one.
Their table is very contradictory. Did you see that?
Women as a compliment.
That
It's
shit
not
weird.
a compliment.
It's weird.
It's dehumanizing and it's weird. Women do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn did not exist to be nice on the eyes for you.
If I may correct you, they literally existed to be nice on the eyes for us.
Right.
I mean, that's how they marketed her. That's how she played herself up as the cute, ditzy, oh, what does this hot dog mean? Oh, gosh.
Women in general, like as a broad spectrum, are the more pretty group of people, right? And that's kind of...
Controversial take.
Just saying.
God, just pull the balls off me, why don't you? I always thought I was the sexy one. Fuck.
Hey, she cooking, y'all.
By the way, you can always tell when you have a giant crowd and people are into your program when you can hear individual voices yelling.
Yeah, it's never good. I don't like that her co-hosts here, too, are just kind of... I don't think their hearts are in the things she's
they're
saying,
terrified
they're
to lose their job.
Go off, Frost. Man, she's on fire. Get him.
Look, he's staring off into the distance. Conrad Thompson is just looking at the ground. They're both like, oh, if we say anything about cutting off a woman's rant, we're going to get in trouble. Just fucking pretend she's killing it.
They're trying to think about what they're having for dinner later.
Especially this guy. He's getting peckish.
He's hungry.
Daniel Cormier and Kenan Thompson's kid over here.
And that's just obvious sexism. You don't need to explicitly objectify women or declare that you hate women to be sexist.
Well, I'm listening. Go on. I'm always looking to explore new avenues.
Right, to Aaron. Somebody like Aaron, you're like inviting them in.
Yeah, like you're sitting there. You don't have to do this to be sexist. I'm like, wait, you mean I can put less work into it? I'm all ears. Frosk. Oh, just an unattractive name.
Like you could dress a little nicer too. Like then your less bangable comment probably wouldn't be accurate.
Oh my God, look, she's shape-shifting into a bigger bitch.
She's an animorph.
Just go ahead and check out Thorne's latest meltdown on Twitter for some spark notes. Now, here at XPlay, our reviews are written and produced by a team of people. There are too many games for one person to shoulder the burden. So we divide and conquer. And when we use language like we or I, that's the reviewer. That's coming from the mouth and experience of the reviewer reading that review. And that's not to say that Gerard, TBH, Adam, or myself don't contribute to the reviews.
By the way, you've even managed to take a nauseating sexism rant and still make it boring.
I was just thinking, I'm bored as fuck.
Yeah, let's tap out of this one. So that brings us to the new update on G4. Let's see how G4's update is doing. It looks like at least somewhere between 20 and 30 staff members were laid off at G4 TV yesterday, according to 3 sources familiar with the business. The video game talk show network from the 2000s was resurrected last fall, so not even a year yet, on streaming platforms like Twitch as well as cable TV, but now faces major upheaval less than a year later. I truly cannot imagine the company continuing to produce our slate of content without the people we lost today, said one employee. The timing and severity of the cuts took staff by surprise, with talent showing up on set ready to film, only to have programming canceled as HR reps met individually with employees. While it's not clear what the extent of the layoffs will be, one source said those affected were told they would receive anywhere between 16 weeks and 6 months of severance based on their tenure with Comcast, G4's parent company. You know, these companies, these big companies that are trying to relaunch this shit, they're actually the ones that are behind on where entertainment and all this stuff is going.
Seems that way.
It's getting smaller, right? With Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. I mean, take a look at here. I'll use 3 shows as an example.
Okay.
And there are 3 shows that we talk about on this program. Steel Toe, Red Bar, Revenge of the Sis.
All right.
Those are shows run by 2 people. And they have a very small staff, and there's not much going on there, and they're just putting on a show, and they've grabbed themselves a large enough audience that they can be supported, they can do it for a living, and they can continue to grow. Comcast and G4 have this idea that it's the good old days where you just hire a massive team of producers and you spread the workload among like 30 or 40 people and we'll just have this big team. The money isn't there for that anymore.
They're stuck in the past.
People don't support that in large numbers anymore. TV doesn't get the audience it used to, and you can't get a big enough audience on YouTube to support that size staff. You gotta go smaller. Launching it with all this Comcast money, Comcast is only going to dump money into a losing business for so long. And they seem to have apparently hit that mark.
Yep.
You got to go smaller with this stuff. The days of the big numbers and the big studios and the big booths. I mean, even Joe Rogan has one guy. He's got
Jamie.
That's it.
Yep.
The biggest show in the world. One guy.
But people don't like to look at the examples and think, oh, I should do something like that. They're like, no, I've got a better way.
Yeah,
and it never works out.
Entertainment has gone small now. It's gone underground. Let's go to Maurice. He's waiting on the phone. Hello, Maurice.
Nostalgia, baby. That's what sells. Let's bring back Punky Brewster. Let's bring back Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Let's bring back the Fresh Prince. No. Let's not put the money in. Let's not put the money in these two hacks, Aaron and April.
Hey,
let's not put the money in Revenge of the... No. It's all about nostalgia.
Right. Who wants two guys, who wants two people being relatable on screen for a smaller budget when we could just spend millions of dollars on shit nobody asked for?
Holy shit, that's fucking Frost woman.
Yeah, Frost is. I don't know. I haven't followed G4. I actually forgot about them until I read this yesterday.
Yep.
Is she still there? Does anybody know?
I haven't the slightest idea. I haven't watched that shit literally since it launched.
Yeah.
Like, who I feel bad for in this whole G4 situation is Xavier Woods. Because he really wanted this shit to work. Like, he was championing for G4's return, and he was leading that charge.
Right.
And to see his efforts go up in smoke like this, I really feel bad for him.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Xavier Woods from WWE, or as I like to call him, Consequences Creed. Thank you very much. No,
there you go.
Consequences Creed. God damn it. No, Xavier Woods wanted this back, and I think did they hire him too? Like, is he part of the staff over there, or no?
He was the first hire.
Yeah,
he was the very first hire for G4.
But do you think he wanted it brought back as the Frost show, or do you think he had Olivia Munn, and I mean, not her literally, but like that kind of nature of G4 in mind?
I think he probably had a mix in mind. Like, I think he wanted to have this wide range of personalities, but I guarantee you, he didn't want it to be this gigantic fucking woke fest.
Yeah,
like this fucking amphibian with whitish hair is trying to spew on the fucking airwaves.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but
it was bad. Like, you attack your core audience and then you wonder why you're going out of business. That's like Nike attacking people with feet.
I love how April is speaking for us dudes. By the way, April gets it. You're fucking awesome.
Really? Thanks.
Listen to that lack of confidence. She's like, really? You like me? You gave her a compliment. She just got pregnant. That's called insecurity.
No, thanks. I just suck at compliments.
All right, guys.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That's Maurice. Just found the show recently.
I heard him say you speaking for all men. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. I could not find any evidence of Frost still working with G4.
Really?
Yeah. For like a while. It looks like I didn't see a name or anything. It looked like an Asian chick, and
dude, it's amazing though. Like somebody said in the chat, attack your main audience and then wonder why you're not doing well.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, people aren't gonna like you when you're so unbearable.
All these people who came back to watch G4 came back thinking, "Oh, is Attack of the Show going to be back?" Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn, all these people. Is it going to be that kind of a thing? Plus, you have a WWE wrestler with millions of fans every Monday tuning in, and that can't get it going?
I just feel like people don't tune into things like G4 for social lectures.
No, of course not. They want to hear about gaming. Gaming is incredibly fucking toxic. That's why people like it.
Yes.
Because it's a place where you can go. The whole point of gaming is escaping reality. Reality is woke and awful and fucking terrible. So they go to games where they can go, hey, let's be like naughty and mischievous again. You know, let's fuck around.
You can be degenerates.
And then you go there and you're like, oh, G4's back. Let's see what they're doing. Oh, lecturing all of us for trying to find an escape. All right, well, fuck me. I couldn't find any fake Frosk porn either, says Great Nate. Well, that's how you know you haven't made it.
You haven't made it yet.
No.
Is there any fake steel toe porn? That'd be funny.
That's too bad. You know, probably not.
What is that, 10 years down the road yet?
Look, we'll get there. G4 deletes all support for unhinged Frosk rant. This was 1 day ago. Bad news for G4 TV. Let's take a look at some of these.
Sexism in gaming.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh, that's, God damn it. What show is that?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
Watch all of this play out because you should be held accountable for
a 12-minute rant. I wanted to find something real. Oh, here's a 5-minute deal. Here, this is from Ryan Cannell, RK Outpost. Subscribe to him. Let's put a link in the chat. Here's a little, I like having little news snippets that I can play and figure out. Yeah, Wonder Years. That's what that's from.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. All right, this is bad news for G4 TV.
Less than a year after officially relaunching, it looks like the end is near for G4 TV. Just like so many of us said, this was—
Oh my God, they canceled all their streams yesterday.
Jesus, this is all the things going under.
So they canceled all of their streams so they could fire everybody.
Yep.
And then they're coming back today.
I mean, good luck.
Very predictable. Because when you hire activists, when you hire people, they constantly go out and attack a fan base in order to promote their ideology.
Okay, look, let me give you a great example of why G4 failed. That's what a gamer is.
Yes.
He's high-strung. He's very tense. He's full of emotions.
Emotional is a good one.
He's a very emotional guy. Like, you shit on this guy and you thought he was just going to sit down and take it?
No, and then good luck having anyone come back today with any kind of morale.
Right.
I think after seeing that kind of layoffs.
Yeah, you usually don't like become a huge thing after you lay a bunch of people
Usually
off.
you're just kind of, if you're one of the ones left still, you're kind of wondering when's your turn.
Speaking of you saying one of the ones, today there's a new episode of Right On. Today is the first episode of Right On. Remember Heaven? Remember that shit?
Oh, how do you forget?
Tomorrow on this show, up top, tomorrow we review the latest episode of Right On.
This is my fault.
Oh, I forgot. Do you want me to save it for Oz? I will.
No, I'll have fun with anything.
Oh my God, I am so excited.
And their narrative. When they tell fans, if you don't think like me, we don't need you here. We don't want you here.
That's true. They did that. And guess what? All those people said, okay, bye.
Went to the next thing.
You shouldn't be surprised when your entire audience packs up and leaves. And that's exactly what happened in the case of G4 TV. I started to hear some whispers today about some breaking news surrounding G4, that there was going to be a big announcement about some layoffs. And
yeah, like fucking, you can't piss off the Tormund Giantsbane over here and expect gamers to get your back.
No, because they're all like him.
They're all like Tormund Giantsbane.
Now they're all mad.
Should we see what their YouTube channel's doing? Maybe they're live streaming right now. We can see what G4's up to. G4 TV. Ooh. I mean, if you're going to have a multi-million-dollar enterprise with 30 employees, you got to have more than 131,000 subs.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like even an Ethan Klein can't get away with 30 employees. He has 5.
There's an awful lot of really niche streamers out there that are just like them and their husband that have over that now.
What a hacky bullshit way to make a living that is. Ugh. Wow, streamed one day ago.
But see, when you scroll through these thumbnails, there's no Frosk anywhere.
Oh my God, look at those view totals.
I know.
39,000, but then 17,000, 5.5, 3.5, 4.8, 3.3. Oh, that is fucking disastrous.
That's not good. You got 131,000 subscribers and you got 3,000 people watching a video.
Yeah, that's not good. So what do we know about Frosk? G4 TV admits Frosk destroyed them after rant attacking fans. Really?
Sexism in gaming. So maybe we be a bit nicer, a bit more self-reflective, and we enjoy the fact that people are working hard to make free content for you. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
When you attack your audience.
Okay, that's the same guy. All right. So I guess she's been gone for a while then? I don't know.
And it sounds like they did not back her on this.
Yeah, it sounds like they were like, what the fuck are you doing? G4 TV's post-Frosk rant woes continue. This is 2 weeks ago. Massive layoff. Oh, this is their massive loss of viewers in the months following Frosk's rant. Okay.
So then is she to blame for all these layoffs?
It sounds like she might be the only fucking reason this thing fell apart.
Yep.
G4's various content offerings have seen a massive loss in viewers in the months following X-Play host Indiana Frosk Blacks. Her name's Indiana Black. Ugh. Why do you need a name like Frosk if your name is Indiana Black? Isn't that kind of
Isn't that edgy enough?
Cowboy enough name?
Right.
On-air rants against sexism in gaming and the network's subsequent endorsement of her opinion. That's right, they backed her. That's where they fucked up too. The topic of the G4's Frosk fallout was revisited on April 26th, so about 3.5 months later, when independent video game journalist Brad Glasgow, ostensibly out of curiosity, sought to check in on their overall health. Meanwhile, G4 doesn't seem to be doing very well. X-Play is averaging around 16,000 views. Previously, they were doing around 40,000 views per video. Now, here's the problem. 45,000 views is not enough to support a massive staff like that.
No.
I mean, we're barely breaking even with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 of us. Or whatever, we're way too small for that much of a staff. So
5.
If we can't do 5, if we can barely do 5, and we're at, I think we're at like 150,000 views in a month and 40,000 unique viewers in a month, they certainly can't get by on 15,000 views per day.
You're going to struggle big time.
You're going to struggle big time with that many people. Hamburger Steak with $5 says, I see only 2 videos on their channel with over 100,000 views. The relaunch announcement and a throwback video featuring Kevin and Olivia Munn. Ooh, that's gotta sting.
See, they're just completely falling apart and they're doing it in stages.
Yeah. My response to Frosk would be a quote by the famous Jim Jeffries. Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up? He could have had Jim Jeffries in there like he was in the green room with Paul Provenza with Kevin Mooney or Paul Mooney. And he could have went, wow, that's a really great story, Frosk.
Or just like one of her co-hosts could have tried to change the subject a little bit to something more upbeat and game game related.
Hey!
But instead they sit there like, go off, girl. You're not doing the right thing.
Empowering women empowerment will get you nothing but regret. Black Ornament says you can't kill your base audience and survive. It's like if April told us not to jack off to her anymore because it makes her uncomfortable. Oh, guys, I'd fire her if she said anything like that.
I mean, I'd rather just not know about it. It's
right.
Okay.
April's got a don't ask, don't tell policy on jerking off.
Absolutely don't ask, don't tell.
Mine is don't ask, don't tell about me too. If you're jerking off to me like Jake does, I don't need to know. Marquis says G4 focused on rehashing their old shows and esports. Esports is huge these days. That's true. They could have covered all those big tournaments, all those big events. Instead, they wanted to lecture people.
Why are we eating Gordy at a rally?
Somebody wants to eat Gordy at a rally. Well,
What rally?
Look, this is a show where we involve our audience. They're allowed to have opinions.
Why are we eating the dog? There's not much meat on those bones.
Dog is a fine meal.
By the way, fuck you for putting the bad omen on me of you told me to make sure you wipe him.
Oh, did he shit? No, he didn't have an accident.
No.
What?
You know how he eats fuzz?
Yeah. Did he shit fuzz?
You know how sometimes when he shits, it gets stuck because there's fuzz dangling from it?
Yeah. He had a fuzz shit?
He had a fucking fuzz shit, and I had to grab a piece of paper and help him out.
Well, there you go. Sometimes you have a fuzz
You did
shit.
that. That was the omen.
You've never brought a scissors into the bathroom and cut your turds? I mean, what? I'm just kidding.
Are you? Because that's really specific.
I have never done that in my life. Never once.
You strike me as someone who's had like a poop scoop for your own butt.
I've
before.
heard of people doing it before. I've never done it.
That's a real thing?
I've heard of people cutting their shit.
Why?
Don't ask me, ask them.
Okay, anyone in the chat who's actually cut their shit before with a poop knife, why?
Yeah, a poop knife. There you go.
What is a poop knife?
I do want to thank you guys. We went from 490 on tomorrow's goal to 425. So we're basically even with our usual goal of 400. So thank you guys for making up for yesterday. You guys have been amazing in supporting this thing the last 2 years. I think it's great. The other host should have been yelling disavow while Frost went on her rant. Yeah, I think so.
Well, kind of. You should have changed the topic, you know.
Joe Berger says G4 could televise WNBA games. Problem solved.
Did get about as many views.
Maybe. It is amazing how much this. I was going to kind of off and on this topic, but people really wanted in on the gaming.
There's
shit.
a lot of gamers out there.
There sure are. Cowpoke called a little bit earlier, and I guess he's not on the Jake Hudson bandwagon anymore either. So I just wanted to play this real quick. This is the last Jake thing we're going to play. This is him about Cowpoke. I want to see what Cowpoke... I'm curious. This is not for me to torture you. I'm curious about what he said about Cowpoke that made Cowpoke even go... Because Cowpoke would troll anyone. And even Cowpoke today said, I'm fucking done with Jake. It's exhausting.
I think he had it out with Jake on the phone earlier this summer, though, didn't he?
Okay. Let's take a listen.
What is up, guys? How is everybody doing today? I hope
gave it a dislike.
You guys are staying safe.
From what? Rats?
Rats in our ceiling?
This is my rant, a rant on Cowpoke podcasting. Cow shit, get your fucking
Sprite?
Information right, idiot.
What a I'm sorry, just what a fucking prick. What a little dickhead.
He's mean. He's straight up online bullying now.
He's just a piece of shit. Like, he's just being a mean, angry cunt.
You are the worst. Dude, April does all the shipping for that show.
Oh, we listen to this.
You hate me already, so don't even...
Yeah, we listen to this. Ugh, fuck. It's awful. All right, let's open... you know what we should do? Is we should open our 7 o'clock hour stories.
Thanks for the help, Mr. Approachable.
That's what we should probably do, is open our 2nd hour stories today as we've gone through all our 1st hour stories in the first 4 hours of today's show. Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks, Raleigh'sRednecksandLongnecks.com. Of course, Raleigh and his staff have some of the best food in the area. Those pizzas and wings are incredible at Raleigh's. But it's also a fun place to just go hang out and have a great time. So you got live music every weekend. You've got concerts, the indoor and outdoor concert series. They bring some great names in there at Raleigh's. Just go to their website and check it out yourself. Raleigh'sRednecksandLongnecks.com. It's just a fun hang, man. Pool, darts. They've got great shows coming up. They've got delicious food, and it is a fun place to go drink and party. They got Sylvia coming up September 18th, T. Graham Brown on October 9th, and Rockin' Raleighwoods every Thursday at 7 p.m. It is the best honky-tonk in the country. It is Raleigh's Rednecks and Longnecks. Thank you to Elias for another $5. Very generous of him. He says, G4 co-host yelling out, Omaha, Omaha. See, I think that would be a smart way to go, but look, they didn't put me in charge. Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci had it out again yesterday. I love every time these two go at it, for me, it's must-watch television. I don't take politics that seriously, so I don't think like the fate of the republic is dangling in the balance every time these two get together. But I will say that Rand Paul versus Dr. Fauci is always entertaining. You got Rand Paul, who wants to bust this guy's balls constantly. And then you got Fauci just being the most incredulous, arrogant dickhead you'll ever find. I mean, Rand Paul goes, hey, remember when you said this shit? And Dr. Fauci's like, well, that's out of context and you're just being a dick right now, Senator Paul. This is what you do. You just play clips of me saying what I said and then asking me why I said that. You're just a dick. Well, Rand Paul fired a shot at Dr. Fauci yesterday, not literally, but talking about when his party gets in charge, what they're going to do to the likes of Anthony Fauci. Now, Rand Paul's got to watch himself here because if Fauci senses that the Republicans are going to take over in January.
Yes.
And they're going to have subpoena power and all that. So he's retiring in December. You know, and Corey and I have talked about this. Corey has said, like, he'll just basically say, what? Don't pick on me. I'm retired. Leave me alone. Talk to my successor about all this shit. So he'll get out of there perfect, just at the right time.
Scot-free.
This is Rand Paul with Dr. Fauci yesterday.
Guidelines for vaccines. Do any of the guidelines for vaccines from the government include previous infection as something to base your decision making on with vaccines?
So he played a clip before this. I've seen this clip already. Rand Paul played a clip before this about the flu, where Dr. Fauci is on C-SPAN years ago going, if your child has been infected with the flu, there's no reason to get him a flu shot. Previous infection is the best inoculation. That's what he said.
Seems like common sense.
He
too.
goes, when it comes to a virus, previous infection is the best inoculation. He doesn't need the flu shot.
Yep.
So Rand Paul throws that right back in his face. This is about the monkeypox response, but he's kind of lumping this in with everything. And Dr. Fauci, of course, we've noticed one thing about him the last couple of years. Hates being held accountable. He looks down on these senators. He looks down on anyone who questions him. He said before that questioning him is questioning the science.
Yes, that is on record.
He is Mr. The Science. He got his dick sucked so hard from everybody for about the first 6 to 10 months of this thing that he got used to it, and this guy never figured out how to take criticism. You wouldn't think with how bad he fucked up AIDS that he would be used to it by now, but oh well.
You'd think.
Do any of the guidelines involve previous infection? That's why you're ignoring previous infection, because it doesn't involve any of the guidelines. And furthermore, we've been asking you, and you refuse to answer, whether anybody on the vaccine committees gets royalties from the pharmaceutical companies. I asked you last time, and what was your response? We don't have to tell you.
Right. I really fucking hope that Fauci and all these other bootlickers are getting kickbacks from Pfizer and Moderna, because if they're not, then they're just really stupid and not paying attention as to how bad this whole thing has been.
They're just doing this organically.
At least if they were getting like shill money from these companies, I'd be like, oh, okay. Well, now it makes sense why you've been sucking this vaccine's dick after it stopped behaving like a vaccine.
Yes, it's
that's
self-serving.
Yeah, that's why you've sucked its dick after all these side effects have come out. Okay, you got paid a shitload of money to shill this thing. Okay, well, you know, that's how the game works. All right, fine. But if someone says, hey, are you getting a shitload of money from these vaccine companies? And your answer is, I don't have to tell you. To me, that's a yes.
That is always a yes. And yeah, in my opinion, that's
because
yes.
here's what. Ask me, Aaron. Ask me if I'm getting any kickbacks from Pfizer.
Aaron, are you getting any kickbacks from Pfizer?
Absolutely not, and I'd be glad to show you the records.
See, I'd believe that.
Right. Usually, like when you get into these political situations, people are like, oh, well, I don't want to make any definitive statements. The reason they don't want to make any definitive statements is in case these people ever get subpoena power and can check into it, they'd find that would have been a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So, this Fauci, man, he has been a piece of work for a long time.
We've demanded them through Freedom of Information Act, and what have you said? We're not going to tell you. But I tell you this, when we get in charge, we're going to change the rules, and you will have to divulge where you get your royalties from what companies, and if anybody in the committee has a conflict of interest, we're going to learn about it.
Why isn't that fucking happening already?
I don't know.
Just so seems like something we should be allowed to know about.
That we've all been saying that same thing for a really long time, though. I don't know why people get protected.
Right. Well, it's set up purposely that way, obviously. I mean, we're not dumb.
Yeah, but I mean, the average person gets busted for a lot less shit.
Just
and these
the
people
fact,
are in charge.
Just the fact that these people are in charge of getting medical advice, and we can't go somewhere online and look up how much money they're getting from medical organizations. That's insanity.
I promise you that.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that, please? Okay, there are two aspects for what you said. You keep saying you approve, you do this, you do that. The committees that give the approval are FDA through their advisory committee. The committees that recommend...
I love that whenever he's being held accountable for something, he's not the science anymore.
Nope, and he passes it off to somebody else.
You notice that? And by the way, if he did that every time, okay, fine. That's how you feel. That's a great... But when it comes to like questioning things. And, oh, you can't question me. I'm the science. I'm telling you this. I'll go promote my book. I'll go do TV interviews. I'll get my dick sucked by celebrities. Totally fine. But the minute you go, hey, this bullshit that you said is clashing with the official information we're getting, which you have a hand in influencing. And he's like, oh, that's them.
He's very inconsistent.
Yeah.
Our CDC through their advisory committee. And you keep saying, I'm the one that's approving a vaccine based on certain data. So I don't really understand, with all due respect, Senator.
You're the one that said you would not reveal what companies gave you royalties or what company gave the other scientists royalties. That's what you told the committee.
Again, that's Rand Paul is talking about the vaccine approval committee.
Yep.
He wants to see how many of them took kickbacks, and Fauci won't answer.
Could I please answer that?
Briefly,
you
yes.
keep asking committees. They're not my committees. They're the VRPAC committee for the FDA and the ACIP for the CDC. So I don't have any idea what goes on.
And they won't reveal, as well as you won't reveal.
Right. He's saying you won't reveal it either, fuckface. He's saying, why won't you reveal it? Why won't they reveal it? And all Fauci says is, well, what do I have to do with them?
And this also, I think this clip also started with Rand Paul wondering if being infected with the disease had came into like decision making on whether or not somebody should get a vaccine too, right? And then it went down into that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, he's
so
the guy.
Can't get any answers.
He's the guy who gives his opinion, and then everyone else acts on that opinion. But when it's inconvenient, like Marquise just said, he passes the buck.
Yeah.
Hey, Fauci,
I
got a tough question for you. Oh, that's not my department. He's like that Target worker who doesn't want to walk over into sporting goods from TVs. Like, hey, can you show me where I can get a kid's T-ball bat? Sorry, not my department.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, cool.
Why don't we get someone else in here to help you?
I mean, if they... It's going to be too late, though. Like, I'm sitting here going, oh, man, wouldn't that be great if they could hold this motherfucker accountable? And it's like, but then I go, why? You know what I mean? Like,
what is going to come of it? Because he won't be in charge anymore.
Right. He's not going to be in charge anymore. It's not going to be...
Well, you could use that same logic for Trump. He's not in charge anymore, and people are holding him accountable for a bunch
and that's
of shit.
kind of my opinion on that, is he's been gone for 2 years. So maybe after... if Fauci's not the guy anymore and then Republicans take over, maybe it is time to just go, you know.
Well, we lost the chance on that one.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always say. Like, when it comes to Fauci, everyone's like, oh, we're going to put him in jail. We're going to do this. Guys, it's over. He won.
Yeah, he got everything he wanted.
We lost. He won. And now we're living in the aftermath of his victory. That's about it.
Yes.
That's 1,000%. What it is. Let's go to Veteran Nation Show retweeted me. He says, Aaron, when you make a clip of your show and the whole basis of it is my clip that you're playing off my Twitter, the least you could do is give me a shout out. Well, absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Sorry about that. I always give credit. Sorry if I didn't this time. I will add your links to the video description right after today's show. My apologies. That was Misery Loves Clips. Tweeted that out 19 minutes ago. Well, sorry about that, pal. That's my bad.
I feel like you mentioned them.
Yeah, this guy says, fair amount. I'm sure it was something Aaron meant to do but forgot. Fingers crossed he will own up to the slip up. Absolutely. We always give credit. We must have skipped it this time in getting to the clip. Our bad. We have mentioned this account many times in the past. We love it. Sorry. There we go. That's what you do when someone says, hey, you didn't give me credit for this. You don't go, yeah, well, fuck you.
Fuck your credit.
Yeah. Did I use your video? Did I not give you credit?
Yeah, that kind of is.
Well, fuck me in the ass.
Giving some credit.
Totally sorry about that. My bad. We will we'll add it to the links. I should probably also respond with that. There we go. Boom. All right. So remind me, write down final take Owen Benjamin credit. I will add that to the description later today. All right. I didn't want to, look, like I said, if I fuck the guy over on the credit, we're always crazy good about that. So I don't want to backslide on any of that shit. Sorry, buddy.
Got it.
Thank you very much to Dave Painkiller for following the show on Twitter. Appreciate that.
Very cool.
Getting closer and closer to that 1,400 number. Well, now I feel like a dick.
I think I'm probably still at like 400.
I am?
Yeah.
Twitter.com/ is it April_Imholt?
It doesn't matter. No one needs to follow me.
Twitter.com/ April_Imholt.
I had to do an underscore because if you put an I next to an L, it's like looks the same.
It looks stupid. Well, now I just look. I feel bad about that now. I do. Because I like that channel. I like Misery Loves Clips.
Well, I feel like you definitely did mention the name. I don't know if they missed it or something.
I feel like I've mentioned, maybe I didn't in that clip, but I've definitely mentioned Misery Loves Clips in the past.
Yes.
Sorry about
It'll
that,
be
pal.
okay.
Oh, well. Well, he's got, 1,300 followers. Oh, I have more. It's so weird. I usually
You have
never.
the same amount of followers.
Yeah, we have the same amount of followers, and I never have more followers than people. I'll admit it.
Why don't you gloat a little more? Here, can I see what I have?
Well, I'm excited about it. That's all.
How many would you guess?
462.
472.
Oh, wow.
Moving up.
Rusty Grammar says, Aaron, since you stole the steel toe trademark from me, can you shout me out and at least give me credit for the naming rights? Wait, what?
You bought it from under him.
And that guy wasn't a total dick about it in his tweet either. I mean, he was pretty.
Why are you so hung up on it?
I feel shitty now because
You don't need to. You've rectified everything.
I take pride in thanking people for the clips and whatnot.
You got to stick by your advice. Like you always tell me, once I've taken care of the thing, don't worry about the thing.
I know. Now I'm distracting from my own show.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
Going into that video, and I am.
Wow.
Here, look. I'm going to show you.
Guys, it's overtime.
I'm going to show you guys. Look, we're in overtime right now. I am going to go in there. I'm going to go to Twitter. I'm going to go to Misery Loves Clips. I'm going to grab his Twitter account. Where the fuck is it? Here we go. Misery Loves Clips. Boom. I'm going to go back to the video. Here. Shout out to Misery Loves Clips. We use their stuff a lot, and you should absolutely follow them for great coverage on this and other personalities. There we go.
Okay, I hope this can resolve you of feeling bad now.
This absolves me of all my guilt. Now I feel good, and I also would like Misery Loves Clips to accept my apology, if he would, and then delete that tweet. No, I don't give a shit if he deletes the tweet.
You are so particular.
I am. I'm very. I get in a way about shit. KF says doesn't even follow Misery Loves Clips. Sad. Oh,
I did notice that. Like,
now I'm a piece of shit in 3 languages.
You are weird like that. Like, God, I feel so bad I didn't say their name 10 times.
There we go. Now I followed Misery Loves
Let's
Clips.
not follow them though.
Whew. All right. I think I've averted a crisis here by owning up.
I think you're okay.
All right. Grow up. Who cares who gets credit? Attention whore, says Buzzard Bob. Well, I will say this. He did just copy and paste someone else's content to his channel and clip it, but he also put it in a very usable clip form, which was nice. All right, Aaron, shut the fuck up. Brett Favre.
Autism.
Brett Favre is fucked. He is in a lot of trouble. I
saw this.
I don't understand how Brett Favre stays out of jail in this whole thing. I guess I just don't get how a lot of this works.
I thought he was like a wholesome dude, like the Levi jeans guy.
Brett Favre's always been a giant piece of shit. I like Brett Favre, but he's always
the side of him.
Dude, he's a pain. He was a pillhead for a while. There's also of course the sending the Jen Sturger,
I feel like the
New York Jets attendant, his cock a bunch of times.
Pillhead though, I feel like that's a lot of people, so that one shouldn't count. I feel like a lot of people use pills a lot. For not okay reasons.
Yeah, what I'm saying is though, he's no saint.
Sure. I know him as the football playing, Levi jeans wearing guy.
Look, he's a tough guy and he plays football really, really well. But
he wears the shit out of some jeans.
And he wears the shit out of some jeans. But he's definitely had some piece of shit moments in his day. Michaela says, you say pillhead like it's a bad thing. Yes, I want to apologize to all the pillheads who misunderstood what I was trying to say. That is my fault. Hey, good news. I got an email back from It's Eric Nagel. Now he changed his logo. So now I'm worried that this isn't the real Eric Nagel, the real E-Rock.
Message one of Eric's social media accounts then and see if that was in fact him.
That's a good point.
Double check.
Eric Nagel.
Because then you're making contact if you hadn't already.
There he is. I will follow him. There we go. What's his email? Let's go to his website and see what his email is. Maybe we'll be able to figure it out that way. Uh-oh. It looks like that link might not work. That's never good. All right, let's just continue on. Let's get to the Brett Favre thing. And if we can book E-Rock, we can book E-Rock. If we can't, we can't. Oh, well. All right, let's find out what's going on. I don't know how many of you know this, but Brett Favre has apparently been involved in some kind of welfare scandal in Mississippi, where I guess he took a shitload of money for appearances, from the government.
Yep.
And then never showed up for them. Never did them. They just made up events and said, here's a bunch of money for that speaking thing you did, Brett. Wink. And then Brett just never showed up and pocketed the money.
In the growing investigation into the misuse of government welfare funds in Mississippi, showing NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre and the state's former governor might have been more deeply involved than first known. Text messages included in newly released court documents show Favre asked then-Governor Phil Bryant for help securing state money for a college volleyball facility where Favre's daughter played the sport.
Okay, so Brett Favre's friends with the governor, and he asked the governor, hey, any way that you guys could wiggle out some tax dollars for a new volleyball facility?
For my daughter.
For my daughter. Okay, so it starts out like a little insider politics, but nothing illegal or shady.
That doesn't sound bad. He's just asking.
Yeah, he's got a friend in high places, and he's like, hey, my daughter's school's trying to get a volleyball court. You want to throw in a couple of bucks?
It's not like it's for something nefarious, too. Yeah. It's a volleyball court.
And Bryant sent him to the state welfare agency. Favre soon began texting with a nonprofit executive named Nancy New, who was doling out millions in federal funds sent to Mississippi for families in poverty.
Oh, no, you pieces of shit. So you got our tax dollars. This isn't like Mississippi tax dollars. You got all of our tax money so you could help out. And by the way, Mississippi, one of the most impoverished states in the country.
Yes, it's not good.
So one of the poorest states in the country got federal tax dollars to give to poor families so that they could eat breakfast before school. And they gave it to Brett Favre to make speeches that he never made.
Well, he's such a big name. He can...
This is fucking dirty.
Say their name in nice manners.
I get... Well, no, because he never made the speeches.
That's true.
Yeah.
New has since pleaded guilty to fraud and is cooperating with prosecutors.
Oh, that's what happened. She got busted and she started ratting on everyone. By the way, I can give you the governor. And they're like, ooh, interesting. Anyone else? I can give you Brett Favre.
What a weird name to be thrown in that hat. In my opinion, he seems like too good of a guy.
Nah.
I never knew this.
Not when it comes to his daughter's volleyball court.
After New was able to secure $4 million in welfare funds for the volleyball project, Favre texted, very big deal and can't thank you enough. 2 years later, Favre asked for more money. Just left Brett Favre, Bryant texted New in 2019. Can we help him with his project? Text messages show New proposed paying Favre $1.1 million for radio ads.
What?
But that's useless.
So you get government money to help poor people, and you're going to do radio ads telling people that they're going to help poor people? Why not just start sending checks out to poor people?
Exactly. You cut out the middleman, guys. It's not working.
And you're going to pay Brett Favre $1.1 million to record those ads? Oh.
To a dead
But the text
platform.
show Favre was worried about how it might look. He wrote, if you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much?
So Brett Favre even knew. He's like, hey, isn't this kind of fucky?
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
Can't you just give the money right to the school so they can build their... So basically, they wanted to give Brett Favre volleyball court money so he could... They wanted to use Brett Favre as like a money laundering service.
People got to stop doing this shit over text messages.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Like leaving trails of it everywhere. Like,
how about
can you
smoke
call
signals or something? Yeah. How about you pass a note?
Telegraphs.
Yeah. Tell a phone, tell a friend, tell a lie about where she's been. Sorry. You want to know what the latest on this Brett Favre thing is?
Yes, please.
No news.
Much? New replied no, but added, I understand you being uneasy about that. It's all part of a broader welfare spend.
And yet you all still did it.
You still did it, though.
I understand you being uneasy about us making you a millionaire for recording radio ads. Let's talk later.
Scandal that has led to an FBI investigation, though there is no indication Favre is under law enforcement scrutiny. He paid back the $1.1 million.
Oh, okay.
Brad Pygott was hired by the state
I
welfare.
love how they always put that shit towards the end of the story. Like, we're all like, oh, is Brett Favre a piece of shit? And they're like, oh, actually, everything Brett Favre may have done wrong, he just got caught up in this scandal and he gave all the money back.
I'm a little confused. Like, maybe I'm off base here, but I feel like somebody like Brett Favre would be worth a lot of money. Why doesn't he just give the school a new volleyball court? Why doesn't he pay for it?
Yeah.
Is he not worth millions of dollars?
I would say, we'll look it up after this story's over, but I'm going to throw my guess at about $60 million Brett Favre's
Which to
probably
me,
worth.
then you can float a volleyball court.
Well-
you don't need to ask someone else for $5 million total.
Well, let's see. Yeah, you could have it named the Brett Favre Volleyball Court Gymnasium.
Dedicated by Brett Favre.
Brett Favre Fieldhouse. There you go.
Welfare agency to claw back $77 million that was misspent.
We're going to focus on the $1.1 million Brett Favre got of federal taxpayer money when these motherfuckers were burning through $77 million. And the worst part is it was supposed to go to poor people.
So they could eat.
Yeah.
But when Pygott demanded answers on the volleyball building, he was fired. The state agency says
that's never good. Whenever you fire someone for asking questions, that's never a good way to get less questions.
Nope.
They weren't on the same page. We asked him tonight about the new text.
Mr. Favre all but badgered the governor of Mississippi to get this public money to his the purpose.
No. Brett Favre did not go to the governor and say, can I get some welfare money for this volleyball court? He said, where can I go to ask for money about the volleyball court? And the governor said, why don't we send you over to the welfare office? And the welfare office says, we can give you $1 million to record ads. And Brett Favre's like, I don't feel comfortable. Here's your money back. Oh, fuck off.
Okay, but why this sudden attack of conscience like you asked earlier?
And you know what? Fuck NBC too. Look at this title, The Fleecing of America. $80 billion went to Ukraine. $80 billion went to Ukraine. $1.3 trillion went to Joe Biden's buddies in the name of stopping inflation. But $1.2 million for radio ads and $77 million with an M in some welfare funds go missing. And now all of a sudden that's what's fleecing America? Fuck you guys running cover for your corporate overlords.
Of building a volleyball facility.
We reached out tonight to Brett Favre's attorney, who told us Favre behaved honorably and never knew the state grants came from federal welfare money. A lawyer for former Governor Phil Bryant declined to comment on the texts and criticized their release.
Well, of course, it makes your client look like dog shit. I mean,
devastating to my case.
It's devastating to my case. I don't know. I think Brett Favre is getting run through the ringer unnecessarily here.
Yeah, but again, to me, like, he asked the questions like he was uneasy about it before he even got the money, and he still took it. Yeah, I know he gave it back, but he's still willing to take it the first time.
Yeah, but when he found out it was from, like, what it was from, he did give it back. Or was that after he got caught?
I think that's after he got caught, because he already asked. He's like, well, is there any way to, like, see where this money came from? Right. Can this be secret? And then she said no. He still took it.
Yeah, that's true. My God says, well, how about the $1 billion taxpayer-funded stadiums? There's another good one for fleecing of America. But no, it's $77 million in welfare money. With the price of construction, I doubt he could even afford half a volleyball facility. Those are expensive.
Why, though?
I bet you at least $30 million to build a new volleyball facility.
I must not know jack shit about anything. I don't understand how it could cost that much.
Silverwolf says, you know what? I turned. Fuck those guys. Favre is fine. Yeah, See, I think those guys look a lot worse than Brett Favre does.
I agree with you. I still don't think he's like good in this.
No, he bothered his buddies in the government to see if he could get some free money for a volleyball court. I mean, he did go with his hat in his hand.
Well, let's see how much he's worth.
The Mood says, wow, America looks like any other country in the West when it comes down to government spending. I think we're worse. America's fucking terrible, man. We're awful when it comes to that stuff. We just think it's an endless money tree that we just pull the shit off of. Some idiot says, doesn't help that Mississippi has the most poverty of all states. Yeah.
They're not doing well.
Mississippi is one of the poorest states in the country, and boy, you're kind of finding out why now, aren't you?
Spending the money wrong.
They're just spending the money wrong, just giving it to their friends. I want to know where the other 76 million went.
I'm sure we'll find out someday.
Nick Stevens says he didn't know where the money was coming from, according to an article I read. Well, that's what they said in this story, that Brett wasn't like fully sure what.
Don't you have to say that? He knew that something was fucky before he took it.
He did. He said, isn't this kind of fucked up? She's like, no, we're good. And then he did end up giving it back. That's the thing I think that saves him here, is like he gave the money back.
At least he gave it back.
Yeah, no harm, no foul in a way.
I don't know. If you're Brett Favre, just give them the volleyball court yourself.
Again, I think that volleyball court is way too fucking expensive.
That's crazy.
Brett net worth. How much is he worth? $100 million. That's what everybody seems to say. 100, 110. So he's worth $100 million. Yeah, I guess
he's doing okay.
He could probably build a volleyball court. Who knows?
If that's that important to you.
Yeah. I'm going to respond now to Misery Loves Clips. There you go, sir. Video fixed. Apologies. There we are.
He didn't even newly comment to you.
No, he didn't, but I'm just letting him know that the video got fixed. Well, what?
You're so funny. Like, you fixed it like 4 times now. It's okay.
Oh boy, I think that's our Josh Denny from our chat writes, relax MLC, no listener from the show is interested in following your Twitter. By the way, if you want to make some real revenue, you and I should talk. If you need a referral, talk to my employee, Corey Adam Comedy. Fucking hell. So now our parody Josh Denny account has now gone across platforms. He's on YouTube, he's on Twitter. And he's just trying to help people make some money.
Just trying to make a name for Josh Denny.
That's all. Hey, guys, I got great news. If you guys like equality, you're going to love this next story. In Denmark, there's a ship that's being crewed and commanded entirely by women.
I'm sure this doesn't end in a crash at all.
What are you talking about? No, I'm saying like in Denmark, they're going to let a ship set sail that's crewed and commanded by nothing but women.
I heard you the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'm sure it goes well.
New video shows the Danish ship Danmark colliding with the USS Minneapolis St. Paul as the Danmark was being tugged out of the inner harbor. There we go. There's the...
oh, man.
There's the all-female commanded ship.
Not surprising, right?
Oh, did you hear the crunch? Oh, that ain't good. Oh, that's never good.
That sounded expensive.
Yeah, that's an expensive sound right there. So they were, it was being tugged out of the inner harbor. And yeah, there's the, oh no. So the USS Minneapolis St. Paul. This is the Danmark right here. That's the wooden ship. And there's the military metal.
So they've got this tiny little ship?
Yeah.
They can't even control that.
And they ramrodded themselves right into a fucking naval vessel.
So naturally, we shouldn't be driving anything, right?
But how about this? Why does America have to have its military shit all over the world? Is this in Denmark or is this in the United States? Baltimore. Okay, this is Baltimore. Okay.
I was going to say very weird, too, that it's the Minneapolis St. Paul.
I know.
That's too close to home for me.
So some shitty wooden ship, the Danmark, went and fucked itself up. Yeah, getting tugged out of the inner harbor. Now look at you all crying and shit. Crashing into because I doubt that the metal Navy ship was hurt.
No. No, I want the people that are on the little towboats, dude, to be like, see, you ladies thought you could handle this one. We gave it to you, but
God
look
damn
at what
it.
happened.
We give you a ship, and now look at what happens.
I do think it's funny they gave them a tiny little ship to start with.
Look, you got to start small. If you can prove you can handle this one.
Start with a dinghy, and if you can handle that.
Yeah. Nick says had to be expensive. The Minneapolis St. Paul was just built. Well, it was a little wooden sail ship. So I don't think it was. Don't worry. I think the naval ship is fine.
Dedicated to George Floyd.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat, but a man who's worthwhile is a man who can smile when his neck is under Derek Chauvin's feet. Christen the sloop, Pookie. The Saudi crown prince says, see, I told you so. Jeep ZJ says, Andrew Tate was right about women.
Oh, no.
My God writes, pretty sure the Evergreen that blocked up the Suez Canal was captained by a woman. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I think
That's
maybe we
never
shouldn't be driving ships, huh?
Another Minnesota story here real quick. There was a high school football player who was paralyzed during a game 2 weeks ago. He woke up. Would you like to hear a feel-good story?
Yeah, I would. That'd be a good way to end this show.
Bloomington Jefferson freshman football team back on the field tonight, playing in their first game since one of their teammates was paralyzed in last week's home opener.
Now, it is me playing this story for you. So it's probably not just going to be a nice feel-good heartstring
my
story.
guard's already up, for
Godfrey
sure.
was there for all of the plays tonight. And Courtney, lots of support for Ethan Glenn in the crowd tonight.
Yeah, Randy, the head football coach, tells me he's never seen a crowd at a freshman football game like this. Many in the crowd sporting the number 8, the number that Ethan wore on the field. And his teammates, the Jaguars, were clearly bringing an energy and an enthusiasm to this game today.
Great. That'll help the fact that I'll never walk again. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I'm only 14.
Only he could have inspired. In between goalposts, underneath the late summer sun, the Bloomington Jefferson freshman football team begins to heal.
They're happiest when they're together.
Oh, great. Well, I wish the Bloomington Jefferson football team was that kid's spine.
God, Aaron.
And when they get to play a game, that's their brotherhood, and they like being in that.
Oh, how sweet.
The team given the choice to sit this one out after watching one of their teammates go down last week in the home opener and never get back up.
As I talked to the kids yesterday, I said, don't necessarily play for Ethan, play like Ethan.
Head football coach.
No, that's terrible advice.
They're all going to end up paralyzed.
They're all going to end up paralyzed now. Jesus.
Don't give that advice, man.
You absolutely play for Ethan. You don't play like him.
Yeah, do you think he walked away after that and thought about what he'd said?
Yeah. It's like, you know what? Maybe I should have went with the play for him.
Now he feels like suspicious that everyone's going to get hurt tonight.
Yeah, now what if everyone gets hurt? Is that kind of my fault?
And the boys overwhelmingly chose to play.
Just to see the joy.
Mostly because they didn't really like the kid. They're like, we just kind of want to get back to football. Like, honestly, enough fucking crocodile tears. He turned his back to the hit, and that's why he's injured. So I kind of just want to play.
I don't like this reporter, how she talks. Like, they unanimously
they did.
chose.
I'm not even playing this story for this. I'm playing the story for what the kid said when he came out and woke up for the first time. I'm hoping they put that in this story.
That they're playing with and the energy they're playing with, it hits me.
Ethan's jersey number worn on custom shirts seen up and down the sideline as the 15-year-old remains hospitalized with severe neck and spine injuries. The long-term prognosis unknown.
That means he ain't walking again.
No, that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah. That was a fresh fucking Willie Stargell jersey that guy was wearing. Nice. I want that. Throwback, old school, like 70s baseball jerseys are really nice. I like them.
I'll remember that for Christmas.
If I could get my hands on, let me think here. If I could get my hands on a fart. I don't know. You know what? But gun to my head, I can't think of a player I want. from the
Rubidel.
70s. Catfish Hunter.
Catfish Hunter.
Channeling Ethan's strength and resilience as they pulled off a 30-0 win against St. Louis Park.
Jesus, are all the St. Louis Parks players paralyzed? Jesus Christ.
Today doesn't solve anything. It's going to be an hour by hour, day by day, week by week, month
stem
by
cells
month
will.
kind of fight.
At this point, Ethan has undergone several surgeries to try and help him regain feeling from the shoulders down. He is still intubated, according to the last.
Oh, so he's fucked from the neck down. Oh, he's a quadriplegic.
Yeah, that's not good. Do you think you feel bad as the other team playing in that first game back where everyone's like rooting for the guys' team, you know?
Yeah.
You let that team win. What do you do?
No, fuck them. You try to paralyze a couple of them. Say, hey, you don't belong here.
Update from his parents, and he's using a special communication board in order to express himself to his care team and his family. Reporting live in St. Louis.
So, okay, they didn't put the part in there that was going to make the joke about. So apparently, Ethan woke up. He's off the ventilator now. And the first words out of his mouth were "Roll Tide," which led the staff to immediately put the ventilator back in. That's all I wanted.
Roll Tide.
I thought they were going to put that part in the story.
Is that true?
And they didn't. Yeah, his first words were "Roll Tide."
What the fuck?
A fucking douchebag, right?
Yeah, what a douchebag.
Fuck that crippled kid. God.
They're like, the surgeries are actually causing more harm to him.
Yeah,
so
you live in Minnesota. God, I didn't know you got brain damage with your paralysis.
I feel like you don't get to say "Roll Tide" here.
Yeah. Jeez.
Let's row the boat.
Oh, man, you got your ventilator taken out. What would you like to say? Roll Tide. You don't deserve a spine. Smack him right upside the...
Smack the only part of his body that is
Yeah, that he can
left.
feel and just go... There.
Wait, can you feel everything? You just can't move?
I don't think you can feel. They said he has to regain sensation in his
Okay.
below his shoulders. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you very much for an incredible show. You guys now have tomorrow's goal basically down to normal. You know what I'm going to do as
Thank
a
you.
fucking thank you for how generous you've all been after we missed Monday night and Wednesday morning. We're going to knock off that last 20 and just make it a normal day tomorrow. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. I'm going to put up some new clips today. I hope you enjoy them. I hope Misery Loves Clips accepts my apology. We will have an update on that breaking news on tomorrow's show. Should be great. Looking forward to it. It will be April and I again. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on this video if you've enjoyed the show. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will talk to the rest of you tomorrow morning.